The image collapses to the ground, bloody and lifeless, under the weight of an invisible force. The steel sword, shrouded in symbols, seems to carve out light from the darkness, and drops of blood enhance the drama of the moment. The countdown stopwatch ticks mercilessly, measuring time until the inevitable end. The young man's face, permeated with a shadow of doubt and despair, comes to the fore. The look in his dark eyes reflects the weight of the choice he has just made. He understands that the lives that are lost cannot be returned, but only a few moments remain to change the outcome of the battle. A lone figure stands amidst the devastation, among the countless bodies that have lost their lives in battle. Surrounded by emptiness and silence, he realizes that time flies impossibly fast, and every second becomes more valuable than gold. The landscape around him screams defeat, but not in his heart. A sterile room where the world of machines and technology replaces the chaos of battle. Here begins another reality, full of magic and adventures that are so different from previous trials. This place is a crossroads of worlds, where every choice leads to a new destiny. Under the gloomy sky where only the echoes of battles and magical sparks live, stands a warrior. Above his head rises a gigantic creature with fiery eyes, emitting a cold glow. The warrior holds his sword tightly in his hands, ready to face the unknown. With every breath, with every drop of sweat on his face, time diminishes, taking with it his hopes and dreams. The world in which he fights blurs the boundaries between reality and fiction, between living stories and forgotten legends. The shadows of battle surround him, and with every glance at his defeated enemy, the warrior understands the cost of his fatigue. But even fatigue cannot make him retreat, as long as a spark of hope glimmers in his heart. The warrior, overwhelmed by pain, rests on the ground calling for help. His torment is just a shadow against the background of the upcoming test, which requires not only strength, but also courage. Courage to remain human, even in the face of the darkest demons. Before us are the closed lips of a warrior. His breathing is hesitant and silence hangs in the air. He doesn't say a word, but in this silence one can hear the thunder of internal seething and struggle with oneself. The silhouette of a man cast against the sunset sky creates a contrast between fall and dignity. The sword, forgotten in the haste of battle, is now a monument to past battles. Seconds and minutes merge into a single rhythm of waiting for something inevitable. His question echoes doubt. Were the struggles and sacrifices justified? Time is running out, and the 20 hours allotted to him seem not enough to find answers and save dying lives. Those who remain alive will have to unravel the mystery of their small survival. Silhouettes at sunset become a symbol of a lost life and hope for a new day that will come after a long and dark night. The figure of a warrior rises above the defeated enemy, and the question sounds like a sentence, "Is this your doing?" These are the words that accompany his cruel choices on the battlefield, a place where mercy becomes a luxury. The shadows of the two figures stand out sharply against the sunset sky. One of them is a warrior who continues on his way, passing by fallen comrades whose lives were cut short in this merciless battle. The warrior's face is covered with shadows of doubt and fatigue, but his gaze remains unyielding. The laughter that sounds through his words does not bring joy, but rather an echo of his determination to continue to the end. He faces a new challenge, an enemy whose laughter sounds defiant and fearless. In this laughter there is no place for fear of death. It is contempt for danger, a habit of survival in conditions of constant threat. A broadly smiling enemy with irony in his voice notes his superiority. He is confident in his victory and the fate of the warrior standing in front of him. But suddenly his confidence gives way to horror. The response comes so quickly and powerfully that there is no time even for fear. The enemy's eyes widen in horror and disbelief at what is happening. The movement of the sword in the warrior's hands draws a luminous arc in the air, its blow as precise as it is deadly. The energy of battle cuts through space, foreshadowing the outcome of the fight. And now the enemy's figure, as if thrown by an invisible force, hovers in the air. She falls doomed under the weight of inevitable defeat, and the light of the sword erases him from the battlefield. The angle of the warrior's teeth is visible in profile. He grins as he tests his opponent with word and sword, preparing for the next move in their deadly dance. The moment of the fight freezes in the air. Swords collide, sparks fly. Each blow is accompanied by the roar and fury of battle, the dance of two warriors on the brink of life and death. The attacker is confident again. His sword glows blue, and he boasts of his ability to parry the enemy's blows, but this confidence can be deceptive. And suddenly, anxiety is visible in the enemy's face, perhaps the realization that the fight is taking an unexpected turn, and that even his skill does not guarantee victory in this battle. The enemy mockingly assesses the strength of the young warrior, but his words carry a hidden fear of inexperience, which can be deceptive. The enemy's laughter is filled with pain and rage. He cannot hide his excitement from the upcoming clash. His voice is filled with expectation and threat. In the midst of battle, the warrior falls, his body as if pierced by the enemy's sword, surrounded by a bloody fog. This moment is the pinnacle of the fight, where every move decides fate. The warrior's face expresses shock and bewilderment. Perhaps an unexpected turn in the battle forces him to rethink the situation, and he looks for a way to survive in this chaos. A battle veteran stands on the edge, weapon in hand, declaring an imminent return to bloodshed, as if predicting the next war. These soldiers around him express respect for his experience and courage, emphasizing his role and importance in their eyes as a warrior and mentor. The leader addresses his comrade, checking on his condition and expressing gratitude for his courage in battle, while the surrounding soldiers look on with respect. A group of warriors stands together as an unyielding force, while the body of their enemy lies on the ground, symbolizing their triumph and unity in the face of a common enemy. The sword intertwines in the final blow, the hands gripping the weapon with such force that blood splashes around, as if testifying to the warrior's relentless fighting spirit. The veteran is suddenly aware of the reality before his eyes. His words, "Die by my hands," weighing heavily in the air, like a sentence or perhaps an involuntary curse. Surprise and doubt are reflected on their faces as they encounter an unexpected turn of events that challenges their notions of the honor and justice of military action. The clenched fist of a warrior, his head bowed in weariness or thought, as if he bears the weight not only of battle, but also of an internal conflict that tears him apart from the inside, while the timer mercilessly counts down the remaining time. Kneeling down, the warrior realizes that the battle was just an episode in a long chain of events, but he still clings to life. With a heavy heart, he understands that he must carry this load alone, not wanting to disclose it to those around him, even to his closest associates. The lying enemy, drowning in his own blood, rejects the opinions of others, proudly maintaining his uniqueness even in the face of death. For a warrior, time becomes an enemy as deadly as those he fights. He realizes that every second brings him closer to his last breath, and he accepts this as inevitable. On the battlefield, where shadows and light create a contrast between life and death, a warrior realizes that he has only one choice to harness time. It is to take another's life to save his own. With each passing moment, even after a bloody victory, he feels the heaviness of his hand and the trembling of his head, and wonders about the meaning of continuing the fight. The soldier looks at him in bewilderment, waiting for the words that will change the course of their fate, words that could lead to a new beginning or a definitive end. Stunned, the warrior hears an unexpected offer to join the ranks of mercenaries, which forces him to look at things from a different angle, considering new horizons and possibilities that until recently seemed unimaginable. Under the dubious gaze of the blood-tempered sky, the captain and his subordinate exchange remarks. There is doubt in the subordinate's eyes when he asks the captain about his confidence in his choice. The captain, standing next to his fallen enemy, sees in him not a source of pride, but an echo of past shame, and in this recognition he finds a kind of potential. In the silence of a warrior, there is a reflection on the value of life. His look, full of hidden pain and questions, reflects a deep dilemma about whether to continue this path of a mercenary. The pressing question of whether killing people will become easier if he embraces the life of a mercenary, hangs in the air. These are words that sound like a sentence to the young warrior standing in front of him. The captain looks unusually softened, as if his consciousness is penetrated by the idea that murder is the norm only for the perverted, and not for those who seek justice and honor in battle. Awareness of the gravity of his actions and the consequences of war falls on the shoulders of the young warrior. He admits that the captain is right. You can't get used to this. Death should remain alien, should not become the norm. His gaze is heavy and full of thoughts. The words, "The most important thing is the end of your own life," are in the air, touching the deep strings of the soul. Didn't they become mercenaries to protect this very end? The captain talks about the need to become stronger. This is the law of survival, valid not only for humans, but for all forms of life. These words contain a call for growth and development, even in the face of cruelty. A young warrior, faced with harsh reality, reflects on the meaning of life and death, not because they want to, but to survive. This is a recognition of one's own will to live, despite all the difficulties. In the face of a new reality, the warrior rises, feeling the weight of the captain and his words, "Get up if you understand." This is a command to action and recognition of his will to live. The comrades express their reluctance to change their usual path, but are ready to follow the captain. In their words, one can feel their readiness to support his decision, albeit with doubts in their hearts. The captain asks a question, offering the young warrior a chance to start anew by putting the past aside. This is a moment of a new beginning, being welcomed into a family of fighters where every member is valued. Accepting the captain's offer, the warrior realizes that his path is now painted in the dark shades of death. He takes on a new role as a deadly warrior, balancing on the edge between life and extinction. An ancient house appears before the viewer, under the dense sound of pouring rain. Drops knock on the roof and flow down the glass windows, as if trying to erase the line between the inner world of the shelter and the external chaos. An old man with a beard, deeply marked by the wrinkles of time, looks tiredly into the distance. His gaze is full of memory and hidden pain that does not heal over the years. On the battlefield, under a gray sky washed out by rain, fallen warriors lie. Their motionless figures tell the story of the mercilessness of the battle for territory. Each of them is a strong soldier, suddenly stopped in eternity. In the midst of the elements of the night, illuminated by a flash of lightning, a warrior, in full combat gear, looks with awareness at his weapon. He admits that his opponent was also a warrior worthy of respect. An impenetrable veil of night covers the sky, and a whirlwind of rain rises above the house with the dark outlines of the roof, as if every drop strives to tell its own story. Walls soaked in moisture become witnesses to unknown dramas hidden behind foggy glass. The old man, whose gray hair is shaded by the silver of the moonlight penetrating through the clouds, seems to be part of this ancient landscape. His deep wrinkles, like clefts in the ground, store the stories of past storms and battles, and in his eyes there is an endless memory of the past. The battlefield is shrouded in twilight, where the scattered bodies of fallen warriors lie like jagged stones in disarray. The ground, soaked in blood and rain, reflects the grief and chaos of the post-battle silence. In the light of a lightning explosion that illuminates the scene with the silhouette of a warrior, his sword becomes a conductor not only of electrical energy, but also of the power of the spirit. He is like a beacon in the darkness, standing against the raging sea of war. On the battlefield, where every step and every breath breathes tension and determination, one of the warriors raises a monocle to his eye. His expression is hidden, but his lens-enhanced eye searches for a target or threat. Around him are dim light, rain, and the forms of his comrades, ready to follow his command. The young warrior's face is illuminated by the bluish light of lightning. His eyes glow blood red, and blood runs down his face. This is a depiction of not only physical combat, but also an internal struggle, a battle with one's own essence. A warrior in heavy armor decorated with golden patterns stands on the battlefield where his comrades fell in battle. His pose is powerful and stable, and his gaze is heavy and full of bitterness from loss. They figure of a knight in armor, crowned with a fluffy collar, silhouettes against the whitish sky. His bald head and determined gaze stand out against the background of falling leaves and snow, emphasizing the cold and loneliness of war. In the darkness, crossed by red lightning, a powerful silhouette grins mockingly. "A knight can only kill," the text reads, leaving the threat unfinished, full of ominous anticipation. This man carries tension, anticipation of battle and power that lies in the shadows. The scene is engulfed in a storm of energy and light, as a dark figure, shrouded in an electric glow, stands against the army. It is like a source of unstoppable power, ready to burst out and destroy everything in its path. Illuminated by a bluish light, the young warrior, his face contorted with rage, appears to be the source of lightning radiating from his sword. His gaze is cold and focused, ready for a fatal blow. The moment of collision is frozen in time. Blood is thrown into the air, and the sword, imbued with energy, crushes the enemy. There is a snow-white flash all around, reflecting the momentary but eternal battle between life and death. On a battlefield where the silence of death hovers, a masked warrior rises above the blood-stained ground, his sword sparkling with electric fury. "Nobody expected this," he says, and silence reigns around after the storm. A man with a gray beard and wise eyes, dotted with wrinkles of time, presses a finger to his temple as a sign of deep thought. And at that moment, I clearly heard what he said. His words are shrouded in the importance of the moment, full of attention and insight. With his back to us, the young warrior looks over his shoulder, blood running down his face. He had collected enough. He decided to use 1,000 hours, each of them filled with difficult decisions and consequences. In the twilight, filled with blue reflections of energy, the warrior bows his head in an act of prayer or invocation. "Give me strength, God of war Rome," he whispered, about to take the next decisive step in his destiny. We see the dim light of dawn illuminating the field after the battle. Sharp fragments of swords and armor, mixed with shapeless shadows of fallen warriors, are scattered across the ground. In the distance, a figure in a bright yellow cloak rises above the chaos, like a pharaoh's, leading the survivors through a sea of blood and suffering. A cloaked figure bends over a fallen enemy, their silhouettes cut against the light of dawn. A sword stuck into the ground becomes a monument to the fallen, and the warrior, taking off his helmet, looks at the consequences of his deeds. "After what we saw, we all ran away." His words are intertwined with the fate of those who lie at his feet. A warrior with a crimson gaze, blood running down his face like tears. It felt like he was saying this as a joke. The character's thoughts sound like an echo, reflecting the internal conflict between duty and pity. We see an old man in thought, addressing his interlocutor in the shadows. "He just said the name of a god before the battle. Didn't you see something else? What if he did something?" The uncertainty in his voice hints at a deep history and untold stories hidden behind the scenes. In a room where light barely breaks through the semi-darkness, one figure, shrouded in a hood, is hidden from the world. She chooses her words carefully, as if they weigh tons. "I don't like this, but if the captain wants it, then we can try," bursts out from the depths of the darkness, filling the space around with a heavy feeling of what's to come. The next scene shows an old man, his face lit with gratitude and his eyes with hope. He perceives the words of the mysterious interlocutor as a mercy offered to him by fate itself. In his hands, carefully clutched, lies a medallion that seems to be more than just an ornament. It embodies promise and salvation at the same time. A man exuding wisdom and sadness at the same time looks after the secretive stranger. "I already know," he says quietly, as if confirming his inner conviction. His words hang in the air, adding depth to the moment and foreshadowing the importance of the events that are just beginning to unfold. His blood-red eyes embody pure malice, and his body is twisted with menacing energy. Opposite him stands a warrior whose determination and willpower shine even in the face of an imminent mortal threat. Devis Adeosi is a name that seems to be forever etched in the world's memory. as a symbol of a battle on which the outcome of entire worlds depends. In the gloomy semi-darkness, someone hidden in a hood is furtively observing the world, his lips slightly curled in a grin. The words, as if sneaking in a whisper through the shadows, indicate that this person has recently gained fame, has become a figure that is being talked about. The next scene takes you to a cozy evening. The gentle light of sunset washes the walls of a large house. The stained glass windows play with colors. The text suggests that here, in this house, a celebration should take place, because there is a reason for a victory that needs to be celebrated among the allies. Suddenly the picture comes to life, and an explosion of delight fills the space. Mugs with foaming potion are thrown up, sparks of joy scatter around. For victory sounds in the hearts, and this sound echoes the noise of the holiday with the promise of fun and brotherhood. The celebration is in full swing. The table is bursting with treats, and comrades have gathered around, their faces illuminated with smiles. Their eyes glow with happiness, and their hands are raised with mugs of drink, praising the moment. In the center of all this whirlwind of celebration is he, the main character of the evening, focused and calm in an ocean of joy and carelessness. A scene change brings tension. The bluish light of a digital timer counts down the time, a total of 42 minutes and 32 seconds. A gloved hand touches the surface, and the words "too little" float in the air, foreshadowing the impending fateful struggle against time. The courageous face of the young man expresses determination and at the same time despair. His dark eyes hide his worry, and the words "too little time" rise from the depths of his being, emphasizing the urgency of the moment and the lack of time to complete the task. He throws his head back, as if surrendering to fate or looking for an answer in the void. Here for about a month and a half, then he says thoughtfully, and his contemplation of the invisible horizon is full of thoughts about life, death, and the time allotted to each. And here is the final chord of this melody of fate. His eyes are hidden behind the reflection of the light, and the words, "Well, although it's better than the life of a man," penetrate through the darkness, offering a mysterious resolution to the internal conflict. It becomes clear that even in the face of inevitability, the music of rebellion and freedom sounds in the soul. Darkness consumes the space, leaving only the bluish light of the monitors, illuminating the room where someone lies alone on the bed. In the real world, he thinks, I was destined to die helpless. His head is lowered, immersed in dark waves of memories. In my next life, I wanted to be born healthy, he sighs. But the scientist, who called himself a god, said that he would fulfill my wish and then transport me. And here he stands, surrounded by people in medieval robes, the light around them exuding warmth and life. Soon, as if an echo of his own thoughts, to the palace of the fantasy world of the Middle Ages. Time is ticking mercilessly, leaving only 1,000 years and 52 minutes. Damn God, hasn't he read enough novels, he whispered to himself. He didn't give me any special power. Instead, he put a time limit on me. The hero's eyes narrow, calculating the odds. If an ordinary peasant gives me 1 day to live, then in order to live 6 months, he pauses, his gaze is heavy and full of determination. I have to kill 180 people, taking into account the time for travel and sleep. I will need to finish off more 9. The next scene shows him at a table, his face filled with sarcasm. What nonsense, he mutters, leaning back in his chair. I'm not the worst killer in the world. Time is inexorably approaching the end. There is less and less left. As if in a struggle with himself, he begs for the remaining seconds. And then a cheerful interlocutor interrupts his thoughts. Why are you sitting there sour? He asks jokingly, paying attention to the main character's anxiety. Are you drunk yet? Laughter and good nature fill the air, as his new companion eagerly says, Well, of course, you never know where you're going to die, so you need to drink as much as possible. The hero cannot help but smile, responding, Oh, yeah. The moment says goodbye to seriousness as he stands up, supported by his comrade, ready to enjoy life with the others. Oh? Bewilderment and surprise shine in his eyes. A new character appears, a man with bright charisma and an eye patch, the deputy captain. His words, "If the warrior you teach is sour, the atmosphere will deteriorate," sound like an invitation to friendly communication. The situation heats up, and the hero finds himself in the center of attention, surrounded by enthusiastic faces. "Since you started, then tell us how you killed those guys, man," they demand. "How did you do it?" They are interested, eager for stories about his exploits. Immediately, the attention of those gathered turns to the deputy captain. His deep and soulful gaze seems to explore the most hidden corners of the hero's soul. "I'm also wondering, Levi, how did you deal with them?" His voice sounds like an invitation to revelation. The next shot shows a burly warrior, clad in heavy armor, being thrown to the ground in battle. His fall is a symbol of the collapse of the thunderstorm and the power that seemed unshakable. The hero, pursing his lips, plunges into thought for a moment. "Oh well," he begins, and his words sound like an echo of past battles. "They're up to the same old thing again." But then, his face lights up with a smile, full of confidence and ease. "I was lucky their fame was better than their skills," he jokes, knowing full well that his exploits go beyond the everyday imagination. "They won't believe me even if I tell the truth." The deputy captain furrows his eyebrows and squeezes Levi's shoulder tightly. "Lucky?" His voice sounds doubtful, as if he is searching for the truth behind the hero's words. The two beaten warriors make their confession, looking down with sadness. "4 of us died at the hands of Gondun Onsley." Their words carry the weight of loss and helplessness in the face of death. The deputy captain continues the interrogation, his gaze piercing and heavy. "What are you hiding from your allies?" He feels that there is a deeper story behind Levi's words than just luck. Levi, faced with the gaze, remains imperturbable, his silence thick and impenetrable as the darkness of the night, preferring to keep his secrets to himself. Levi raises his hands in a gesture that relieves the tension and says with a small smile, "I'm kidding, just a joke." He meets the gaze of those gathered, preparing to reveal the veil of secrecy. He looks around at his comrades, their gazes fixed on him. "Actually," he begins, and his words hang in the air, leaving everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the story. Darkness envelops his figure. Only his eyes glow with an unusual light. "I risked my life." His voice is low and serious. "To win." These words carry the weight of every battle, every moment when the stakes were greater than just his own life. Surprise and shock are reflected on the faces of his comrades. Their expressions indicate that they did not expect such a turn. Risk your life. They cannot hide their amazement in the face of such an unexpected revelation. Levi, with heat and delight in his voice, responds to the surprise of his comrades. "Well, of course, we're all like that here. Fuck." He realizes that his story is not as simple as it seems, and that risk was an inevitable part of their lives. Amid the cheers and noise, as mugs of beer collide in a toast, he urges his comrades to leave their doubts, worries behind. "Leave it, guys. Nothing will change from what we find out." He strives to re-establish an atmosphere of camaraderie and trust. The captain of the Yarovosek squad approaches Levi with a simple and casual question, showing his openness and willingness to talk. "Levi, can I steal some of your time?" Levi, turning to leave with the captain, challenges his friends. "Yes, I'm coming. Come back quickly before we drink all the beer." His words are full of friendly mockery and promises of a quick return. Levi, with genuine enthusiasm, answers Turn's question, his words filled with sincere emotion. "This is too much. Where has the love for the members of the squad gone?" He protests, showing that he believes the bond between himself and the other fighters is deeper than just camaraderie. Turn easily interrupts him, reminding him of the realities of their lives, where intimacy and emotional connection remain in the shadows in the face of more severe tasks. Love for the members of the squad, yes, there is none. As Levi leaves the room, his silhouette appears in the doorway, creating the feeling that he is moving away from something important, leaving behind not only a holiday, but also all unresolved issues. Turn addresses the crowd, his words sharp and filled with a commanding tone. "Stop drinking. gather the young knights. He shows a willingness to accept responsibility and accept new challenges assigned to his team. His comrades react to the order with bewilderment and surprise. What? Why? They do not yet understand the seriousness of the moment and what will happen next. Turn restrainedly but firmly declares the inevitable. There is work. These words mark the end of the holiday and the beginning of a new stage of their duties. Thorn, with the calmness of a seasoned warrior, briefly remarks, "Yeah, I'm a little worried," but his words hint at the seriousness of the situation, which requires attention. Levi finds Turn alone, in a room where light comes through the window, illuminating his figure. "What's the matter, Captain?" His tone is full of respect and willingness to listen. Turn turns to him with unexpected joy and delight. His face lights up with a smile. "Great job, Levi. You are the best warrior at the last beer." Ha 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 ha. He is clearly pleased with Levi and sincerely pleases him with his success. Turn continues in a cheerful tone. "I don't know what a newcomer will make great. I have something for you." His words are full of mystery and anticipation, promising something significant and possibly game-changing. Turn, with a veteran's smile on his lips, loudly suggests to Levi, "Sams, let's have a drink." His cheerful mood is undeniable, and he is ready to put things aside for the sake of communicating with a comrade. Levi, waving him off, replies with friendly dissatisfaction, "Yes, I can go myself. Let me go." He values independence and wants to demonstrate that he can stand up for himself. The shot shows Levi leaving through the door, leaving behind a warm light and shadow from the past fun. The silence that accompanies his exit speaks of inner concentration and perhaps readiness for the upcoming conversation. Turn, not allowing him to leave immediately, says, with a smile, "Do you remember when you first came to us? Get to the point." His words promise an important conversation, perhaps concerning Levi's past and his role in the squad. Levi seriously and thoughtfully asks, "Have I ever refused a job?" His tone reflects his impeccable reputation as a reliable warrior, always ready for a challenge. Turn, pouring a drink, confidently suggests, "Oh no, not yet. First let's celebrate and then get down to business." His actions show that he appreciates a moment of relaxation before serious conversations and tasks. Turn, holding a glass of beer, looks at Levi and says with a hint of sentimentality, "We can handle this much." His words reflect the ease of their understanding, shaped by years of service together. He pours the beer into the glass, and his actions seem almost ritualistic, as if he is marking not only the moment, but also an acknowledgement of the mutual respect between him and Levi. "Recently received it. It's quite good." Levi, accepting the glass, responds briefly but respectfully, "Thank you." His manner speaks of recognition of Turn's merits and the fact that he appreciates the moment of communication. Turn responds casually and succinctly, "You're welcome." His words and gestures express the simplicity and openness of their relationship. There is seriousness in Levi's eyes as he looks at Turn and says, "Levi, thanks to you, Bedger is giving up," giving credit not only to his own efforts, but also to Turn's efforts in their shared achievements. Turn, with a serious expression on his face, shares his concerns. But it's not official yet. His tone suggests some uncertainty in the situation that requires attention. In the next shot, a man in the shadows, with contrasting lighting accentuating his gloomy mood, says, "But recently he said he wanted to meet our customer." This gives weight to the conversation and perhaps indicates a hidden threat or an important task. Thorn, now more relaxed and turning to Levi, continues, "It looks like he's going to fight one more battle before giving up." His words hint at the difficult circumstances they will face. He speculates about the customer's motives. "I'm sure he doesn't want to pay the mercenaries and his soldiers, so he plans to kill them all." These words highlight the grim reality of their world, where betrayal and deceit are part of everyday life. Thorn ends his thought by pointing to the aristocracy as the source of the problem. "It's a lousy business, but that's what aristocrats do." His disgust for these actions is visible to the naked eye. He turns to Levi with a request for an escort. "And for this secret mission, I want you to escort Viscount Bera. The task is apparently dangerous and requires Levi's personal skills and qualities. Levi doubts the necessity of his presence. His facial expression and posture reflect bewilderment and skepticism. He does not see himself as the only one who can complete this task. His face expresses confidence in his words. Thorn looks at him with understanding, recognizing his resilience and determination. His eyes and facial expressions show trust in Levi and that he values him as a warrior. His hand on the table shows his willingness to support him, but also warns about the seriousness of the situation. Thorn hands something to Levi, his gestures smooth and judicious. He offers an address that seems to be key to the upcoming mission. This action is an important step in preparing for the task. Levi stands up, ready for a new challenge. He listens to Thorn. His gaze is serious and focused. He understands that he is faced with a task that requires his immediate attention and action. Levi, holding the address in his hands, looks over his shoulder and says that he will think about the reward later. In his gaze one can read determination and the intention to focus on the task in the face of possible danger. Thorn, with a wide smile, responds, "Haha, not enough, not enough." His laughter and spirit light up the room, bringing relief from a difficult conversation, and he encourages Levi not to take things too personally. The night sky with a bright moon flashes in the background, symbolizing the transition from the worries of the day to a dark but unknown future. This is a reminder that every day of struggle for survival is a feat. The silhouette of a man in a cloak and hood is silhouetted against the background of moonlight in a mysterious forest, creating a sense of impending danger and an unknown task that awaits Levi. Levi stands alone in the dark, his silhouette standing out sharply against the background of the night forest. His gaze is serious and focused, and his hand is clutching a sword. He is aware of the danger of the moment, but is ready to take on the challenge. He addresses the unknown, asking if this is Viscount Bera. His voice is calm, but there is tension in it. Levi is warily looking for a meeting with the mysterious customer. Levi turns to come face to face with an invisible presence. His gaze is dark and impenetrable, as if he is weighing every word and every action. Cloaked and hooded figures appear among the trees, creating an atmosphere of tension and anticipation of conflict. Levi is ready for confrontation, his body tense in anticipation of action. Deep in the forest, where the moon illuminates only part of the darkness, the meeting gains momentum. Eyes in the distance glow, foreshadowing the importance of the upcoming conversation. Levi stands in front of a mystical silhouette, emanating power and inaccessibility. The cloaked figure moves closer, its clothing decorated with silver patterns that reflect the moonlight. Levi asks the question, suggesting that the time has come for retribution for his fallen comrades. The answer comes instantly, and the magic sword flashes with light, indicating strength and readiness for action. This is the moment of truth, when every moment can decide the outcome of the battle. The sword in Levi's hands ignites, its light illuminating the night, and this sight seems to cut through the darkness, declaring the power and determination of its owner. In the flickering blue light, blood streams down Levi's face, reflecting his uncompromising spirit and unwavering determination, even in the face of brutal injury. He falls to his knees, overcome by a sudden pain that makes him aware of the fragility of his own existence and the betrayal that has just occurred. With blood on his lips, Levi curses the moment of weakness in which he was not vigilant enough and was vulnerable to a blow in the back. Through pain and disappointment, he realizes that there are now new rules to the game, and that he himself has become a pawn in someone else's larger game. In the flickering twilight of a moonlit forest, a warrior in a black robe freezes, listening intently to the silence of the night. He suspects a trap, but his worries have not yet been confirmed in the surrounding darkness. The situation escalates when the hero realizes that his comrades may be in danger. His gaze becomes even sharper, and his breathing quickens from the growing tension. The warrior's determination is confirmed by his sharp movements, as he fends off a surprise attack from a mysterious enemy. The fight unfolds rapidly, and every movement of the hero is filled with determination and strength. The fight reaches its climax when the warrior in black strikes the final blow, the light of the sword cutting through the darkness. The tension of the battle is woven into the silence of the night, and with every moment it becomes clear that the outcome of the confrontation will be decided in the coming seconds. Blood splashes heavily from the wound on the warrior's face, drops scatter in the darkness, like dark stars in the sky of pain. His eyes reflect shock and pain, clouded by the imminent realization of betrayal. A powerful splash of blood draws a red arc in the air, like the grim dawn of a new darker chapter in the warrior's story. He tries to grab the steel of the sword, but the strength goes away, disappearing along with the blood. The night is filled with another shadow, as the warrior realizes that a meeting with the enemy is inevitable. He feels that his time is running out, and only determination keeps him on his feet. Despite the bleeding and pain, the warrior refuses to yield. His eyes glow with defiance, even as he loses his battle against the inevitable, and his words dissipate into the dark void surrounding him. Evil laughter echoes in the darkness. A menacing man with an eye patch grins, his teeth gleaming in the dim light, reflecting madness and satisfaction at the impending chaos. In his eyes, one can see not only cruelty, but also recognition of the inevitable. The barely concealed fatigue from the gravity of his actions makes his gaze especially gloomy. A young warrior with a bleeding wound on his cheek addresses the figures hidden in the shadows, his voice mixed with the bitterness of betrayal and the pain of devotion to his mission. Surrounded by traitors, he kneels, devastated and alone. His gaze is turned to the stars as if searching for answers in the darkness of the night, which is now his only ally. In front of the gloomy sky, where shadows dominated the earth, stood a figure surrounded by an aura of power and mystery. Her blue eyes, sparkling through the darkness of the hood, reflected composure and inflexibility. The face of this mysterious person was illuminated by a cold light, outlining every feature, every wrinkle, betraying mercilessness and unwavering intentions. The arm of the robed entity rose, gathering around itself the energy that vibrated in the air, foreshadowing destruction. Waves of power pulsed, waiting for just one gesture to crash upon the world. And this gesture was made. The energy burst out, piercing the night, with a beam of light that flashed and faded as quickly as if it were a moment of sleep. In the blue depths of the night, the appearance of a man emerges, illuminated only by flickering light. His face is wounded, his tired eyes are covered with a bandage, but he radiates firmness and determination. Shock was reflected in his gaze, recognizing in the attacker someone whom he had previously considered an ally. Deception and betrayal fell on him like an avalanche, leaving only a cold understanding of betrayal. A mosaic of memories emerges before his eyes, fragments of the past, complete camaraderie and brotherhood now overshadowed by the shadow of betrayal. The smile froze on his bleeding face, the smile of fate at his loneliness and the deception to which he had been subjected. Against a snowy background, a mighty warrior in a blue cloak and with a curved sword in his hand froze in anticipation of something important. The red light of his eyes is hidden behind his hood, like two stars fading into the darkness of the night. The shadows of knowledge in his mind deepen, promising to hide something valuable in the depths of darkness. Blood splashes from the blade of his sword, marking his every step with battle painting on the snow-white canvas. Time seems to freeze, and the sound of a system starting a countdown is in the air. 1,000 hours is what is measured out to him as the measure of the next stage of his journey. Under the storm clouds of the heavenly battle, the warrior stands disarmed in the face of his fate. The purchase is inevitable. He can afford only the basics, a simple romance of life and death, the beginning of a journey counted by numbers on the screen. Lightning suddenly envelops his body, awakening fear and bewilderment in his heart. What's happening? An unanswered question, an echo of his thoughts, dissolving into an electric vortex that inexorably pulls him forward. In the charge of the elements, he realizes his conventional weapons are useless. The force that now permeates him demands more, a rejection of the familiar and a step into the unknown. With every spark of lightning, his path becomes more dangerous and mysterious. A smile appears on the warrior's face, illuminated by lightning, and the voice of the system announces the blessing of the family. Enthusiasm on the battlefield increases the combat threshold, as if giving him new strength for the next challenge. The look is full of determination, and the system enlightens him about his readiness for battle. Strength, endurance. Everything is multiplied by 5. The question of how to defeat the ghosts of yesterday hangs in the air as he ponders his chances. The system continues its revelation of combat, increasing the thirst for wounds, but his own answer to the challenge is already ripening in his heart, unshakable and tough as the steel of his blade. And finally, amid the storm and lightning, the warrior accepts his fate as the god of war, turning every test into a sacred service to battle. With every beat of his heart, he is willing to risk everything he has. The warrior's eyes burn like scarlet torches in the crimson light, and the system mercilessly reminds, only 15 seconds until the end. This is the maximum probationary period allotted to him to overcome the upcoming test. With his gaze directed upward, he hears a cry. Attack all at once. The air is filled with the electricity of the coming battle, and the warrior prepares to meet his opponents, standing unwavering on the threshold of battle. The words unarmed only echo dully in the silence, while a warrior with a bloody mark on his face and a burning eye looks through the darkness. Do you really think so? His quiet answer is hidden behind a mask of indifference. And so he stands alone on the field of the god of war, where swords rise like prayers to the heavens, and the skulls of the fallen lie at his feet, as if evidence of an endless cycle of battles and victories. Amid the blazing red shadows, the system grants the warrior the ability to use the clan's weapon, while the blessing lasts, like the light of a beacon breaking through the darkness of battle. A strong hand draws a blade, choosing a war blade of the kind, and the price for this is 4 lives per second. Time compresses and every breath becomes a weighed decision. The warrior grabs the hilt of a luminous sword, which reaches to the heavens, as if challenging fate itself to fight. The fire of battle is reflected in his eyes, preparing him for the next act of heroism. Horror takes over his face as the countdown timer reaches 5 seconds. Where did this devil sword come from? His question echoes in the void, breaking the silence before the storm. The warrior's gaze is directed upward, his face illuminated by the light of battle. The countdown timer shows 4 seconds, each of which feels like an eternity. A whirlwind of fire and metal covers the battlefield. Every maneuver of the warrior draws hot lines in the air, emphasizing the inevitability of the upcoming clash. A second remains until the inevitable, and his profile is illuminated by the fire of determination. Let me ask, his voice sounds calm in the face of fate. And then on the battlefield, where every step sounds like thunder, he asks a question that has no answer. Who was I for you? You ask such an emotional question. These are the words that open the door to his soul, full of battles and triumphs. Through clouds of dust and blood, the warrior powerfully cuts down his enemies. The sword in his hand writes a red area of victory. Thought we were going to be a family? His words sound like a sentence. A flash of light and heat envelops him. The sword, which has gained the power of the sun, is held in his hands. The countdown timer continues to run. Return of the clan's fighting blade. The system emphasizes the inevitability of the moment when power and fate converge in a single decision. Physical overload overtakes the warrior. The system warns of temporary weakness, even when he is on the verge of victory and defeat. Laughter echoes in the silence, a mockery of inevitability and fear. Blood flows down the warrior's face, reflecting his tenacity and despair in the fight. He falls to his knees, tired and wounded, but not broken. The way of the Varangian god of war, he muses, acknowledging his role but refusing to accept defeat. We've been friends for too long. Memories of his comrades support him, even when he stands alone against darkness and pain. Raising his head, he meets the gaze of a new sunrise or sunset. What the? His question hangs in the air, full of bewilderment and uncertainty in the face of an unpredictable future. A picture of destruction opens before the hero. Buildings are on fire, and smoke, and his voice sounds through the chaos. Who did this? The words are full of anxiety and bewilderment. He stands on the edge of the abyss, his silhouette cut off by the blood-red light of the sunset. Levi, why are you here? He turns to an unexpected ally looking for answers and support. The fallen man looks up, turning to the warrior, asking for help. His words, "Run away. 3 will come for us," full of horror and despair in the face of an imminent threat. The words "he made a deal with the Burke" are filled with mortal fatigue and the fatal realization that a deal was concluded, perhaps with a demon or other dark force, which now entails consequences. The silhouette of a warrior stands out sharply against the backdrop of flaming ruins. He addresses the invisible enemy. "Get outside my 6s and come back without the balls on you. Levi, I underestimated you." The silhouette of another person appears against the fiery sky, creating a contrast between the darkness and the fury of the flames. Or maybe overrated those irons. "Gary, you sick bastard. It seems that there is a fight between old acquaintances." The face of one of them is distorted with anger and is shocked by betrayal. "Why did you kill your allies? You were going to kill me." The accusation is thrown in the face of the traitor. A bloody axe in the hands of one of the characters becomes a dark symbol of betrayal and violence. Allies. The question may indicate betrayal or a lack of understanding of the motives for the actions committed. Before us is the face of a warrior in profile. His eyes are full of determination and suspicion. "What are you talking about?" He demands an explanation, hinting at the previous accusation of betrayal. The figure of a man in full growth stands out against the background of fire and destruction. With confidence, he declares, "I am only getting rid of an obstacle on my way to the goal," as if justifying his actions with a higher goal. The side of the warrior's face is illuminated by fiery light. He looks into the distance, shocked. "Obstacles?" His answer is full of distrust and misunderstanding of the motives of his interlocutor. He comes face to face with the accuser. His emotions are filled with indignation. "What are you talking about? We were comrades!" He shouts, unable to understand the betrayal of the one whom he considered an ally. The face of a man with a bright red beard fills the frame, his gaze serious and insightful. "Okay, you're last, so I'll tell you everything. I made a deal with Bier," he announces, ready to reveal his motives. In the next shot, he continues, "He promised me longevity, if I got it personally from Ranovar." His words suggest that he acted for the promise of immortality while pursuing his own goals. The warrior in red looks at him with disapproval and anger. "We were supposed to meet him in another territorial war, and you decided to kill us?" He accuses the man of betraying their group's original plan. A man with a red beard reasons, "You catch on quickly, Levi. You're a guy from the street, and you don't trust anyone." He claims that Levi is quick to grasp the situation, implying that his mistrust is a result of a difficult past. A man with a red beard looks up confidently. His gaze is full of cunning and self-confidence. He seems convinced that his interlocutor, despite all the difficulties and dangers, will find a way out of the current situation. He stands against the backdrop of a destroyed city, engulfed in flames. And his stance, there is an openness and readiness to accept the consequences of his words and actions. In the next shot, the warrior in red is at the very center of the explosion. His determination and anger reflected in every movement, in every muscle of his tense body, showing his readiness to fight. His face is contorted with passion and indignation. As he glares at his opponent, his eyes glowing red as if to reflect the fire that surrounds them. He is determined to face betrayal and defend his beliefs. The red-bearded man taunts, looking at his opponent with confidence. His facial expression reveals satisfaction with the situation. He is convinced that his plans are completely under control. The next moment captures the man in action, his powerful figure seemingly exploding with energy, reflecting his determination and power in battle. A warrior in red, with a tense face and eyes full of rage, prepares to attack. He is determined to confront betrayal and restore justice. Finally, a sharp sword is visible in the frame, accurately hitting the target. The movement of the weapon is precise and decisive. The force of the blow and the direction of his will leave no doubt about the outcome of the collision. Against the background of a flash of orange light and flying sparks, a warrior, in red armor, rushed his heavy sword into battle, his face contorted in barbaric triumph as he shouted loud laughter and broke the silence of the battle. The next shot shows a man with brutal features, hidden by the shadow of his helmet. In his gaze, one can read the intention to strike a merciless blow, but the restraint speaks of unexpected thought or delay before the decisive move. Swinging his sword, the warrior was enveloped in a green glow of magical energy. Fierce and ready to fight, he speaks words of his past, gaining strength from the memories of long-ago battles and victories. The energy of magic condenses around his head, sparkling and flickering in time with his words. He asserts his superiority not only in strength, but also in wisdom and experience, predicting his inevitable triumph. The warrior falls under the pressure of a magical attack. His powerful body is enveloped in a green glow. He explains that this power is the result of many years of training given to him to win fierce battles. The scene suddenly changes, and another fighter appears in the foreground, lightning striking around his sword. He rushes forward, his gaze focused and determined, and a wave of fire explodes behind him. A lightning strike knocks the warrior back, his face contorted in pain. He feels the power of the enemy, and it seems that the force of the blow exceeded his expectations. Head to head with his foe, the red-eyed warrior defies the laws of nature by using lightning to his advantage. His face, illuminated by electric light, expresses surprise and perhaps recognition of his own mistake. In the tumultuous rush of battle, one sword-wielding warrior crashes to the ground, hitting it so hard that words about his potential seem to echo in the din of battle. He recalls their first meeting, where signs of his power were already noticed. The picture plunges into a world of destruction. The ground is strewn with the bodies of the fallen. Smoke and flames envelop the remains of the battle. At the center of this chaos stands a warrior, his figure standing out against the background of flames and destruction. He holds his sword tightly, like a pillar, against the backdrop of the fading day and the element of fire. His words speak of testing, of the tests passed together with a detachment of mercenaries. The warrior's profile opens in close-up, his eyes once again reflecting the world he knew, confronting his own past, the moments when he lay in the hospital, facing death. In the fire and ashes of the raging battle, a warrior with swords on his back looks at the fallen. He realizes the loneliness of his survival, admits that he is the only one left. The warrior's fist is clenched, as if holding the weight of the whole world, and his words emphasize the impermanence of existence. Nothing lasts forever. He retreats, leaving behind him the ruins of the battle, with the understanding that his path is the path of a warrior, and that he must follow it to the end, despite all the losses. Facing the darkness, the warrior with the red eye admits that everything happened much sooner than he expected, that fate is inexorable and unpredictable. Stones and swords frame the aftermath of the battle. Fire continues to devour everything around, while the world around goes into shadows, paying its last respects to the fallen. The silhouette of one person is silhouetted against the crimson sky, as if a reminder of the fragility of human life and that the duration of existence can be eternal under certain conditions. White smoke envelops everything around, and in this smooth coating, the thought arises that a person can do without air for only a few minutes. And lastly, the water surrounding this space emphasizes another important aspect of life that can be temporarily lost by a person, but not forever: the essential need for water. On the table in front of us is a dish that is a source of strength and survival: meat and bread, but without them a person can only last for a limited time. The timer dial reminds us that time flows inexorably forward, and there are restrictions that apply only to one person, the one who is counting. A lone hand and a huge timer, with an almost complete cycle of the day, symbolize the inevitability of decisions that a person faces every day and the price that has to be paid for the continuation of life. The finale of the series is the image of a person who is above simple necessities, water, air, food. For him, existence is determined by the need to make decisions that lead further to new horizons of life. A young man with dark hair and a frightened look listens to a fateful statement. His eyes are wide with shock, his mouth slightly open. A mixture of disbelief and horror is visible on his face. In a spacious, poorly lit room, reminiscent of an office or study, there is a figure in an unusual outfit. A leather cloak, military ammunition, and a strange backpack with antennas on his back. A bespectacled man with a bald head sits at the table in front of him, asking questions, calm and reasonable. The flames consume the building, illuminating the night with a furious orange light. Flashes and fire seem almost alive, and the picture of horror unfolds before the viewer like a scene from a nightmare. Back indoors, the man in the suit displays documents, his face expressing quiet triumph and confidence. The young man turns to look, but his doubt and misunderstanding only increase. "The bus drinksquas, like if our trur, salvas poinderswoyu, fakeswak ju, fari." Your bald man's face becomes serious as he addresses the young man. His finger raised in the air emphasizes the importance of the moment. He looks like someone who is used to the role of power broker. Tensions rise when a young man with dark hair gets into an argument with a man wearing glasses. He leans forward, the anger and despair on his face unmistakable. The clash of ideas and will is unfolding before us. Confusion and doubt run across the young man's face. His red eyes widen as he encounters an unexpected discovery, his gaze lost in emptiness. The scene changes, and we now see a young man in armor, standing in front of a battle veteran. This bearded man seems familiar with military duties, and his relaxed smile suggests he knows more than he's letting on. A vague sense of deception crosses the young warrior's features as he looks at the piece of parchment in the bearded man's hand. Bewilderment and disbelief make him frown, trying to understand the sentence that sounds like a challenge. Returning to the dialogue with the man with glasses, the young man expresses his despair and concern. He feels the weight of every word, realizing that the document he signed carries much more than he expected. The young man's eyes reflect panic and bewilderment. He feels the situation spinning out of control, and his own words sound like an echo, increasing his anxiety. He looks straight ahead, as if all emotion except determination has been washed away from his face. In his gaze, one can read his readiness to face the unknown that awaits him ahead. Facing the bald man, the young warrior holds his sword tightly. His gaze is serious and unyielding, and his posture is ready for any outcome that may follow these fateful words. A document with a red cross resembles a sentence stating that there is no turning back. The warrior now bears the heavy burden of the consequences of his decisions, an invisible but tangible burden. A group of ill-wishers are like ghosts from the past, ready to become a threat to the young warrior. Individual faces in the crowd seem especially gloomy, as if they already sense the approach of a hunt. The bald man looks through his glasses with an impassive, almost mechanical calm. There is a cold gleam in his eyes, foreshadowing the inevitable fulfillment of the terms of a deal that cannot be canceled. The dark corners of the room are filled with tension. In the center stands a young man with a sword, the blade of which reflects the flickering light. His gaze is hidden in shadow, but his determination is visible in every feature of his face. He is surrounded by figures whose faces are filled with anticipation and aggression. They are waiting for him to make a decision, but he has already chosen his path. The next shot takes us closer to the protagonist's face, with every feature of his face depicted in amazing detail. Shadows and light play on his faces, expressing internal struggle and concentration. He wonders, and in his eyes, there is not only determination, but also a subtle note of doubt. Attention turns to the group of opponents. They are gripped by fear and determination. Their eyes reflect concern, and they understand the seriousness of the situation in which they find themselves. The leader's words sound like a warning, and his gaze is focused on the main character, sparkling with a cold threat. He is calm. His speech flows smoothly and flawlessly, like an icy river. He doesn't seek battle, but he doesn't avoid it either. His words are not a sentence, but also not a plea. They are simply a statement of what can happen in the worst case. Two characters discussing a difficult problem. One of them, a young man in military uniform, asks a rhetorical question, emphasizing the complexity of the situation. His gaze is full of doubt. The other, a bald man with glasses, appears calmer and more confident, demonstrating his philosophy through an abstract response. The silhouette stands in front of hostile symbols, surrounded by a dark aura of threat. The air is filled with anticipation of conflict, and the shadows hide the character's face, adding to the mystery. The text describes a task received in the morning, which carries with it heaviness and danger. A young man and a bald man continue their conversation indoors. Now they seem more focused on business than on each other. The young man expresses frustration, shares his recent failures, while his interlocutor seems thoughtful and distant. The young man leaned back in his chair, his gaze filled with fatigue and disappointment. The text hints at a complex dilemma of morality and choice that hangs in the air like an invisible fog. The burden of decisions that must be made is reflected in his eyes. In a bright office, where the walls are painted in cool shades, a bald man with glasses sits. He raised his index finger as if emphasizing the importance of his words. His other hand points to a young man in a dark jacket who stands with his back to the viewer. The young man seems resolute and determined, with an unwavering look on his face. The scene cuts to another office, where the same bald man has stood up, and now standing, points sharply upward. He is in front of a closed door, and his shadow lengthens on the floor. The atmosphere in the room becomes more tense, as if foreshadowing an imminent confrontation. The man with glasses is now facing the window, his profile clearly visible against the background of the bright day. He clasps his hands in front of him, thinking. There is some confusion on his face. Perhaps he is faced with an unexpected dilemma or remembers something important that was previously overlooked. Darkness envelops the scene as a gigantic creature with a green glow in its eyes suddenly appears. His muzzle is filled with sharp teeth and his appearance is terrifying. It seems to be a creature from legends or nightmares, appearing out of nowhere, ready to attack or defend its territory. A young man in a dark jacket and with a sword behind his back is facing an invisible enemy. His face shows tension and readiness for action. The darkness surrounding him seems palpable, and his eyes burn with determination. The next shot shows him in full height, standing against the backdrop of a night forest. In his gaze one can read the seriousness and awareness of the danger that comes from these places. His fighting stance and equipment indicate that he is no ordinary traveler. Now the young man's face expresses surprise and doubt. His eyes reflect a sudden realization, perhaps related to new information or an unexpected discovery. He seems ready to reassess the situation and his next steps. This sign is filled with dynamics. The young man staggers back, his face distorted with horror. Sparks fly around him, giving the impression of a sudden and overwhelming threat, something that has caused him to lose control and perhaps even confidence in his abilities. The scene of a guy dying of rage. His face is bleeding, his eyes are painted red in horror. His gaze is lost in emptiness. Despair and pain are reflected in every feature of his distorted face. But the fact is, the evil ones cannot live among us. Another young man looks up, a jolt of electricity shooting through his face. Shock and horror are etched into his pale skin, blood staining his clothes. To survive, I must constantly kill living beings. The third character is clutching knives, his face hidden in shadow. His gaze is downcast, determination and burden visible in his every muscle. This thought alone was heavy and terrifying. The warrior stands with his head bowed, a sword stuck in the ground next to him. The skies seem empty and quiet. The weight of loss and the need to carry on hangs in the air. The idea that I, too, would perceive people's lives as a burden. The image shows a lone man standing amid the destruction. He looks at the falling warrior, among whom one holds a symbolic medallion in his hand. However, I was immensely relieved that I was still alive. The face of a young man, blood running down his cheek, his eyes dark and full of thoughts, his gaze directed into the distance. No wonder this feeling came through me. A battle scene, where a character repels an attack with determination and fear in his eyes, blood splashing around. And now fighting demons, I remember more that I almost forgot. In front of him is a huge beast, emitting glowing eyes and an ominous roar, and he, standing boldly in front of him, is ready to fight. This is not how I wanted to live. The young warrior ponders his fate, the bloody drops around him, as echoes of his struggle and internal conflict. Are demonic beasts always like this? He stands looking at his defeated enemy, his silhouette silhouetted against the dark sky. Thoughtfulness and fatigue enveloping him. Maybe I can live without killing people. His eyes are full of hope and doubt. He is looking for another way, a way without violence and bloodshed. When I finish this work, I will become an animal hunter. He decides to devote his life to the fight against true evil, rejecting the burden of a murderer among people. Jenens, I furas triska contaidu drie quander vor. Doris. Homer Kernsaks, Gisadr Keen Adre Hunter, motherfucker. The tension in the air is felt as a warrior with a beard and a determined look challenges, his words full of contempt. Do you think anyone can become a hunter? He turns to his opponent, an attitude of challenge and doubt emanating from his powerful stature, his gaze filled with a fateful challenge. Until you try, you won't know. The warrior now stands face to face with his challenge, his eyes blazing with determination and a question that hangs in the air like a silent echo. I am an animal hunter who lives in this forest. The answer comes with the smile and confidence of a man who knows every shadow of this world, ready to share his secrets or become the next obstacle. 15 years ago, they appeared all over the continent, leaving no village without their malignant attention. The sky lights up with many fierce faces, each one defying death. There are many types of demonic beasts, but most of them are aggressive and thirsty. In the eyes of one of them, red as blood, one can read inexorable cruelty. Exceptional beasts can fight the strong. They even require assassins. Despite the danger, the young warrior stands unwavering in front of the monster, his hands glowing, foreshadowing a new fight. People who hunt animals professionally are called animal hunters. Before us is a warrior. His gaze reflects the experience and knowledge that he is one of those who stands on the edge of humanity and savagery, devoting himself to this dangerous game of survival. There are rules between us. A warrior with arms spread wide and hair thrown up expresses readiness for battle and power over his territory. And the first of them, do not occupy someone else's territory. His massive figure dominates the setting, standing like an unyielding guardian of his lands in front of the young warrior. But the chief is an idiot, so I ask you this time. But with other hunters, I would have to fight. A smile appears on the face of the experienced warrior, and he proposes a truce, demonstrating that even among hunters there is honor and rules. Hey, I'm interested in animals, but his reaction is full of surprise and wariness when something in the forest attracts his attention, leaving the conversation unfinished. I don't care about their path. The young warrior, with blood on his face and determination in his eyes, expresses indifference to the dangers confronting him. I have a question. Have you heard anything about armed troops in this forest? He approaches an experienced hunter, seeking information that can help him in his tasks. Hey, so it's us, the hunters. Vijant comes up with such names for us. The hunter easily admits that he belongs to the group named after the legend. Deadef, Wensrea, that then you will have to take back your words. What are you talking about? Tell me more. His interest is piqued when he learns that the young warrior is not just a traveler, but a man with a mission. And suddenly a storm of movement begins. The tension between the two warriors is released with a quick, decisive movement, heralding the beginning of a new test or battle. I have no hatred for you. I just have to do it. The young warrior's gaze pierces the darkness, his words carrying not so much a threat as a necessity. Eva, you look like a mercenary, but you are alone here. An experienced hunter examines the young warrior with interest, assessing his strength and goals. Haven't you heard that the other detachments didn't behave differently? There is a hidden threat in his voice, as if he is offering a last chance to retreat. That bastard! The way he holds my sword is intriguing. The young warrior watches his opponent's every move, gauging his intentions and preparing for the upcoming clash. "Hey, I like your passion, but during the Holy War there were a lot of people like you." The experienced hunter recalls the past, his tone mixed with irony and slight admiration for the indomitable spirit of the young warrior. "Again this strange war. I don't know anything about her." The tense face of the young warrior is distorted by doubt and mistrust. He faces the unknown that lurks in the darkness of this forest. The young warrior's energy splits the air, his sword shrouded in sparkling flashes. The battle reaches its climax. The tension around them becomes palpable. What? The sword filled with energy broke? Suddenly the situation changes, and the hunter is faced with an unexpected problem that could change the outcome of their confrontation. His opponent, the hunter, looks at him, not hiding his surprise. Perhaps this is the first time he has encountered such power, or it is something that causes a storm of emotions in him. The image is consumed by movement and force as the young warrior's sword slams into something unseen, causing an explosion of energy that tears through the night. The hunter is thrown back, his body engulfed in the light of the blow. This is the moment of truth that will decide the outcome of their fight. "Here!" The cry of a young warrior drowns out all the sounds of the forest. He overcomes the final frontier, his cry filled with both pain and determination. The air vibrates from the rupture, and blood splashes, marking the end of the fight. There is a dull sound of impact, and the darkness of the forest is filled with a cry of pain. A huge creature, filled with power and rage, emerges from the darkness. His eyes glow red, reflecting the fury of a wild beast. Both warriors paused before the final blow, their shadows sharply outlined in the moonlight. The fight reaches its climax when the young warrior and his opponent collide in the final dance of battle, the fate of which has already been decided. The force of the impact sends shards of stone flying into the air, creating an aura of destruction around the warriors. The young warrior, focused and full of determination, gathers all his energy in a final push, his eyes burning with an indomitable fire. An experienced hunter, the smile does not leave his face despite the impending threat. He is ready to meet it face to face. And with no intention of stopping, "Looks like I got too carried away." The hunter's words express both an acknowledgement of the enemy's strength and a possible awareness that the battle has reached its limit. What should I do with it? The hunter looks thoughtfully at the defeated enemy, weighing the consequences of his decision. If I leave him here, the animals will eat him. His thoughts are interrupted by the sudden awareness of the danger that awaits the wounded warrior in the forest. The hunter's gaze is turned to his hand, to the blood, which becomes dark in the moonlight. "This wound, did I get from him?" He looks at his injury in amazement, trying to understand how this could have happened. I found an interesting guy." Despite his painful condition, the hunter cannot hide his admiration for the young warrior and his strength. "I hate this world. Here I have to kill to survive." The warrior stands amidst the destruction, silhouetted against a blood-red sky filled with despair and determination. "After the end of the territorial battles, I was tired of looking around the area, in search of the unkilled." His voice reflects weariness and reluctance to continue the cycle of violence, but necessity forces him to remain on the path of war. To extend your life a little. Determination intersects with pity in his words when he talks about the difficulty of choosing between morality and the instinct of survival. "If possible, I would not want to kill innocents." It's not funny at all when you lie. He understands that even in this world where life depends on power, lies and self-deception cannot hide the deep-rooted truth. 10. He may be half dead, but he is still a man. A hunter, severely wounded, still holds humanity in his heart, even as he faces the death and destruction that battle inevitably brings. "You're fooling yourself," Lefty deposit. The hunter lies wounded, his face distorted by pain and self-deception. Is this the face of a man who hates his job? The young warrior looks at him, his expression full of irony and contempt for the hunter's lies and self-deception. He woke up. The young warrior realizes the reality of the situation in shock, his face reflecting fear and surprise. "The bergstakakikers I sturies, swear, or emperstor cry for anxious or cassini." People around them look at the hunter, waiting for his decision. In their glances, one can read concern and the question of what will happen next. What? Where I am? The hunter is trying to comprehend what is happening. His consciousness is still shrouded in the fog of pain and confusion after the battle. "Don't yell, you're too noisy." The warrior looks at him. His voice is stern, but there is a note of concern in it. "See, open your wound." He approaches the hunter, ready to help him examine the wound. "I remember he hit me and then I passed out." The hunter remembers the last moments before losing consciousness. "Chief, how hard did you hit him?" Those around you begin to realize the seriousness of the situation, realizing that something unusual has happened. "Chief, you must be—" The hunter is having a hard time trying to remember what happened and who is in front of him. "Oh? I didn't tell you before?" The warrior replies, his tone suggesting that there was some previous conversation between them. The hunter looks straight ahead, contemplating his next steps. He feels the burden of responsibility resting on his shoulders because he is a key figure among the hunters of this city. His gaze is serious, and deep self-awareness is read in it. A panorama of the city of hunters opens before him, where he returns the one he just saved. It is a place full of life and death, where every day brings new challenges and dangers. The hunter looks at his hand in surprise, not expecting to lose consciousness for so long. He goes over the latest events in his memory, trying to understand how it all ended like this. His decisive voice cuts through the silence of the room. He announces the sentence to the one he brought with him, pointing out strict rules that cannot be broken. The hunter has power, and his word is law to those under his tutelage. A young warrior looks deep into his soul, questioning his past and who he is. He tries to find answers to questions about his identity and place in this world. He turns to the hunter, seeking his support and understanding of his situation. In his gaze, one can read the desire to learn more about himself and which path he should take next. The hunter seems to know more about the young warrior than he could have imagined. His words hint at a troubled past and secrets yet to be revealed. People around them, noticing the situation, begin to gather and discuss what is happening. They are surprised by the tenacity and courage of the young warrior, who, despite all the obstacles, decides to act alone. A group of people laugh, jokes and ridicule are heard in the air. They rejoice despite the dangers that surround them, finding reason for joy in difficult moments. The young warrior has mixed feelings. He is haunted by doubts and anxiety about the future. His thoughts revolve around recent events and future challenges to be overcome. He stands, thoughtfully, contemplating his next move. Time passes and every second brings him closer to the inevitable confrontation that he must accept and win. The warrior questions his abilities and how he can accomplish his mission. Doubt and determination battle in his mind as he tries to find a way forward. The young warrior senses impending danger, his instincts wary of possible threats, even if he chooses the path of solitude and retreat. Problems seem insoluble to him. His gaze pierces the darkness, looking for answers. A strong and determined hunter offers him an alternative, a chance to become part of their community, where everyone has their place and value. His words are full of conviction, and his proposals sound like an invitation to a new world. Be there. But the warrior is skeptical about the idea of belonging and doubts the sincerity of the offer. His distrust and independent spirit do not allow him to simply accept other people's conditions and rules. The hunter tries to convince him that living alone will bring nothing but hardships and a never-ending struggle for survival, and that fighting demons is their lot. The hunter offers the warrior an unusual opportunity, income in the arena or through scientific research, opening the way to a variety of ways to use his power. Before the warrior stands a mythical creature resembling a dragon, which can become his first test or trophy. The warrior, whose eyes sparkle with determination, realizes that the demonic beasts can provide him with the necessary time to strengthen his strength and skills, which is critical to his survival and achievement of his goals. The hunter, confident in his actions, is ready to test to see how willing the warrior is to accept their path and what challenges he is able to overcome to prove his commitment and worth. Describing the demonic stone giants that live in the forest becomes the next challenge for the warrior. These aren't just monsters. This is a test of his courage and ability to stand alone against powerful opponents. Faced with a new task, the warrior carefully studies the instructions provided by the hunter. The task seems simple to him, to hunt giants, but it is important not to destroy them, but only to catch them, which involves preserving the integrity of the creatures for further needs. He confidently accepts the challenge, seeing it as an excellent opportunity to practice his skills. The warrior is ready to go into the forest and face one of the giants in order to catch him alone. But when he enters the forest, he is overcome by doubt. The warrior wonders why the hunters did not warn him about the real size of the opponents, which turn out to be incredibly large. In the end, he discovers that the giants he must hunt are huge, terrifying stone grims. Their power and size exceed all expectations. Face to face with the demonic beast, the warrior feels its frightening breath and sees the ominous fire in its eyes. The beast's cry sounds like a thunderstorm, filling the air with anticipation of battle. In the warrior's thoughts, doubt creeps in, remembering the sketch of the beast, which seemed naive and simple. He wonders who could have so underestimated the danger now so obvious to him. Concentrating, the warrior prepares his weapon, the sword, which begins to sparkle with a cold light reflecting his determination and fighting spirit. And finally, swinging his sword, the warrior sends a lightning strike towards the giant, which sparkles brightly like lightning splitting the night sky. The warrior looks directly into the face of danger, his red eyes sparkling with determination, and the darkness of the night only emphasizes his concentration. The light from his sword illuminates his features, adding drama to the moment. Suddenly the beast begins to fight, and its body begins to emit strange, swirling patterns. It's as if magical energy flows through his scales, closing his wounds and returning him to battle. The warrior desperately attacks, knowing that in front of him is not just a beast, but a creature capable of healing. He decides to use new tactics, calling on all his strength and skill. With a powerful battle cry, the warrior strikes what must be the decisive blow, using his skills and a sword that glows brighter than ever. The beast opens its mouth in a menacing roar, revealing sharp fangs. His eyes burn like embers, the glow of battle reflected in them, while the darkness around him seems endless. Lightning discharges through the beast's body, illuminating its gigantic size and the power that it hides within itself. Energy sparkles across the scales, as if an attempt to curb the power seething within it. A warrior with a sword rushes down like an arrow. The determination and speed of his movement are filled with one goal: to win. Each of his maneuvers is precise and calculated. He attacks with incredible precision, each strike designed to stop a powerful foe, determined to take on one at a time. The warrior stands motionless, silhouetted against the background of flashes and shadows that dance around the mad beast. They are not as wild as I thought, he thinks, noting that the monsters do not have the expected cruelty. His face is illuminated by the blue light of the sword. Confidence is visible in his eyes. This way, I can easily earn time and money, he thinks, finding in this fight not only a challenge, but also an opportunity. However, the next moment, his expression changes to one of confusion when he realizes that money is not so easy to earn. A note of disappointment flashes in the eyes because reality turned out to be more difficult than expectations. He sees the beast raise his hand, as if trying to say something, and the warrior realizes that the world of demons is full of surprises, and that his interlocutor is not as simple as he seemed at first glance. The worry on the hunter's face reflects his doubts. How will we sell such a skin if it is dirty? No one will buy it, he thinks, assessing the complexities of his new reality. An experienced hunter shares advice: pointing out the nature of demonic primates that die if their necks are cut off. You have to wait until they regenerate and then hit them in the head, he explains, pointing to his head. The green-hooded hunter reflects deeply on his methods, realizing that habit is also the hunter's approach. Suddenly he is faced with a choice. Starting tomorrow, you will learn to hunt with the devil. If you are no use, then we will kick you out. The senior hunter threatens, setting a condition for the newcomer. After the battle, 2 headless primate carcasses fell to the ground. The air was filled with the heaviness of defeat and the feeling of victory at the same time. "Oh great, I caught 2," the hunter stated with relief, giving his killed enemies the look of a winner. Accustomed to the dangers of this place, the hunter looked at the green blood of the primates, thinking about his next steps. At returning to the city, he received the compliments of his comrades. "You cut up meat well. Have you done this before?" They asked with interest, amazed by his skill. Life was in full swing in the city, and the hunter became part of its rhythms. His skills were recognized, and he received recognition from the locals. "And of course, this is a donation from the beast that you caught," they told him, pointing to a bowl of blood. The young man looked at the bowl, his red eyes reflecting the inner turmoil, but he did not let it come out. Despite getting used to his new life, the hunter was still uncomfortable with some of the local customs. "I'm going to be sick," he said, barely able to contain himself as the cook raised a bowl of blood into the air, admiring his dish. "The defense is excellent. Then today there's stew on the menu," the cook exclaimed, not noticing the hunter's displeasure. But lunch was suddenly interrupted. The people at the table froze, looking at the hunter, internally struggling with the habits of his past. "Oh, how did this happen?" The cook is shocked by what happened, while the hunter stoically looked into the distance. "I no longer check how long I have left to live," he thought, thoughtfully peering at his reflection in the window. The cook, having joyfully exclaimed that today was his day, suddenly realized that the hunter did not share his delight. "What do you think?" he asked, looking at the hunter from below. "Well, he's coping," said a comrade standing next to the hunter, watching the scene from the window. "But he still doesn't talk about the past." His words were interrupted when he saw that the hunter was still thinking, peering into a bowl of blood. "Do you remember what happened when he first arrived? He didn't eat anything we offered," they recalled, while the hunter tried to adapt to his new way of life. "Oh well, it's a strange feeling. It can be considered surrender." The hunter looked with displeasure at the dish being served. "Hey, he probably thought we couldn't be trusted," the cook mused, handing the hunter a piece of meat. "So you remember," he said, confirming his words. Accompanying him with his gaze, the hunter looked to the side, hearing the cook's question. "Do you think there is poison in there?" The doubts ingrained in his heart did not allow him to relax. "Sir, who poisoned you? Why are you so careful?" The mentor, with a sly smile, showed that he himself eats it, hinting at the safety of the dish. "Vader." But the hunter's story was not as simple as food on the table. In the dark night, when everyone was asleep, he always watched over his new home, armed and alert. When everyone was asleep, he sometimes watched us, the hunter reflected, confirming his need to be vigilant, even in the shadows of peaceful life. The hunter, shrouded in darkness, thoughtfully held his sword in his hands, which became his faithful companion and amulet. He knew that every night presented new challenges and gave no rest. There was anxiety and vigilance in his heart. "He makes me worry," he said to himself, realizing that peaceful sleep was a luxury for him. His eyes, despite the fatigue, were full of determination. "It's probably hard for him to trust people. I don't think he's a spy." He felt the weight of responsibility, which did not allow a shadow of doubt about his vigilance. Deep down, he knew that something was going wrong, and that the connection with other posts in the forest was weakening. Someone needs to check them, the mentor reasoned, already planning the next steps. The hunter, with tired features and signs of battle, received a new task. "Levi, today instead of hunting, you will approach the dojon's post," the mentor told him, thinking about the safety of his lands. "Of course. Do you think we can patrol the entire forest ourselves?" the mentor answered confidently, confirming his role as a protector. "If you go straight to the west, there will be a post there. Go check if everything is in order there, he added, sending the hunter on a mission. The rustling of leaves underfoot mixes with the whisper of the wind. He walks along an alley, surrounded by autumn fire. The sky deepens to the rich shades of sunset, and the silhouette of a man sobers the shadow onto the path. The hunter walked through the fiery forest, feeling calm in this world, despite the dangers awaiting him. I don't have nightmares, and I don't worry about anything, he reflected, finding the strength to resist the shadows of the night. With every step, the traveler's face is illuminated by a soft light. The hope for peace in his eyes flickers with a faint flame, and he sincerely wants to believe that this feeling will not leave him. But the autumn idyll is deceptive. A body lies on the ground, devoid of life. The peace is broken, and the air is filled with the heaviness of what happened. The blood on the face of the lifeless man speaks of the cruelty hidden among the beauty. Relief gives way to anxiety. A man dressed as a hunter advances over the fallen man. He assesses the situation, noticing obvious signs of a struggle. Everything around reminds us that this is a world where the hunter can become the prey. The defeat on the face of the murdered man leaves no doubt about the inevitability of his fate. The blow was inevitable, and its consequences were inexorable. The weapon next to the body, as if evidence of a recent fight, reminds us that the beast can hide in everyone. The shadows lengthen as he looks up, facing the consequences of his own actions. His action left an irreparable mark, and his body seemed to be preparing for a new breakthrough, a new test. The man's eyes are distorted by a whirlwind of emotions. He sees the result of his choice, and this moment of reflection seems to slow down time, making every detail sharper, every shadow darker. And then she comes on stage, her gaze full of fear and misunderstanding. Her question hangs in the air like a fog that is not yet ready to dissipate and leave everything as it is. His figure is sharply outlined against the sunset sky as he turns to her. Her body trembles with fear, and she falls to the ground, vulnerable and alone in the face of the unknown. The man's gaze glides over the girl's torn clothes, and in his eyes, one can see not so much surprise as calculation. He weighs the situation, trying to unravel the motives for its appearance. She backs away, having mixed feelings at his words. Her eyes are full of fear, and she seeks protection in it, not knowing what to expect from this oncoming path. Her despair turns to anger. The words spill out of her, and she demands an explanation, not ready to accept the chaos he has brought into her world. His anger flares back like a spark in the dark. He is dumbfounded that she brought uninvited guests into their deadly game, and every feature of him expresses bewilderment and indignation. The gaze is directed down to the tip of the sword, painted in the red color of sunset. He feels the proximity of a new threat, the harbinger of which is a shadow flashing past. Hooded figures emerge from the gloom, their faces marred by grins. They do not hide their contempt, as if nothing is sacred to them. One of them squints, trying to remember where he knows the face he sees in front of him. There was a flicker of recognition in his gaze, but nothing more. He stands motionless, his gaze dark and determined. The girl next to him is a contrast to his shadow, full of anxiety and hope for the salvation that he can bring. Her gaze widens in horror, remembering stories about a man who betrayed his own and left, taking with him not only loot, but also hard-earned money. These silhouettes freeze against the backdrop of a sultry sunset, creating a tense contrast between the silence of the forest and the foreboding of the coming battle. His question sounds flat, but there is a fire in his eyes, foreshadowing the impending flames of battle. Swords touch, sparks challenge the sunset sky. Tension hangs in the air, as if the calm before a storm. Laughter resounds through the forest like an echo, full of gloating and confidence in the upcoming victory. The Order Executor's partners radiate a threat, as if they already see their goal achieved. One of them, in a moment of reflection, asks a rhetorical question, suggesting a pause before the storm. His confidence seems unshakable, but only until he meets his opponent's gaze. The next moment is an explosion of action, where swords not only touch but tear flesh. The battle begins with brutal inevitability, every blow filled with determination. He is a whirlwind at the center of the collision. the power and speed of his every movement creating the effect of an unstoppable force crashing down on his enemies. The steadfast warrior stands shrouded in dust and blood, like a statue. The sword in his hand is an extension of his determination, a crystallization of his strength. Suddenly his attention shifts, focusing on a new danger. The unknown man captures the girl, and his rough voice cuts the silence. The threat to the girl's life hangs in the air. Her frightened gaze sparkles with despair. The captor shouts his terms, indifferent to her fear. She falls to the ground. Her posture is an expression of deprivation and fear. She shrinks, trying to hide from the ruthless world around her. His voice is calm but adamant when he accuses his opponent of foul play. The fighter's posture is unapologetic, even when facing a threat. He turns away, calling on the enemy to leave the battlefield if he values his life. His silhouette is silhouetted against the flames of the sunset, full of determination. The question sounds like a challenge, emphasizing his alienation from those who threaten. He stands in two between salvation and battle, light and shadow balancing in his decision. The girl calls out to him in despair. Her words about further danger are filled with horror and a plea for help. Every note in her voice demands action. Theoris is a panorama of bloodshed. In the background, under the cover of skies painted in fiery tones, two figures stand. The warrior, so unshakable and powerful, turns his gaze to the fallen enemy, while the girl looks away, overcome with horror. Her face is illuminated by the light of the flame, and she speaks words filled with despair. She realizes that time is slipping away and that there is no longer any opportunity to change the course of events. His words reflect a deep, sad resonance, a recognition that all those who fell were once people whose lives carried meaning and value. His gaze looks questioningly into the distance. His eyes are full of bewilderment and internal struggle, as if he is looking for answers to questions that have not yet been asked. The silence of the battle is broken only by the sound of dust particles slowly falling to the ground, where the figures of the vanquished are scattered. The scene is filled with a sense of the consequences of war. Static, he stands in the center of destruction. Around him are only the shadows of those who were once alive. The air vibrates with the invisible weight of his gaze. His gaze reflects determination and an understanding that the battle may be over. But the war continues. His body is tense, awaiting the next step. And suddenly, his sword comes to life, flashing with lightning, reflecting his readiness for new challenges, for new enemies who may be hiding in the shadows of this bloody sunset. The power that flared around him, as if a reflection of his experience and skills, illuminated his face with the green light of determination. The fighter's gaze embodies skill and the will to win. He declares his power, filled with mystical energy, the source of which he draws from the depths of his being. This is a demonstration of power accumulated and honed in countless battles. They stand in the midst of destruction, surrounded by evidence of violent battles that have left traces on the ground, in the air, in their own souls. Far in the distance, outside the battlefield, a village can be seen, quietly dying in anticipation of an unknown fate on the verge of meeting the chaos of war. The enemy's body lies on the ground, and groans of pain and fear escape from his mouth with difficulty. He realizes that his end is near, and fear takes over him completely. He pleaded, his gaze full of despair, as he realized that his strength was leaving him. He asks the question, knowing that there is no mercy to be found. His executioner stands over him, majestic and implacable. The enemy's words seem like an empty echo to him. They do not change anything. And in conclusion, he pronounces his decision, full of unshakable confidence. He is going to destroy anyone who dares to stand in the way of his goal. On the battlefield, tinged with the red glow of sunset, the sound of intelligence exchanges rings out. The soldier informs his captain about news from the west, about a city hidden in the forest, and about an unknown entity that lives there. The captain, his face adorned with the scars of many battles, listens to the report and reflects on the desire of the soul. Words that carry double meaning and intrigue. He shows confidence and disdain for a possible threat, and his words convey a readiness to face an unknown enemy. The captain, hidden in the shadow of his helmet, is determined to see the mysterious entity with his own eyes, even if it is for the first and last time. His gaze is full of anticipation of the upcoming confrontation. Dusk falls on the tranquil village, colored in the shades of the evening sky. Among the silence, the words of a military council are heard, a message about a new army sent by the Viscount to exterminate them. There is tension among the assembled warriors. The Viscount hires mercenaries, and although the air is filled with anticipation of battle, this is not just another skirmish, it is war. The enemy's strategy is clear. He is gathering his forces for a decisive blow, but the commander's gaze does not waver. He views past encounters as lessons, not defeats. The commander listens carefully to his comrade, recognizing that although they have faced formidable forces before, none of them had the power to change the outcome of the war. But now perhaps everything will change. In the fading light, the warriors discuss their plans. One of them, with a strong-willed and fearless appearance, proposes to catch the enemies alive in order to later bring the Viscount himself to justice. His comrade, accompanying the decision with a questioning look, asks an important question. "We won't kill them?" The answer comes unexpectedly. The animal hunter wonders about the value of human life, pointing out the contradiction in killing a person. The commander, calm and reasonable, warns of the need for caution. He knows that there are experienced mercenaries among the enemy, and any underestimation can lead to unexpected consequences. The warrior contemplates the upcoming battle with an unwavering gaze, aware that the encounter will not be easy. His eyes are full of confidence and determination. The conversation switches to a young girl standing nearby. The question of her presence raises questions about roles and relationships in the coming conflict. The den streets konakritrir, fausustaros, wikigodikreshra, aurx tsangsrang gyangurchas. The conversation between the soldiers continues. The red-haired man who previously expressed confidence and fearlessness is now considering his next steps. He emphasizes that he felt no fear while serving as Mr. Jones, and this expression of readiness and fearlessness on the warrior's face indicates his experience and confidence in his actions. The man, with a good-natured smile and impressive fighting skills, assures the girl that there is no need to worry. His posture and facial expression indicate deep confidence in his protective power. The girl listens with wide eyes as the man offers her a task that suits her capabilities. Her facial expression speaks of mixed feelings, excitement, and uncertainty. The scene switches to a city at night, where a man in armor and two of his companions are preparing a trap. They choose their ambush site, strategically planning their next move. The girl standing in front of the mysterious armored figure doubts her role. The questioning tone of her words emphasizes uncertainty and anxiety about the task ahead. The armored warrior comments that the decoy should be obvious, but not too noticeable. Its camouflage and strategic position speak of the cunning and forethought with which they plan their actions. In an open-air camp, a lone warrior approaches the fire, where his companion sits. Wariness and anticipation fill the air with the question of the unknown fate of the others. Suddenly, blood splashes against the night sky, and the warrior's face is lit up with shock from the unexpected aggression that breaks the silence of the night. The body of one of the warriors falls to the ground, and his scream echoes in the darkness. The attack was secretive and lightning fast, leaving no chance of salvation. A young warrior emerges from the shadows, his gaze fixed on a small figure hiding behind a log. Tension gives way to determination to act, and his words sound like a sentence. The young warrior stands like a shadow over the frightened figure by the fire. He is preparing himself for the burden of responsibility that he has just shouldered. Indignation and aggression seethe in the group, which watches the lone warrior. The determination to capture it grows among them, their faces contorted with hatred and anger. The warrior's foot flies into the air, and he attacks with unshakable confidence, determined to face those who dare to challenge him. The conflict reaches its climax as the warrior soars above his opponents. All his strength and determination are concentrated in this powerful movement, and he is ready to fight to the end. There is tension in the air, as the young warrior, like a falcon, cuts through the dark sky above his enemies, ready for battle. His voice is a call for caution, a warning of danger. By rising above his enemies, the warrior becomes the center of attention. The looks are filled with horror and bewilderment. They hear a sound that cuts through the silence. The turn of events is sudden and dramatic. A whirlwind of energy and power engulfs the scene of the skirmish, tossing enemies into the air like leaves in a storm. The enemy is stunned and puzzled. The warrior with the sword remains adamant, his determination leaving no doubt about the outcome of the battle. The whirlwind of battle is intensifying. The warrior is in the center of the elemental struggle, surrounded by debris and screams. His movements are fast and decisive. He is like lightning in a stormy sky. An experienced warrior with a beard senses the escalation of the situation. His gaze is concerned. He reflects on the difficulties his comrades face, realizing that a clash with the enemy is inevitable. A sudden sound is heard, a danger signal. The warrior turns around to see what is happening, his face tense in anticipation of trouble. At the head of the opposing forces is a warrior in armor. His image towers above everyone. He commands his men, calling them to action and determination in this sudden battle. The warrior clutches his sword, his cry filled with warning. He understands the gravity of the moment, preparing for the decisive blow. The warrior's forces are concentrated at one point, creating an energy vortex that envelops and paralyzes his enemies. Their screams echo into the night as they become trapped by its power. The warrior's comrade, puzzled and frightened, exclaims in despair, recognizing in the silent enemy the one who betrayed them. Lightning cuts across the sky, illustrating the looming threat from the traitor. What was once an ally now becomes a source of danger, unleashing their fury from the skies. The armored warrior rises, the electrical discharges around him forming a halo of frantic power. His fist seems to be the source of this powerful energy that tears through the darkness. A close-up shows a warrior with a glowing red eye, his gaze focused and determined. The darkness around him is illuminated by flashes of electricity. An epic battle unfolds, with a warrior at the center of a clash between the forces of light and darkness. Fire and lightning collide, creating an explosive display of energy. The scene is filled with dynamics and tension, where the power of the elements is used by the warrior to resist and possibly change the outcome of the battle. Swords collide in a storm of energy. Their owners, the armored warrior and his opponent, converge in a battle that shakes the air. Sparks fly in all directions, lighting up their faces with the tension of battle. The opponent's views intertwine in a lightning-fast confrontation. The warrior's eye burns with rage, and he realizes that his opponent has speed superior to his own. A close-up portrait of a warrior shows his determination and focus. The red light of his eye counters the cold glow of the lightning, demonstrating inner strength and courage. The image of a traitor's eye peering through a storm of lightning foreshadows a new turn or discovery that could change the course of the battle. Emotional tension is skillfully intertwined in the confrontation between the characters. Anger and accusations flow from the warrior's lips, while his opponent seems implacable despite all the accusations. The energy explosion grows into a huge creature full of rage and power. His eyes glow blood red, and his mouth is open in a silent scream, consuming everything around him. Amazement and fear are reflected in the warrior's eyes, as he comes face to face with an unexpected demonic presence that challenges his strength and resolve. The tension reaches its climax as an armored warrior battles an unspeakable monster that seems to embody an ancient and sinister evil. Horror and helplessness are written on the warrior's face when he realizes that the beast is now blocking his escape route. His comrades fall into a stupor from the surprise of the attack. The huge beast rises, its eyes glowing with bloody light, and it directs its fury at the warriors. He embodies the violent force that tears apart the earth and the sky. The commander of the warriors, despite the ensuing chaos, is trying to organize a defense. He orders his men to stop and prepare to fight for their lives against this mythical creature. Doubt and bewilderment are reflected on the warrior's face as he weighs the situation, trying to figure out how best to respond to the unexpected turn of events. The battle continues as the warrior's strength and determination summons a storm to collide with the attacking creatures. His companions are stunned by the power he has unleashed against his enemies. The beast, overcome with rage, directs its power directly at the warrior. The monster's advance brings destruction, and its power threatens to consume everyone. The soldiers are in panic, but their commander calls them to order. He knows that only unity and courage will help them survive this battle. The warrior commander, full of determination, leads his men. He encourages them to be disciplined and calm, despite the chaos around them. Perseverance and mutual support are their path to victory. At the very epicenter of the battle, the warriors encounter a giant beast. Its powerful dark outline dominates the space, creating a feeling of overwhelming power. The warriors' swords are clenched in their hands. Their blows are lightning fast, but the beast does not yield, locking them on the battlefield with its huge body. The commander of the warriors, with alarm in his voice, shouts to his soldiers about the need to evade the beast, which is now attacking from different sides. His eyes widen in shock at the scale of the threat that has appeared. The next moment, as the beast makes another attack, the armored warrior calls for unity, emphasizing that fear and panic are their real enemies. His look speaks of determination to resist no matter the circumstances. And finally, there is a shot of a powerful blow from a warrior's sword, which causes an explosion of energy that speaks of his unwavering will to fight. This moment is the culmination of the confrontation, where the warrior, using all his strength and skill, accepts the challenge of the beast. The two warriors' gazes meet in close contact, their faces tense and determined. Electricity sparks between their swords, while one of them, with a red glowing eye, says the word, "Have fun," which may indicate his superiority or mockery of the situation. The moment of a powerful explosion. Surrounded by electrical flares, the beast lets out a loud roar that cuts through the noise of battle. His gigantic silhouette occupies the entire space, dominating the battlefield. The beast is then shown in flight, his face contorted with rage, his eyes white and glassless, and the energy surrounding him creating a sense of unbridled strength and power, which he directs at his opponents. A force field, or protective barrier created by one of the warriors. This act of desperate defense demonstrates the desire to resist the enormous power of the beast, to protect not only oneself, but also one's comrades. Power and destructive energy cover the battle scene. The beast, surrounded by lightning, rushes to attack, and the warriors barely have time to resist its advance. Electrical discharges piercing the air enhance the drama of the moment. One of the warriors, perhaps the commander, rushes into battle with great strength and determination. His figure against the background of lightning looks heroic and instills fear. The commander stops to collect his thoughts and assess the situation. His gaze is full of concern, and he speaks thoughtfully about unusual creatures that usually do not leave their mysterious forests, which adds to the mystery of what is happening. The next shot shows the commander giving orders to his soldiers, preparing them for defense. He tells them to form walls and stop the beast from breaking through, emphasizing the importance of unity and strategy in this battle for survival. The smell of fear is in the air. The man looks up, his face contorted in horror. He encounters a giant blue beast whose sinister eyes glow red. The eerie creature growls, and the air around them seems to vibrate with its power. Shadows fall ominously on the ground as the beast opens its mouth, preparing to attack. At this moment, a word filled with echo and rage appears from the monster's mouth. Animal beetles. As if it were a spell or a curse, it hovers in the air, adding to the gravity of the moment. The character at the bottom of the picture asks a question that seems rhetorical in his hopeless situation. Where did such highborn creatures come from here? His voice is full of bewilderment and despair. Words fall into the air like sparks from a fire that cannot warm him in the cold of this hopeless battle. He fights with fury, but every blow is thrown back. The speed and strength of the beast is amazing. The man retreats, parrying the attacks with his sword, but his movements become increasingly desperate and chaotic, while the beast continues to advance inexorably. Retreat! This order's in the air, like the last hope or sentence. As if time is slowing down, man and beast are in a dance of death and survival. Every next moment can be decisive. The man steps back, his face illuminated by the moonlight. Drops of sweat slide down his frightened face, and his eyes are full of despair. The word, damn, bursts out of him like a prayer or a curse. The scene changes abruptly. The world becomes chaos. The earth trembles under the onslaught of unbridled power. Whirlwind and destruction all around, the beast collapses to the ground, overcome by painful spasms. Amidst the destruction, a new hero appears, stately and warlike. Dressed in armor decorated with animal motifs, he holds a powerful axe in his hands, and his gaze is hidden behind a mask. "There is no end to them," he says, as if it were a sentence. And here it is, the culmination of the battle. The animal's eye, full of rage and pain. There is a reflection of battle in his pupil, and every vein in the white of his eye screams suffering and anger. It is the gaze of death itself, and it captures attention, leaving no room for doubt about its power. The battle reaches its peak. The beast makes a dull, desperate sound, like a last cry before the inevitable end. Huge shadows stretch across the ground, and a hero in armor stands in the face of the unknown. The energy is discharged around, creating an aura of power around the warrior. He attacks with a scream, his axe flashes with lightning, and the beast retreats under the onslaught of his fury. "We better unite, that's what," comes the sentence, reflecting strategy and calculation. War is not only strength, but also intelligence, and now is the time for alliances and plans. Eyes meet, determination shows. In the words of the armored hero, "Rock apes regenerate until you cut off their heads. Don't do bullshit and focus on their heads." Advice sounds like law in this chaotic world, where every move could be your last. The armored man and his companion exchange determined glances. Yes, I was going to do this without you," the warrior declares, his voice full of determination and concern. The duo faces a new threat, face to face with the dark unknown. Here they are, one of them notes briefly and precisely, pointing to the enemies that have appeared. The young warrior's eyes are sharp and focused, his gaze dark as night. "Don't die. I have business with you," he says quietly but clearly, voicing his intentions and deep connection with his comrade. The battle continues with renewed vigor, and the hero with an axe cuts through the darkness with his weapon. "Don't die," echoes his call, full of despair and hope in one moment, while he rushes into battle with an implacable enemy. The warrior's mask is discharged with energy. Of course, his words sound like an echo in a raging electrical storm. The power contained within him is ready to explode outward. He stands like a monument of power, enveloped in luminous lines of energy resembling flames. His armor seems indestructible, and his body is ready for battle, despite the forces befalling him. The light of lightning cuts through the darkness, as if cutting through the sky. Forces collide in a violent whirlwind, foreshadowing a devastating outcome. A close-up portrait of a man. His eyes reflect mental fog and firm determination. The reflection of light falls on his face, revealing the internal battle between strength and vulnerability. The whirlwind of the battle is growing. Lightning illuminates the scene, where the hero faces a monstrous enemy. Light and shadow fight for dominance in the air filled with electrical tension. The hot air trembles, with energy exploding all around. The intensity of the clash between the two warriors paints a picture of apocalyptic proportions. A figure emerges from the depths of destruction, surrounded by a flaming halo. He stands, unshakably, embodying strength and unbending will in this blazing inferno. "You're right. They don't recover from a severed head. Like puppets, so do you." The warrior's words reflect the ruthless truth of battle, where decisions are made in the blink of an eye, and every blow can be the last. The warrior's mask reflects the sparkling fire of magic. The tension of the upcoming collision is felt in the air. The power concentrated in his stance is aimed at the enemy. The young fighter's hair flutters from a powerful flow of energy. His gaze is stern and decisive. I give you my first and last warning. If you attack from behind, you will meet your death, he says, voicing a stern warning. The mask, as if ready for battle, freezes in anticipation. Energy gathers around her, creating a barrier before the inevitable battle. A warrior in armor, with a sword at his shoulder, looks surprised. I didn't expect that, he admits, a notorious soul reaper who rarely gives warnings. A young warrior stands nearby, his profile expressing determination. These are not games. I knew it. His quiet voice is laced with seriousness and intent. These skapruturagstijtilver. Ixazadroas. Dekker Suzuki Froats. Salade curl, dirl, pau, I cry. Dialogue continues, and a note of doubt is heard in the young man's voice. My father didn't tell you about me? He asks, turning to the older warrior. The elder warrior, with a soft smile and a tear in his eye, replies, Yes, I am Marco, your son. His words are filled with bitterness and warmth, despite the harshness of the current moment. The one you killed. These words carry the weight of what is lost and perhaps irrecoverable. The young warrior looks at his interlocutor. His gaze is full of seriousness and suspicion. The old man had a son. His question hangs in the air like a sword. The elder warrior answers with a smile, but there is pain hidden in his eyes. Revenge? Of course not. I'm grateful that you dealt with this garbage. The words sound relieved, but heavy. He continues, his voice softening, a hint of bitterness in it. He didn't even tell the best mercenary about me, whom he treated like family. The revelation of the past breaks out of him excitedly. The elder warrior turned away, his face contorted with despair, an internal struggle, as if he was preparing for the last act in this tragedy. The elder warrior's face is filled with horror and bewilderment. What? He bursts out when the ground beneath them begins to tremble, emitting an alarming rumble. The young warrior looks around, his silhouette cut off from the world by a sudden surge of energy that wells up from the ground. A huge creature emerges from the depths of the earth, its mouth wide open, in an ominous grimace. What kind of animal is this time? The question sounds like thunder among the silence before the storm. The elder warrior desperately asks for help, his eyes filled with fear as he faces a new, unexpected threat. The horror of the situation is emphasized by the surprise of the attack and the power of the enemy. An electrical explosion lights up the sky as a young warrior battles an unknown beast, unleashing his might. A whirlwind of blue lightning illuminates his figure in battle. The older warrior, taken by surprise, tries to understand what is happening when he suddenly realizes that the situation is getting out of control. Why? The next moment he finds himself safe in the arms of a young warrior. You saved me. I'm your enemy. His words are full of bewilderment and gratitude at the same time. The young warrior does not lose his determination, even turning to the one he just saved. If you have the strength to speak, then help save your allies. His words are full of calls to action. The older warrior, with fury in his eyes, shouts at the others to retreat. There's nowhere else to retreat. This is not the time to choose sides. Save everyone you can. His voice sounds like an order as he prepares for the last defense. The young warrior turns to his recent savior with bewilderment and a questioning tone. Gilfora, are you crazy? They are our enemies. His voice is filled with confusion about the elder warrior's motives. The elder warrior's answer sounds like thunder. Don't judge a man by how he can be used, Levi. His words are a cry for justice and humanity. The young warrior's face is filled with confusion and disbelief as he listens to the words of the older warrior, who insists that you don't need a reason to save people. Realization dawns on the young warrior. His features soften as he says, "Of course, it's common sense." His words convey an acceptance of the common human duty to save others without expectation of reward. A young warrior with a sword in his hand turns to the elder. His words are full of conviction. Are you saying we need to save people? He embodies the ideals of morality and duty that are paramount in his world. With his words, there is a powerful energy in the air, and he continues, "In my world this is called morality." He embodies the power that protects his neighbor not for the sake of profit, but for the sake of the very act of salvation. His determined profile emphasizes the seriousness of his words. But neither in my past life nor in this one. He rejects his old paths, pointing to his new path as a hero. Lying on the ground, he humbly acknowledges his new role and the duty he has chosen. None of this. His words are an acceptance of a new life and new responsibilities that he decided to fulfill. The silhouette of a man is silhouetted against the sunset sky. Blood flows from his hand, staining the ground. I've never seen these rules in practice. His words sound like an epitaph, an echo of battle and loss. The young warrior looks at his fallen comrade, his eyes full of pain and despair. Pelora, he's right. The first real lesson I saw in this world. His words are illuminated with bitter knowledge. His gaze is dark and brooding as he says, "Bullshit." His face reflects the weight of the decision he has made and the consequences he must live with. The senior warrior, with a quiet reproach, reminds of more important things. Your boss doesn't know how to use people. His words call into question the morality and motives behind the battle and rescue. The warriors are faced with the onslaught of monsters, and a man standing on the front line shares his thoughts. Look at them. Even if we try to save them, his words are drowned out in the noise of the battle. The animals do not seem to accept attempts to help, continuing their mad attack. They still cannot cope with any animal. The situation seems hopeless, and the struggle for survival becomes a merciless reality. In response to the chaos, the elder warrior makes a decision. In such situations, the strong deal with the problem to reduce losses. He offers a pragmatic and decisive approach to rescue. The young warrior suddenly stops, his voice full of determination. Stop, if you use this skill here. He has a premonition that the following actions could change the outcome of the situation. A man stands against the backdrop of an apocalyptic sky, silhouetted against the sunset light, holding a sword in his hand. Your subordinates will die too, he says, his voice full of bitter reasoning. The next shot shows him standing confidently as chaos erupted around him. I know, he says, accepting the inevitable losses that may follow. There is a way to save many, he explains, offering the sacrifice of a few to save the rest. A terrible but necessary solution in their world. Forces collide with deafening energy, and the man prepares a powerful blow. His actions, an epitome of struggle and determination. An accusation can be read in the face of the young warrior. You degenerate. Do you really care about the lives of your comrades? He stands surrounded by the energy of battle, his eyes full of condemnation. The older warrior, whose face is illuminated by fire, meets the gaze of the younger one, wondering, "What are you saying, Levi?" His response is full of surprise and denial of any guilt. With understanding and bitterness in his voice, he explains his position. I never tried to kill my comrades. These guys are just tools. There must be some use for them. He expresses his vision that some casualties are inevitable in war. And in the last frame, he concludes with disappointment in his voice. Don't worry, their lives are not worth it. His philosophy of survival is brutal and pragmatic, showing a world where the value of life is measured by its usefulness. A bloody shadow appears in front of the young warrior's face. The background is filled with red. He says, "You are a victim in the accounts." Words laced with lightning hang in the air as the man humbly admits, "You're right." He engages the monster, ready to fight, rejecting the thought of saving those who have come for his life, saving the people who have come to kill me. The young warrior, confirming his choice, returns to the battle. As you said, he accepts his fate, choosing to fight for his beliefs. A young warrior with an unyielding gaze and a red glow in his eye turns to the older one. Thank you. Thanks to you, I understood what needs to be done. My task is to kill victims like you. In response, the elder warrior's face was filled with horror and powerlessness, the words bastard escaping his lips as he realized that his time was coming to an end. The silence is broken by the sound of a clock ticking, pointing to 9:40 hours, time counting down the moments until the inevitable ending. And the last image, a young warrior stands, his silhouette divided by lightning, and he realizes that his decision has led him down a path of loneliness and sacrifice. Amidst the flickering lightning, the young warrior's solitary eye glows with a fierce red light, as if reflecting an internal conflict. "I don't think it's fair," he says, and his words sound like a sentence. "Your life is worth it." The next moment, the power of lightning crushes everything around, cutting through the sky and earth, leaving behind only blood and destruction. On the ground, a bloody sword that had just performed a fateful act. Drops of blood slowly flowing down the blade indicate recent violence. Finally, the young warrior stands over the defeated older warrior, asking in surprise, "Are you dead yet?" This is not a question of fortune, but of the inevitability of fate that overtook them both. We see a close-up of the character's eye, which reflects his determination and tension. In his red gaze, one can read concentration and anticipation of the upcoming event. The phrase, "once again," suggests that he is about to take some decisive action or make an important decision. A ruined landscape where symbols float peacefully, as if they have been taken out of context and now float in the air above the wreckage of what was once whole. A huge monster emerging from the darkness, its teeth and eyes glowing, creating a menacing image. He appears ready to attack, his mouth open in a roar, and he looks intimidating and powerful. The monster is shown in close-up in all its sinister glory, with one glowing eye full of rage and ready to destroy. The word "snore" above his head may indicate a loud sound he makes, perhaps his roar or scream. A huge monster resembling a mythical dragon, with dark purple scales and many eyes glowing red. A stream of light shoots from his forehead, emphasizing his power and threatening energy. The sky in the background is painted in warm sunset colors, creating a contrast with the cold glow of the monster. We see a warrior standing with his back to us, looking at the army preparing for battle. Silhouettes of soldiers armed with spears and in armor are silhouetted against the blue sky. The warrior's gaze is serious, and he seems full of determination. The frightened look of the same warrior, on whose face one can read horror in the face of the unknown and the power of the monster. His eyes are wide, and his expression reflects the shock of what he sees. We see another character looking up in horror and screaming. His facial expression and open mouth emphasize the strength of his emotions. He calls the monster Red Bear, mentioning its nickname Bloody Mountain, which adds context to the situation. On the peaks of the misty mountains, the blanket of air seems alive, vibrating with the unknown. He comes down from the slopes of the mountains, whispers the wind, carrying a mysterious anticipation of events. Somewhere in the depths of this world, the silhouettes of ancient ruins flicker through a veil of fog, like ghosts of the past. What's happening? Echoes in the heart of the hero who set foot on this land with the intention of unraveling its secrets. A break in the silence. A powerful flash of light strikes from behind the rock, like lightning cutting through the night. Is this a harbinger or a warning? The young man's face reflects the tension of the moment. His eyes are full of determination, and his muscles tense in anticipation of the inevitable. The gaze pierces the darkness, sparkling with a storm of feelings. The silhouette flies into the air, pushing off the ground with such force that drops of blood fly around. "Oh!" he shouts, and it sounds like a challenge to fate. Darkness envelops him, and then his hand rises, ulcerated and bloody. "I am possible," he whispers through the pain, facing the harsh reality of his situation. A huge shadow stands in front of him, unshakable like a rock. "I'll cut off his arm and pierce his chest. How is he still alive?" The big man thinks with a merciless look. "And what hand is this?" The question hangs in the air, heavy, like an approaching storm. The hand seems impenetrable, like the armor of a stone primate. "How dare! An ordinary mercenary!" sounds in the giant's voice, sarcastically noting the unexpected courage of the enemy in the face of such a terrifying threat. The opponent's face expresses rage, powerfully drawing the air with his movement. "Egger!" The sound breaks into pieces, ending at the peak of an invisible battle. Anger flashes in his eyes, shining with a fierce light. "Call me a mercenary?" He doesn't just challenge with words, he shouts them in the face of fate. As the bottle falls, time seems to slow down, foreshadowing the inevitable outcome. It hovers in the air, reminding us of the fragility of the moment. The face of the enemy, marked by blood that draws its path through his features. He has the stigma of battle written across his face. The giant rises, his strength fully manifested in the confident movement of the axe. Cook! His voice inspires fear. Echoes echo throughout the area. Can't block a blow like that. You're trash. The contempt in his voice is as heavy as the weight of his weapon. He looks at his opponent, waiting for his reaction. The enemy is stunned, his gaze filled with bewilderment and pain. Damn, don't you see something? He seems lost, trying to comprehend what is happening. A terrible old man. Do you want to open your son's skull? The opponent ridicules the giant, using his own words against him, emphasizing the absurdity of the situation. The giant responds with contempt, his face calm and unyielding. You, swords often bounce during battle. Stop complaining and get off your ass. He is invariably confident in his superiority and is ready to continue the fight. Stunned but not broken, the man, blood running down his face, turns to his opponent, and if you don't want to, you can die like trash. His words are full of challenge and determination, reflecting an indomitable spirit. The enemy, a giant warrior, stands motionless, his eyes narrowed, looking down like a judge. This bastard relishes trash, he voices his disdain, showing complete contempt for his opponent. With a hint of sarcasm, he continues, "The son of just a mercenary became a knight. You're kidding." His confidence in his superiority seems unshakable, and he doubts his opponent's abilities. The man's back is turned to the viewer. A bright doorway awaits him in front of him. Do you know why the Viscount took the enemy to himself? It's because his father sold his dogs. Sounds the final phrase, framing his fate and past. The man's gaze is filled with pain and disappointment. The son of such a shitty father can only learn all sorts of bullshit, he says, as if rejecting everything connected with the past and ancestors. In the next frame, a stately man in a majestic pose, his gaze turned somewhere into the distance. He is Viscount Berg, a man shrouded in an aura of power and strength. A warrior in full combat readiness is the determination with which he is about to face reality. This is how you choose to treat the knights. Marco, son of a coward, words filled with contempt fall upon him. Two powerful warriors stand in front of the Viscount, who addresses them with an order. The Viscount asked you a question. Answer, you trash. The commander's voice sounds irrefutable, emphasizing hierarchy and power. The crossed spears of the warriors are like a frame for a contemptuous glance directed downwards. The word garbage suits you better sounds from there, accusing those who bowed to power. The giant raises his head, his eyes filled with anger and disappointment. What have knights from noble families been doing until now? Didn't they all die on the battlefield when the Viscount's honor was at stake? He asks a rhetorical question, questioning their loyalty and valor. Suddenly the frame is filled with light and power. The man is engulfed in electrical flashes. How can you insult me? His words are full of bewilderment and indignation, a challenge thrown by fate itself. Viscount, his face illuminated in red, filled with shadow and seriousness. You speak as if in your case everything would be different. Reflection, and perhaps even doubt in one's own words, announce the scene. The giant's eyes sparkle with challenge, as he says, "Of course, I'm better than those assholes." His confidence and contempt for those in front of him leave no doubt about his self-worth. He continues, "Because I am strong, don't the bodies behind me prove it?" His words highlight the victories he has won and serve as proof of his power. The Viscount, standing in front of him, replies with sarcasm and reproach, "So you killed them to prove your worth? That's stupid and arrogant." His words raise questions about morality and the value of human life. The Viscount's words penetrate the darkness. But this is what a warrior should be, Marco, the son of a coward. He sets the standard for a warrior, despite the irony of his position and background. The warrior looks on with arrogance and triumph. "From this moment on, you become the head of all the knights here," he declares, accepting a new role full of power and responsibility. The corridor, flooded with twilight light, witnesses their dialogue. "It's strange to tell you this after you became the head of the knights, but..." The Viscount's words carry a harbinger of change or revelation. The giant answers thoughtfully, his gaze full of thoughts. "Actually, Your father should have taken this place. The words hidden behind his silent gaze are imbued with deep meaning. And the Viscount, as if expecting this question, answers, "Is that why you gave me this position? This is not the only reason." A premonition of ulterior motives and inevitable events is in the air. The bloodied warrior asks in bewilderment, "Didn't you hear the news? 3 is dead." His face is filled with horror and misunderstanding of the tragedy. Vidors, Achakikskaks, Winterover, Asadjorkadi Daich, Sangsafai Fran, Likuro Tserosta, Yisai. He was killed? His eyes widen in shock, and a glimmer of fear and disbelief flashes in them that something irreparable has happened. A young warrior stands in the hall. His silhouette is heavy and gloomy. We don't know for sure, but the entire mercenary squad was destroyed. Only Reaper Levi survived. His words are harsh and state a bitter reality. With a proud and sinister laugh, the giant admits, "I get a lot of good things from him. Not only did he deal with those knights, but he also dealt with the tiger." The giant's laughter sounds like praise and recognition of the great power that he sees as an instrument of his interests. In the hall, the Viscount, looking calm and collected, says, "You just found out about your father's death, but you don't seem to be sad." His words raise questions about the giant's true feelings and motives. The giant, with a look of amazement on his face, listens. "My father said that people die like trash if they are weak. Apparently, he died because he was trash." This statement, full of contempt for the departed, emphasizes his cruel philosophy. With disdain and coldness, the Viscount continues, "I have no time to mourn garbage, wise." His words express a lack of empathy and an acceptance of the inevitability of the fate of those who did not survive. The final scene shows them both standing in front of a majestic window, overlooking a magnificent landscape. "Let's get to the point then. See that rock?" the Viscount suggests, hinting at a new goal or task that awaits them ahead. The majestic rock rises in front of them, shining under the rays of the sun. "You may not know, but during the hunt you can get very expensive items," the Viscount muses, anticipating an adventure or a new opportunity. His face reflects fatigue and calculation. "I've been spending a lot on Witwi lately, so now I need a source of income." He acknowledges his financial difficulties with an openness rarely seen in a man of his status. With a hint of an imminent task, he continues, "There are splinters and instigators in the forest who have developed a camp there." "Got it. Should we kill them?" His words are full of determination and readiness for action. The giant, holding a sparkling elixir in his hand, replies, "It's easy to talk to you. It's a gift for good luck." His gesture expresses not only a willingness to cooperate, but also faith in a favorable outcome of their enterprise. The Viscount looks at the sparkling stone in the giant's hand with interest and bewilderment. "What is this?" The giant replies with a sly smile, "Nothing special. If you use it during a fight with a difficult opponent, the potion will help a lot." The scene is filled with the tension of anticipation. The Viscount, full of determination, and the giant offering support. The potion, glowing with a magical light, promises unusual power, and perhaps an unexpected turn of events. And then there is the sound of breaking glass, and the potion falls to the floor, its contents scattering in all directions, foreshadowing destruction and possible loss. A vortex of energy explodes around the man, his fist illuminated by the power raining down from the heavens. His attack seems unstoppable, the power of his force filled with uncontrollable rage. The moment of impact is embodied in a frenzied explosion, light and force shaking the space around. Its power echoes off the walls, and the air trembles with tension. The dynamics of movement and the energy of attack outline the silhouette of a man in flight. There are vortexes of energy around him. They emphasize his dominance in battle. And finally, his voice echoes with his strength. "Ha ha ha, where did your courage go? I wish you good luck." His laughter sounds like a challenge, like a proud declaration of his superiority. Power and energy again fall upon the space, shaking the foundations of the hall. "Try to deflect my hand. Reg is done there." A loud call challenges, and the spirit of battle enlivens the air. The rapid movement and bursting force create a whirlwind around the combatant. The energy that comes from him is filled not only with strength, but also with unyielding determination. A man with blood on his face, his eyes filled with pain and rage. His scream reflects all the intensity and passion of the fight. With every blow and every movement, he challenges his destiny. His face is distorted by a cry full of suffering and struggle. This is a moment of true test of character, when each blow tests his spirit and his will to continue the battle. The vortex of energy continues, its frantic spin, as the opponent is engulfed in the blue light of the attack. The power and pressure of this action is emphasized by dynamic lines that cut off the air. The next frame is filled with red energy, permeating everything around. This evokes anger and strength, a violent storm of emotions that engulfs the character. A giant scream reflects the climax of the clash, despair and rage, merging into one powerful sound that breaks through the noise of battle. And finally, destruction. The earth cracks and shatters under the pressure of indestructible energy, which was released at the moment of maximum tension. This moment illustrates the destructive power the hero wields and the consequences his anger brings. In the tense atmosphere of battle, the character is stunned and surprised when he realizes the sudden intervention. What? Captures a moment of unexpected interaction when a stony-faced man apologizes, sorry to interfere. But his actions speak of the need for intervention, the urgency and decisiveness of his action. Energy explodes around again, emphasizing the greatness and strength that they both show in this duel, where every blow can be decisive. And finally, in the heat of battle, one of them acknowledges his gratitude to the other for his help, but proudly adds, "But I could have managed it." This statement emphasizes his independence and self-confidence. The tension in the air becomes palpable as the two warriors' gazes intersect. One of them, a young man in armor and with a sword, embodies bewilderment. His dark hair is neatly styled, and his eyes are full of questions. The words, "No way," hang in the air, but their true meaning, hidden from the young warrior, eludes the shadow of the gaze of the secretive interlocutor. The next moment breaks the silence, the force of the blow, and a frantic whirlwind of movements. A cloaked opponent with a red light instead of one eye delivers a strike framed by flash and intense lines of speed. It thickens the atmosphere of action, and huge letters, like an echo of a fight, fill the space around them. Lying peacefully on the ground, the defeated warrior seems defenseless for a moment. The words "Sorry, maiden" melt on his lips, like a farewell chord before the inevitable. His face is hidden in shadow, but the corner of his smile, snow white against the background of the night, suggests the absence of malice and the acceptability of fate. A huge creature with a stone surface and sparkling eyes raises its head into the sky. She fills the entire frame, her being seems endless, and the masked warrior next to her turns into a tiny silhouette. The anticipation of confrontation is in the air. The feeling of an impending battle covers everything around, like a thundercloud ready to burst into a storm. The escape begins with chaos and confusion. Three fighters, carried away by a hasty retreat, fill the scene with anxiety. One of them, deft with a sword, addresses his comrades, talking about the unknown fate of the army on the run. They are already retreating, their expressions a grim echo of their words. The next warrior, rushing to flight, captures the attention with his sudden awareness. "Hey, boss," comes out of his mouth, and in his voice one can hear the fear of an invisible but tangible threat that makes him run faster than the wind. Another warrior's discussion about the possible consequences of what is happening is interrupted by an alarming premonition. "Devi won't be happy when she finds out what happened." His thought breaks off, and he glances over his shoulder, as if expecting doom to already overtake him. The leader of the group, majestic and decisive, becomes the center of attention. His like-minded people are gathered around him, their faces reflecting concern and determination. "Next time we'll pay them back in coin." His words are as strong as stone, and they convey an unshakable belief that they themselves will choose the time of defeat. The townspeople gathered together, turning their gaze to the sky, where something alarming towered above the trees. "Do you know what will happen if something like this comes out of the forest?" The words hang in the air like an omen of trouble. A catastrophe will happen, concludes the one who realized that his native city is on the verge of destruction. The leader is back on the front lines, his face scarred with worry and determination. Even if we die, we must buy as much time as possible so the townspeople can leave. His cry reflects immense sacrifice and readiness for the last stand. The gaze is transferred to the dark outlines of the army preparing for battle. The sun sinks toward the horizon, marking the end of the day, and perhaps the end of an era. A warrior with shining weapons stands at the forefront, like a barrier between chaos and order, determined to confront the inevitable. The last warrior, the personification of power and the will to fight, stands strong, ready for a fight that will go down in legends. His eyes burn with the fire of determination, and his words, "This future war will be called holy," sound like a vow, reflecting the weight and significance of the upcoming battle. Against the backdrop of the rising sun, warriors of different races cross their weapons, a symbol of unity and struggle. Their union is evidence of a common goal. In the end, their will to win was stronger than their differences, and they prevailed in this protracted battle. However, victory came with a heavy burden. Almost all races except one were destroyed, leaving behind a void filled only with the echoes of the past conflict. The remaining swords stand tall as a monument to the fallen and a reminder of the price paid for peace. After the war, a new horror enveloped the continent. Unidentified demon beasts swarmed the empty lands, their eyes glowing red as a new symbol of the fear and danger that now lurked in every shadow. The Emperor, Lord of War and Guardian of Order, possessing unshakable authority, sits on a throne, his silhouette framed by mighty pillars. The fate of the world is now in his hands, and he intends to share the burden of responsibility for protecting against the demon beasts among the survivors, striving to maintain the delicate balance between order and chaos. A phalanx of heavily armed soldiers in red armor takes a defensive stance, preparing to defend their city from an unknown threat. Their faces are hidden behind their helmets, but the tension in their poses speaks of the seriousness of the moment. "No!" The whispered refusal of one of them fills the air with the weight of the upcoming confrontation. Their determination to fight belies the order to retreat, which is given reluctantly. Responsibility and duty collide with the instinct of self-preservation, while the imperatives of high command echo in the empty hall. One of the gray-armored commanders orders, "Hold on," his words stopping the movement. His gesture demonstrates power, and at the same time, the indecision that is inherent in those who are forced to make difficult decisions in the face of unknown danger. The Emperor, majestic in his splendor, stands addressing his warriors with a question that challenges the very basis of their actions. "Then why are we sacrificing young shield-bearers?" His words resonate with doubt and criticism, suggesting a deep conflict between the aristocracy and those who actually bear the burden of the war. The majestic throne room serves as an arena for intense dialogue. A warrior with fiery hair turns to the Emperor with a question, piercing and full of doubt. "Do you really want this?" The echo of his words reflects off the walls, loaded with the weight of the upcoming decision. The Emperor, great and inaccessible, remains silent, his silhouette on the throne unshakable and mysterious. Lack of response speaks louder than words, and silence carries deep meaning. The advisor in black, with a concerned and stern face, exclaims in a fit of loyalty, "How dare you contradict the Emperor? Giver, do you want to go on this mission yourself?" His indignation is sharp, like lightning cutting through the air of the throne room. The warrior, having already accepted his role deep down, stands surrounded by his comrades. He understands that now his fate is to be a hermit, but there is no room left in his heart for regret. His decision is firm and final. In the face of an imminent threat, the fiery-haired warrior announces his bold intention. "Even if I die today, I will take at least one huge demon beast with me." His voice is full of determination, and his gaze sparkles with steadfastness. He challenges a pack of ferocious demon beasts, each of which is several times larger than him. The electricity of his magic crackles through the air as it clashes with the might of his monstrous opponents, their blood-red eyes glowing with an ominous light. The battle unfolds in all its fury. The warrior, one against many, uses his amazing abilities to fight the monsters. He throws lightning from his hands, and his every movement is a dance of death and survival. With every lightning strike, the warrior proves his strength and courage. He does not yield in the face of huge beasts. His screams mix with the roar of monsters, creating a symphony of battle, where every blow can be the last. The battle reaches its climax. The warrior bravely comes face to face with the raging demon beasts. "Well, I expected this." He acknowledges the inevitability of battle, while his gaze speaks of deep determination and fearlessness. Raising his head, he saw a new, even more powerful threat. A huge creature, surpassing all demon beasts in size and strength, towers in front of him, its eyes burning with a furious light. But there really is no end to them. The thought of an endless wave of enemies flashes through his head. However, the feeling of disgust and determination does not leave the warrior, even in the face of such a terrifying enemy. "I feel an unknown, disgusting aura." He realizes that he is about to encounter a force greater than anything he has ever experienced. The demon beast only growls in response, as if despising his courage. It comes from... The warrior prepares himself for the decisive clash, knowing that he now faces the embodiment of pure evil, in the face of which he must show all his skill and courage. Dusk fell, and a battle broke out in the skies between mythical creatures. The bluish light of lightning illuminates the menacing silhouettes of 3 giant wolves, whose teeth look like blades. Their eyes are shimmering rubies against the background of the veil of night, full of thirst for battle. In the heart of the storm, a booming voice is heard, like the echo of ancient spells. "I feel the deceased soul from other demons." A mysterious message floats in the air, swallowed up by the darkness in which legends are born. In the darkness, like a flash of flame, the figure of a warrior appears. His muscles are tense, and his gaze is full of determination and strength. The deepening red around him embodies anger and power, awakening fear even in the hearts of merciless beasts. And then lightning tears through the skies, and a creature filled with elemental energy rushes into battle. Blue sparks fly in all directions, and huge wolves explode from the power of the blow, like a shadow scattered by light. A warrior with blood-red hair, like a flame, quickly moves through the air. His body is the embodiment of fighting spirit. Below, from the depths of the abyss, a monster with sparkling eyes full of hatred and rage looks at him angrily. The next image is the embodiment of energy. A figure shrouded in lightning, filled with pure, indestructible power. She stands motionless, waiting until the elements release their full power. The battle reaches its climax when a warrior, surrounded by lightning, rushes into the center of the storm. A whirlwind collapses around him. The power of the blows pushes the animals off their feet, causing them to flee. And in the end, amidst the chaos, the warrior becomes the very personification of destruction. The forces of nature converge in his fist, and he strikes that the roots of the earth tremble, like a prophecy about the end of the world, the echo of which will be heard for centuries. Silence envelops the battlefield for a moment. A mysterious call wafts in the air. A majestic and terrifying creature rises in front of the warrior, his huge eyes burning like coals in the night. However, the warrior does not yield. His gaze, through a mask of pain and determination, glows with one eye like a star in the dark sky. "I don't know what kind of soul this is," he whispers, acknowledging the unknown in the face of the unknown. Lightning challenges the darkness again. "So you'll have to find out for yourself." Determination seems to flare up in the heart of a fighter, ready to confront any secrets. And at the climax of this epic, the clash of power and magic creates an explosion filled with power and light. The beast, shrouded in lightning, like the embodiment of a storm, reaches the final line of battle. The battle reaches its peak when a huge crystal soars into the sky from the depths of the earth, its color reminiscent of fire, within which the very essence of power is imprisoned. The warrior looks calmly at the crystal. Surprise and understanding are reflected in his eyes. So there was such a thing in your body. I'll break it with one blow. His determined voice is heard, promising to solve the riddle. And then the warrior's eye narrows. The reflection of the crystal flashes in it, a moment of awareness. He asks, "Huh?" The power of the crystal spills out. A blinding light fills the entire area. The explosive wave of energy is palpable even through the image. After the outbreak, everything settles down. A column of fire, reminiscent of a comet, rushes towards the ground, and the peaceful forest landscape seems unperturbed in the face of recent chaos. The character in the hat looks towards the phenomenon with confusion. What was that explosion? Is the gig city going to be okay? You can hear concern and hope for the best in his voice. The next shot is the closed eye of a warrior, which, as if in reflection of events, gradually opens, foreshadowing a new chapter in this story. Helios, where am I? Bewilderment in the voice of the character in the hat, while his attention is distracted by the figure of a warrior, quietly creeping up from behind. "Damn you, bastard, where are you taking me?" A rude exclamation is heard, foreshadowing new adventures and unknown trials that await them. The warrior with a worried face turns to the old man. "Gagora, damn old man. Why did he do this?" His gaze is full of bewilderment and hidden anxiety. The old man, his face expressing surprise and slight irritation, replies, "D-girl, have you woken up yet? What? Did you think I'd be passed out for 4 days again?" The old man gathers his courage and looks straight into the warrior's eyes. "Devi, I don't have much time, so listen carefully. The giant demon beast you saw is called Red Bear." And then it becomes clear that inside the giant bear there is a mirror, sharpened in a magic stone. The size of this entity is so large that it can be called a disaster. The warrior looks into the distance, against the backdrop of the flaming sky and peaceful warriors. Gagora said we can't involve you in our problems and asked us to take you out of the forest. He muses out loud, contemplating his role in this conflict. The old man, grabbing the warrior by the clothes, asks point blank, "What are you saying? If you are in danger, then I must fight too." His determination is unquestionable. The warrior, his eyes full of brotherly love, convinces the old man, "We are comrades. Listen, Fedya, I know this is hard to believe." The warrior stops, his words hanging in the air. "But if the devil has a few more demon beasts, then I can." His speech is cut off, foreshadowing new difficulties on their way. The warrior gently places his hand on the old man's shoulder, calling, "Please, Devi, just lead the people beyond the forest and warn the empire." Suddenly the footage is filled with violence. Blood splashes in the air, while the old man looks at the warrior in bewilderment as if not believing what is happening. In fact, our fight was created in order to... The warrior's momentary gaze is full of shock and pain. Blood flows down his face. The consequences of the attack become a reality. The old man lies on the ground. His gaze rises heavily to the demon beast hanging over him. The only thing he can say is "Fa." The scene freezes, leaving the story open. The despair rents the air as the warrior yells, "Fennel!" His eyes are full of fear and disbelief, and his face is distorted by the pain of loss. The demon beast looks down at the old man with contempt. His voice is full of coldness. "Hey, you should have seen your face. It's a pity. I would have crushed you if it weren't for this old man." The beast's merciless red eyes glow, reflecting its cruelty. "Well, such is the fate of the weak. They live only for the sake of the strong," he proclaims, like a law of nature. The warrior, holding the old man in his arms, screams his name in despair, blood running down his chin, as if symbolizing the depth of their connection and the tragedy of the moment. "Fennel, cock." His voice trembles with bitterness and hopelessness. In the fading light of consciousness, the old man says with difficulty, Levi." His voice is barely audible and blood slowly flows from his wounds. The warrior, looking at his fallen comrade, seems lost and broken. "Runs, Levi, save yourself." These words of the old man sound like a last request, filled with care, even in the face of death. The old man's body lies lifeless, his face resting against a bloody background. The world he knew is leaving with him. The demon beast, standing over the warrior, mocks him. "You say that the weak live to be used by the strong?" His words seem to be an echo of the previous statement, a truth he is eager to prove. With blood staining his face, The warrior, broken but determined, admits, "You're right." The silhouette of the old man, outlined in blood, reminds us of his existence for the last time. "Fanil, your life will not be given in vain," the warrior whispers in a prayer of despair and promise. The demon beast, with a mocking grin on his face, interweaves mockery and cruelty. "Ha ha! You're killing your own. It's better to think about yourself and not about your drowned comrade." And in response to his cruelty, the demon beast hears the quiet words of the warrior. "Let me ask two things. Firstly, I did this not only for Fanil's sake." These words carry the weight of unspoken promises and intentions. There is tension in the air. A hero in traditional military garb, filled with determination, faces a powerful adversary. The monster, strewn with patterns and symbols, emits its death breath. The warrior gathers the remnants of his strength and admits, "Secondly, I don't need to worry about myself, because now you are no match for me." The demon beast, overcome by sudden rage, experiences a real shock. What the fuck? Don't be sad." And amid incredible tension, a loud sound is heard, heralding a new round of battle and perhaps new hope. The moment of collision. A rapid whirlwind of air raises dust, wrapping the bodies of the warrior and the demon beast in a storm. The force of the blow is felt in every bend of their bodies, and the green blood of the demon beast disperses into the air, like a canvas on which the drama of the struggle is played out. So, with a simple fic, you can't reintegrate. Your ability to recover, and the time that they gave me. You can hear cold confidence in his voice. The warrior looks straight into the beast's eyes, asking a rhetorical question: can humans gain the power of monsters? He does not wait for an answer, because for him it is no longer important. Turning away, he concludes his speech, "Fuck it, it doesn't matter. Deal with that giant." There is no doubt in his words. He is determined to go to the end, no matter what the next moment brings. The hero stands with his back, contemplating the result of the fight. Time, as if he realizes the importance of the past confrontation. "Your death will have to be postponed," carries the promise of return, hinting at a postponement of the inevitable. The hero soars into the sky against the backdrop of a fiery sword, leaving behind traces of spilled blood and a storm. The sky is split into two by his powerful movement, carrying him away from the viewer into the depths of the next chapter of their unfinished story. The hero's eyes glow red, reflecting his inner fire and unshakable will. He is willing to use the life-reducing technique, but admits, "I can't leave now." Determination and sacrifice intertwine in his gaze. The hero fell to his knees. His body was seized by the energy of struggle. Sparks of passion and perseverance flared around his fists, as if he was gathering his last strength for the decisive blow. His grin cuts through the tension, and his words, "Ha ha, it would be dangerous if I hesitated," carry the threat and anticipation of a confrontation. This part of the story ends with a scene with a powerful enemy towering over the warriors. "Damn, is it even possible to kill him?" echoes in the air, creating a sense of impossible task in the face of such a powerful being standing before them, full of power and menace. A huge blood-red creature, reminiscent of a giant wolf, with an endless row of sharp fangs, growls blocking the sun. His eyes glow like two small suns, distorting reality with their blazing gaze. The monster's shadow falls over the city, promising unprecedented horror. The next scene reveals a group of men ready to face the inevitable. At the head is one with a beard and a determined look, shouting to the teams not to be afraid and to attack together. His face is distorted with passion for battle, and his gaze is full of determination. The next shot shows two men, probably allies, one of whom looks back over his shoulder, as if conveying confidence in joint action with his gaze. Their hands are tightly clenched, symbolizing brotherhood and unity in the face of impending danger. One of the men, in a burst of combat, releases lightning from his hands, directing them straight at an unknown enemy. His face is grimaced with rage and concentration, and the energy of his attack illuminates the scene with a violent blue light, promising a devastating clash. A muffled scream is heard in the darkness. What the? The air is filled with anxiety, Lightning flashes in front of them, illuminating the silhouette of a man whose fist is shrouded in electric sparks. He stands ready to fight, but there is a note of doubt in his voice. Is he soft? A giant blood-red monster, with a huge gaping mouth, attacks, its teeth resembling sharply sharpened daggers. The air is torn apart by the scream of the creature, and the colors red and black dominate the frame, creating a feeling of chaos and horror. The silhouette of a warrior in gray, pierced by the swiftness of movement, clutches a weapon. Glug! The sound of the blow drowns out everything else, demonstrating the determination and power of the fighter. Blood scatters around like paint, splashes of which cover everything around. A man with sharp facial features and an excited look. He warns of mortal danger. Caution, his body is changing. There is fear and urgency in his eyes, his mouth open in a warning cry. The words echo into the night, foreshadowing a new turn in this battle. The man's gaze widens in shock. A sudden realization flashes across his eye, a bead of sweat slides down his face, and a sense of impending danger hangs in the air. The warriors watch a monstrous creature rising into the sky. He's not just a demon beast. An exclamation is heard. Clouds of dust and earth frame the silhouette of the monster, at the center of which a menacing red light pulses like an ominous heart. The creature fills the entire space, its multiple mouths ready to attack. Like an abstract painting made of fear and pain, it inspires horror with its appearance. An army of warriors stands, assembled and ready for the final battle. Sharp swords are ready for battle, and the tension between them and the demon beast is felt even through the cold screen. Blood-red symbols, like cries for help, painted the walls, and blood flowed down the floor like streams. The monster, many eyes and teeth, stretched its huge limbs, and there was a terrible determination in this movement. A man with a beard and fear in his eyes recalled the horrors of war. His gaze was full of recognition and horror, his lips compressed in a grimace of anger and determination. He had seen such evil before and realized that this was not just a beast. The monster towered against the backdrop of the bright sun, like a giant from ancient legends. His body shimmered in crimson tones of blood and strength, and dazzling energy beat from his mouth. It was the embodiment of chaos, ready to engulf the entire world with its madness. Finally, the fighter against evil spirits, full of determination and passion for battle, rushed towards his fate. His cry of challenge and challenge cut the air like a sword. "We can't win unless we defeat him." His heart beat in unison with these words, embodying the will and hope of victory. A whirlwind of movements and swiftness of attack cover the stage. The hero pierces the air, his body an arrow aimed at the heart of disaster. The red symbols around seem to pick up this impulse, emphasizing the explosive dynamics of the moment. The huge, toothy mouth of the monster opens, as if embodying the abyss itself. Inside there is darkness, and only white, sharp teeth in a row, ready to tear or devour. The man clenched his teeth and prepared for battle. His gaze is hidden by a shadow, but even it cannot hide the tension and concentration that emanates from him. He is the embodiment of determination, a man who is on the verge of fighting the unknown. And then there is a roar. A monster and a man are two opponents who collide in a storm of passion and despair. The hero does not yield. His cry reflects the power and will that do not know fatigue in the face of such powerful evil. Lightning, like snakes from ancient myths, weave around the hero, reflecting his rage and power. His eyes burn with determination, and his clenched teeth indicate his readiness to do whatever is required. "Fuck you!" His words are sharp and full of fighting spirit. They light, sparkling like a strong man, cuts through space like a sword falling on the heads of enemies. His path is inevitable, and in this brilliance there is destruction and hope at the same time. White light envelops everything around, erasing the boundaries of the world and non-existence. This is the peak of the battle, the moment when the outcome becomes vague, like the future hidden behind a veil of uncertainty. And at this moment the power of the blow reaches its target. A monster engulfed in energy appears smaller and more vulnerable to this violent force. An explosion of light promises the end of fear and the beginning of a new era. The hero, like lightning, cuts through the skies with his flight, filling the air with the electricity of battle. There is a whirlwind of energy around him, and he strives towards the monster, embodying the hope of victory over the horror that stretches its bloody tentacles towards the world. If you wait, the loss will be greater, sounds like a sentence in his head. The hero knows that every second of slowness is a step closer to defeat. Focused on his target, he gathers all his energy into one decisive blow. We need to finish him off with one blow, he thinks, and the light of his power falls on the monster, promising end and redemption. The force of the hero's blow tears apart space, enveloping everything around in a sparkling radiance. The clash of energies looks like the ultimate battle, where every blow could be the last. He put all his energy into this blow, but even that doesn't seem to be enough. But even after the greatest effort, horror is visible on the hero's face. Impossible, he whispers, faced with the reality that evil may not be so easily defeated. The hero's gaze is clouded with doubt when he realizes that his powerful blow did not reach the target. The darkness of the monster still absorbs the light of his attack, and in this battle, victory remains an unattainable dream. Raising his head to the sky, he sees how the silhouettes of monstrous tentacles unite, as if preparing for a new, decisive blow. The darkness becomes thicker, and the hero realizes that this battle is not over yet. His body is pierced by painful sensations of despair and fatigue, but he does not give up. Despite everything, he is ready to continue the fight, not retreating in the face of the seeming indifference of fate. Now he faces a monster larger than ever, and realizes that time is against him. There is no time to waste. Every moment decides the outcome of the war for the fate of the world. Fateful determination is reflected in every movement of the hero as he strikes the decisive blow. We need to finish everything here and now. Sounds like an inexorable decision in his head. Gathering his last strength, he slams into the monster's body, creating a whirlwind of energy and despair around him. The echo of his blow resounds in space like thunder. There are signs of struggle, blood and sweat on his face, but an unquenchable fire burns in his eyes. "Hold on," he shouts, pushing away fatigue and illness, preparing for the next throw. And again he rushes into the attack, as if in the last dance with fate. His body, lathered by battle, knows no fatigue, driven only by the desire to protect everything that is dear. The hero's face is distorted with anger and determination. Drops of blood in the air seem to freeze, emphasizing the tension of the moment. He will not retreat or give up. His will is iron. He charges again, his scream merging with the roar of air from the blow. His every step, every movement is a challenge to fate, which is inexorably trying to break him. This is the end, is the question in his mind as he delivers what may be the final blow. The whole world seems frozen in anticipation of the outcome of this clash. The words "I'm not afraid of death" flash through his mind as he prepares for a possible final stand. But even on the edge of despair, he finds the strength to continue the fight. 3 people stand in front of a house, against the background of a foggy forest, where smoke from destruction rises to the sky. "We lost," they think, looking at the consequences of the battle, which claimed many lives. The hero, bleeding, can hardly stand on his feet. Fatigue and pain are reflected in his eyes. "And I was wondering who's wasting time here." His thoughts about the battle, about the fact that he could disappear in this fight. The noise made it easy to find him, he says, acknowledging that in a world full of chaos, even destruction can lead to a goal. The hero raises his head, seeing the sun breaking through the clouds. His face is scarred, but there is still a spark of hope in his eyes, despite all the trials. The hero's face is filled with fear and bewilderment. A Levi. He can't believe what he sees in front of him. His eyes are full of despair. "Why are you here?" The unanswered question hangs in the air. The dark silhouette answers, with confidence in his voice. "Hold on tight. I'll cut him in one fell swoop." The promise of quick and decisive action in the echo of his words. A warrior with a fiery sword in his hand flies into the air. "Rome, change weapons." Words that carry determination and strength, ready to destroy everything in its path. The hero looks up. His face is wounded, and he is out of breath from the effort. "Am I dreaming?" He doubts himself, feeling the severity of his wounds. This is not ether. Thoughts about the meaning of shed blood and suffering conclude his thoughts. The fiery giant rises above the ground. Its power and fury illuminate the space around, as if the sun had broken out on the earth. The power of the god of war Roma. His essence embodies ancient strength and steadfastness of will. The hero's face is engulfed in anger. His eyes incinerate the space in front of him. The numbers, like a countdown to the inevitable, flash before his eyes, filling the moment with tension. A huge red crystal divides the world into two parts, its edges reflecting the last light of the battle. It stands as a symbol of the decisive moment in the battle. Lightning tears apart the sky and the earth. Their light carves rifts in reality. This storm of energy is like a border dividing the world into before and after this epic battle. A heated whirlwind of red and white symbols furrows the sky. The rising silhouette of a hero cuts through the atmosphere, leaving behind a trail of fire and power reflecting the peak of battle. Debris and body fragments rise into the skies, becoming a grim reminder of the destruction brought by this conflict. His body is collapsing, is a statement of fact, indicating the power of the blow that crushed the monster, destroying it to the ground. And now in the midst of the falling remains, the hero's face is illuminated with joy. It's over, we're saved. His words are full of relief and triumph because the battle is won and the world is now safe. Against the backdrop of a destroyed landscape, the hero turns to a mysterious figure with an important question. "I want to know something," begins his request, full of seriousness and expectation of answers. A dark silhouette stands in front of him, reminding him of the recent danger. "If you hadn't come, I would have died," the hero admits, pointing to the stranger's decisive role in the outcome of the battle. With a hint of doubt and bewilderment, the figure replies, "Well, even though I came here to save you, I still don't understand. Why act so recklessly?" In his words, one can read both accusation and sincere bewilderment. The hero, shaking off the consequences of the battle, looks at the stranger. "You could have left and left everything to the Viscount. So that's what you wanted to ask?" He is ready for dialogue despite fatigue and pain, wanting to unravel the motives of his savior. The hero, full of determination, explains his mission. The job of a hunter is to kill animals. He seeks answers to his questions, comprehending the meaning of his existence and his actions. The mysterious savior looks at him, his face hidden in the shadows, his eyes full of bewilderment. That's how it is. He doesn't understand why the hero reacts this way. "And what about you?" He asks a question, indicating the hero's personal interest, but his remark also carries some detachment. "I told you that this does not concern you." The hero, looking straight into the eyes of his companion, repeats the question that torments him. "I mean, it doesn't matter? Why should I give such a large loot to others?" His words reflect the depth of his bewilderment and desire to understand the motives for his salvation. The hero, with a torn face, declares, "And I can't leave. I'm a hunter." His words are full of confidence in his role and duty. The hero's companion, with disapproval in his voice, laughs. "Fahava, are you? A hunter with such and such skills?" The obvious bewilderment is caused perhaps by his recent actions or condition. The outline of the figures against the sunset, and the mysterious savior asks a rhetorical question. "Do you call yourself a hunter, after you yourself were unable to give birth to a giant beast?" Indicating the hero's lack of confidence or experience. The hero, without looking up from the conversation, continues, "You must have misled me. I will teach you how to do it." The sentence seems to promise learning or an attempt to correct previous mistakes. The hero looks with bewilderment and a question mark in his eyes, as if not believing what is happening in front of him. Suddenly, the situation escalates. He takes a decisive action, turning his companion upside down, demonstrating his superiority and strength. The companion, lying on the ground, is dazed and looks shocked. "Hey Levi, how are you?" The hero turns to him, showing concern despite the previous harshness. Lying on the ground, the companion looks wounded and weak. Damn, this happens every time the war god's mess ends." Words filled with fatigue and pain from the battle. "And what is ticking?" His consciousness is lost on the edge of reality. on his last breath. A deep red void opens up in front of the hero, like an abyss, and a warning appears. The blessing of the god of war is no longer available to you. A young man with brown hair, looking tired, says, "I see work." His facial expression indicates fatigue and disappointment. He turns to his companion. "Judging by the latest report, the seal in the dark forest should be fine." His words sound like a report reflecting responsibilities and routine. A serious figure in a dark cloak agrees, confirming, "Calm down. The seal of the Black Forest should be in the form of a stone mountain." Its tone suggests control and knowledge of the situation. Ominous lights appear in the darkness, and a warning is heard. "If it collapses, then we are in trouble." These words foretell bad consequences. A fair-haired man in a raincoat ironically responds to his companion's comment, affirming his readiness to work, despite the risk and stress. Seriously and intently, he continues, "Judging by the latest report, the seal in the dark forest should be fine, and for this, I had to go all this way?" His words express doubt about the correctness of his actions. The cloaked companion, focused and calm, concludes, "All the mana of the seal will come out and blacken everything around." It represents the voice of reason, aware of the consequences of events that may occur. Favorus is a picture where green waves of magical energy wash over hills strewn with skulls. Nothing will grow there anymore. This place will become a valley of death. A young man in a raincoat touches his chin as a sign of reflection and concern. "And the smell will be terrible. I feel bad just thinking about it." His companion, also in a cloak in response to doubt, says, "Well, I think you won't have to come." His words convey a sense of relief that their duties are coming to an end. Next, we see them driving along a cliff, and the first one reflects, "I think it's all over." But the second one, with a hint of doubt, asks, "Huh? Seriously?" This suggests that despite their confidence, the outcome is not yet completely certain. In the immense depths of twilight, the shadow of an inevitable threat looms. The fading of vital energy echoes in the soul of a young warrior. He anxiously contemplates the consequences of the destruction, realizing that the world he knew may be lost forever. A lone figure stands at the edge of the cliff, looking out over the landscape before her. A vague premonition arises in his heart that here, among the ruins of the past, something has happened that will change the course of history. The man's face lights up with sudden insight. Something interesting happened here, he guesses. In his eyes there is a readiness to unravel the secrets of this place, as if he perceives what happened as a challenge to his mind and spirit. The exploration of uncharted territories continues all day, despite the growing uncertainty and possible dangers that lurk at every step. In the end, all efforts lead to a single discovery that embodies all the answers and all the questions at the same time. The forest that was once full of life is now marked by dark changes. Nature is fading, leading with it animals whose numbers have sharply decreased, foreshadowing the impending emptiness. Something huge, like a beast, rises from the depths of the earth. Even an old man, experienced in the mysteries of the world, feels alarmed by this spectacle. There is a premonition of a coming storm in the air. But the real problem lies deeper. The look of the young warrior is heavy and full of awareness. The real threat has not yet shown its cards, remaining hidden and all the more dangerous. A warning breaks the silence. You can no longer use Ram's blessing. It's like a sentence that deprives the heroes of their protection and support, which was their support. Words float in the air, leaving questions unanswered and hearts without comfort. A man with wavy hair turns to his comrade in amazement, not hiding his surprise at his sudden appearance. Trying to understand what caused such haste, he recalls recent events that suggest the real cost of their victory. The red-haired warrior, with a sword on his back, speaks excitedly about his student, who not only kept him waiting, but also got him into an unpleasant situation, showing that his concern for the young warrior goes deeper than simple irritation. The straight-faced young man reveals the essence of his anxiety, admitting that he is losing not only his blessing, but also his confidence in his own abilities, leaving him vulnerable to the trials ahead. The final shot reveals the depth of the consequences of their actions. The forest that once witnessed life is now reduced to ash. Reaffirming that their victory did not come without sacrifice brings an echo of regret and reflection in their hearts about the price that must be paid for every decision. The warriors stand in somber contemplation before rows of swords stuck into the ground, a quiet memorial to their fallen comrades. The ritual of farewell to sorrow is performed, and every sword here is an echo of a life that was interrupted. Among them, the red-haired giant speaks with contrition about the lack of time for the warriors to rest. Despite their fatigue, they do not seek peace. Their views are full of determination and questions about the future. With a slight smile, he invites his comrade to continue the journey, keeping the hope that their paths will cross again, regardless of the severity of the tests they have passed. A young warrior with a red glove quietly says goodbye to the figure on the sword, symbolizing a departed friend. A prayer is brewing in his heart that in the next incarnation his soul will learn to wield a weapon masterfully. A student and a teacher stand at the edge of the forest, preparing for new challenges. The wisdom and strength passed down from generation to generation is again reflected in their training together. A smile of pride plays on the face of the warrior with a red mane. He shares his experience, explaining that strength is not in muscles, but in the ability to sense and predict the movements of the enemy. The young warrior's blows are deflected with dexterity and technique, as he learns to control his energy so that every movement is precise and powerful. There is tension between master and apprentice as they both test each other, not only in combat but in understanding how to use and respect their inner strength and knowledge. The power and bestial essence of the god of war are embodied in his majestic image, filling the air with thunderous tension. The student stands in front of him, ready to take the fight and prove his mettle. Focus and determination can be seen on the young man's face as he fends off attacks, showing his level of skill and the tenacity he displays despite an imposing opponent. Learning reaches its climax when student and teacher exchange blows, testing each other's strength. This is not only a physical confrontation, but also a battle of characters, where each strives to surpass the other. The student, exhausted but not broken, understands that each lesson is a step towards understanding the depths of his strength and its proper use in battle. The student, with new strength in his eyes, as if shimmering like a kaleidoscope, shares his transformation. After the trials he has endured, his gaze seems to draw from other sources of wisdom. He raises his finger up, pointing to his new companion, who, like a premonition, foreshadows new trials. Her figure is drawn against the background of a mysterious silhouette figure with glowing eyes. An unexpected character appears before the teacher and student, a mixture of tenderness and determination reflected in her gaze. She is ready to take on the challenge, to stand up for her path. The teacher's warm words flow as parting words when he warns the student about a new danger. His experience and intuition suggest that they face a difficult test. A gloomy warrior with a scythe on his shoulder stands in front of the teacher, his gaze full of determination and hidden strength. This is not an ordinary person, the teacher thinks. She could become a knight. The young warrior, exhausted after the battle, bows her head before the teacher. Her pose expresses respect and fatigue, perhaps also pain from unspoken words. With a final warning of caution on the way back, the teacher is ready to leave the battlefield. His gaze is soft, but concern for the student is visible in it. The young warrior lowers her head, surprise and respect mixed in her eyes. She doesn't understand why she deserves such attention, but her heart is full of gratitude. The teacher prepares to resume training, speaking enthusiastically to his student. "Let's try to feel the aether again," he says, and the student seems unhappy with the upcoming lesson. The young warrior is confused and a little upset when her teacher hints at her potential to become a real terror to her enemies. "You fought like a kitten with a sword," he jokes, trying to ease the tension. The student's gaze is lowered. His thoughts are carried away into the past. The memories of the battle are still fresh, and he feels that every moment of the struggle has left its mark on him. The teacher, taking the young warrior by the shoulder, tries to cheer her up. Her pale face expresses confusion and weariness from her recent ordeal. The student is preparing for training again, but his attention is distracted by a suddenly appearing figure. "Mr. Instructor," he exclaims. But his teacher has already noticed the guest and is relieved that they are alive and unharmed. The surprised warrior turns to the teacher, apparently not expecting him here. "What's the matter?" Her gaze is full of bewilderment, and she seems confused by his presence. The mysterious newcomer talks to the student with a slight grin, like an old acquaintance. "I was just passing by, and I missed you." His calmness contrasts with the anxiety of the young warriors. The teacher introduces his business partners, and what appears to be a tense conversation between them and the student, full of unspoken words and heavy glances from the student at the new but clearly important faces. The appearance of strangers raises suspicions. "Traitors, I don't see their weapons," one of them reasons, noting that the guests arrived unarmed and unaccompanied. The instructor seems unsurprised by their arrival, although he mockingly answers the questions. "Don't believe me? There's no particular reason, beta." But the disciple senses a deeper context. Is there a person here who uses the power of a god? His gaze is serious and piercing, as if he is looking for a hidden truth. The teacher does not seem to fully understand the seriousness of the situation. His reaction is frivolous. What? Sure. He does not realize the importance of the moment. The calmness of the hooded blonde contrasts with the tense atmosphere. "I mean, what? So there is such a person here?" His confidence makes others think about his words. Tension rises as the teacher, engulfed in the blue light of the runes, realizes the gravity of the situation. His student and girlfriend are also shrouded in a magical aura, emphasizing their growing anxiety. The girl, with a restless gaze, looks through the magical symbols surrounding her, like a protective barrier. The suddenness of the situation makes her heart skip a beat with anxiety. The student, confused and perplexed, looks at his glowing hands, looking for answers to his questions. All this creates a feeling of an impending magical clash. The young man with red eyes is distorted with disbelief. His gaze is full of doubts and bewilderment. "What is this? Containment magic?" he whispered under his breath. The mysterious blond man in the hood easily manipulates energy. His voice is calm and confident. "Sorry for the rude measures, but this is a serious matter." The warrior with wavy red hair panicked for a moment as he felt the power of the spell hit him. "Bastard, set me free." His voice is filled with anger. The mysterious blonde again calms the situation. His voice sounds convincing. "Hush, hush, I will explain everything, so listen carefully." A huge crystal, emitting heat and light, appears in front of the group. This is more than just a stone. It is a seal stone, shrouded in mysticism and power. The blond man in the hood shares knowledge about the stone, claiming that it can only be destroyed by the power of God, and adds mysteriously that this has already been done by someone. The red-haired warrior's serious expression shows his intention to find out whether it is the power of an evil god or not, which is important to him. If the assumptions about a force that doesn't belong to a person are confirmed, then the group will have to immediately understand what is happening, realizing the seriousness of the moment. The red-haired warrior, surrounded by magical symbols, suggests that similar events have already taken place in the past, with a hint of a long history and a recurring threat. A blond man in the hood, standing with his back to his interlocutors, notes with irony that cases of destruction of such stones by the power of God have already taken place. But for some reason, he was in no hurry to share this information. The red-haired warrior, addressing the silent figures in blue cloaks, regrets that knowledge of the stone could have prevented the unnecessary sacrifice of many people. The concentrated and heavy look of the red-haired man speaks of deep thought and understanding, that if they knew about the power of God in advance, they could prevent many tragedies. The hooded blonde, turning to face his interlocutors, slyly admits that he was confident in their suspicions, playing on their trust and possibly hiding his true motives. The red-haired warrior, smiling through his teeth, admits that he kept silent about the stone, so as not to lose his source of income, suppliers of monster remains. The blond man in the hood speaks with genuine amusement about the suppliers, but points to many other sources that are ready to replace the lost ones. A dark-haired young man with amazement and dissatisfaction in his eyes raises the question of keeping his job, to which the hooded blonde man replies that there is no reason to worry. The red-haired warrior's sudden indignation grows when he realizes that the blonde is playing with him, because he is categorically against the incipient violence. The red-haired warrior's power and fury fill the air as he clenches his fist and prepares to fight while energy flows around his arm. He intently warns his opponent that he is ready to attack, his voice full of determination and strength. The red-haired warrior doesn't waste a second as she takes aim at her target, ready to throw her magical dagger, while her gaze is filled with cold confidence. The dark-haired youth, his eyes flashing red with sudden realization, blocks the enemy's attack, defending himself with the mysterious energy embodied in the blue runes. The whirlwind of battle is suddenly interrupted by the appearance of an unexpected ally. The warrior is confused, watching as the red-haired warrior with a sword from the mirror deftly parries attacks. Her fighting technique is unique, and she glows with a power that can change the course of a battle. She possesses a skill rare in these lands, and her sword, sparkling with bright light, is the blade of the legendary sword Shiz. There is only one clan on this continent that uses this technique, he thinks, realizing that this is a warrior from a distant and powerful clan. The warrior's courage and confidence are stunning. "You can call me the Emperor's third sword if you like," she says, introducing herself, her voice a promise of victory and support in the battle that awaits them both. Her gaze is piercing, and she notes, "I'm uncomfortable with being called the laziest sword." This remark conveys the weight of a title that may have been thrust upon her in the past, but now she is ready to prove her true skill and strength on the battlefield. Hearing the words of the warrior, the fiery-haired warrior cannot contain his loud and infectious laughter. "Inconvenient? Ha ha ha, that's it, my dear." His reaction indicates that he finds not only tension in the situation, but also some sincere humor. He makes an encouraging call to her. "Let's see what you can do," a challenge that speaks to his desire to test her skills in battle together. The next shot reveals the deep structure of the world, in which there are 8 clans of swords, each with their own unique symbol and abilities. 3 of them are illuminated in gold, meaning that these are the clans that enjoy the blessing and recognition of the Emperor, making them the leading forces in this world. This information emphasizes the importance of the warrior, her belonging to one of the privileged clans, and foreshadows the importance of her role in the events that will unfold in history. The sky is torn by lightning energy as a fiery-haired warrior, wielding the power of lightning, faces the might of a mysterious enemy. His sword, symbolizing his clan, is illuminated with an electric light, heralding destructive power. The power of lightning explodes, revealing the warrior's unrivaled skill and ability to master the elements, turning him into the epitome of thunder on the battlefield. The red-haired warrior with a mirror sword also demonstrates her skills. The light of her weapon shimmers like a reflection in an infinity mirror, ready for a new blow. A spell that creates a temporary weapon of pure energy is revealed before us, confirming the unique abilities of the warrior who wields the power of lightning. And now they join forces to face the darkness that surrounds them. A warrior who has mastered lightning magic concentrates on forming a sword out of thin air that glows with electric light. His movements are limited, but the precision and power he puts into each spell mark him out as a master of his craft. The laziest sword, as the warrior dubbed it, turns out to be unexpectedly powerful and unpredictable. Its potential in battle is undeniable. Concentrated energy surges into the air, pulsating around his body as he prepares to deliver the finishing blow. Tide as much as you want. His challenge reflects the endless possibilities of his strength, his willingness to take the fight no matter the number of opponents or difficulties that may arise. With each passing moment, his power grows, and the electrical waves surrounding him become more intense, promising an incredible spectacle of the skill and strength he is about to demonstrate. A warrior dripping with lightning, full of determination and aggressive energy, prepares for the final blow. Sooner or later you will reach your limit, he sets the tone for the battle, warning the enemy of his unlimited capabilities. I will break them all. His confidence in success does not waver. The red-haired warrior, like a statue, stands in front of an explosion of energy that carries enormous potential. Her body is tense, ready for action, waiting for the perfect moment to take the next step. What? An unshakable intention is read in the warrior's eyes, and he feels that the climax of the fight is approaching. His face is contorted in anticipation of a confrontation in which he has no intention of conceding. Magic bursts from his fingers, creating a rip in the very fabric of reality, emanating from his hand. A powerful blow, seemingly sufficient to change the outcome of the fight, is ready to break out at any second. A warrior with lightning reflects confidence and strength on his face. It was smart to target the cheese's weak point, the shikokotka. He analyzes his opponent's strategy, showing that he understands the importance of tactics in battle. But our clan has advanced. He is ready to prove that his clan has not only the strength, but also the wisdom to adapt and transcend. The warrior in gray, like an unshakable statue, takes a defensive pose. Gavora, while you stayed here, she sets the pace of the fight, emphasizing that her opponent has not taken a step forward since their last clash. Her gaze is piercing, and she demands, now tell me who used the power of God. Her words are full of challenge, demanding answers that can reveal the true intentions and power hidden behind the battle. The warrior, unfazed, replies, You talk too much. His tone mixes challenge and some irony, showing that he will not allow his opponent to dominate the conversation. I wouldn't hide if I was going to tell you. His words hint that he can keep secrets, but this time, he is not ready to reveal them. The lightning warrior, realizing that the situation is getting out of control, decides that he has no choice but to use violence. It looks like I have no choice. He acknowledges the inevitability of the next step, preparing for the decisive action. I don't like resorting to violence. His words express regret. His opponent said to resort to extreme measures, but I will have to cut off one of your hands, he warns, although he doesn't want to cause harm. Suddenly the situation is interrupted by a cry of stop. The air is filled with tension and anticipation. The moment is full of drama as everyone pauses to investigate the reason for this sudden intervention. The main character appears, a man with red eyes full of determination and courage, exclaiming, It was me. His voice is full of strength and determination. Let go of Guyver. He demands the release of his comrade, entering the conflict and adding a new chapter to the ongoing history of this conflict. The warrior with fiery hair lying on the ground looks defeated, but his spirit is not broken. With irony in his voice, he turns to himself. Fool! If he had been silent, everything could have been done with one severed hand. Words expressing his disappointment in his own carelessness and straightforwardness. The character in the cloak asks the question with doubt in his voice. You say you're a Levi. He is trying to verify the truth of his colleague's words. Let's check first. He is not ready to blindly accept statements on faith, demonstrating caution and a desire to verify the truth. The man in blue, surrounded by a protective field, appears confused and tense at the unexpected turn of events. His expression suggests that he has found himself in the spotlight without wanting to be there, highlighting the complexity and confusion of the situation in which they all find themselves. In the face of inevitable conflict, the cloaked character uses his magic with concentration. With his actions, he creates a magical barrier that surrounds the body of the man in blue, like a protective shell, preparing him for the upcoming clash. There is tension in the air, as every movement of the caped character's hands fills the stage with anticipation of the outcome of the magical action. No matter how powerful the energy used is, it always leaves a trace. Magical symbols drawn in the air embody power and mystery, promising consequences that could change the course of events or reveal something hidden and important to the story in which they are all involved. The man in blue appears stunned by what is happening. his face contorted with surprise and bewilderment as the magical symbols around him become increasingly bright and saturated, increasing the atmosphere of mysticism and anticipation of the denouement. Finally, a warrior with fiery hair, an involuntary witness to the magical ritual, expresses his bewilderment. His face is illuminated by the light of the spells, his eyes wide with amazement. There is a question in the air, reflecting a general feeling of uncertainty and anticipation of what will happen next in this story, full of mystery and magic. Magical energy explodes in the young man's body. The radiance covers him entirely, like lightning flowing inside, penetrating every cell. This is the moment of truth when hidden powers are fully revealed, revealing the depth of his unexplored abilities. The cloaked character watches the transformation with disbelief, his arms still extended in a spell gesture, a look of skepticism on his face. An inner skepticism and wariness is visible in every feature of his face as he encounters something beyond his expectations. Confirmation comes from the man in blue. "Confirmed, I'll let you go." His words sound like a sentence. Determination is visible in his eyes. At this moment, he accepts his role despite all the trials and anxieties that this path has prepared for him. A girl with pale golden hair, clothed in the shadows of a magical glow, looks with doubt and hope. "Jean, can you let them go?" Her voice is full of expectation and hope for a peaceful resolution to the conflict, for a release of the tension that kept them tense at the limit of their abilities. An exhausted warrior with reddish hair apologizes for being rude, his eyes closed, his face reflecting fatigue and pain. A woman with red hair stands nearby, her head bowed, appearing to be lost in thought or prayer, perhaps feeling guilty or sad about what happened. A young man in gray turns to a girl, asking if he can talk to her. His voice sounds confident and his eyes are full of determination. He is ready to listen to what is on her mind, embodying the image of a fair listener. Suddenly, he makes a shocking announcement, suggesting that our hero may be from another world. This assumption is full of mysteries and foreshadows something unimaginable, revealing the possibility of an unprecedented connection between realities. The tension of the moment intensifies when I hear the assumption of the Caped War. The seal stone comes into focus, emitting a blood-red glow. The light surrounding him appears soft and warm, but its power can be felt even through the image. Created as a result of war, this stone was a tool of the gods to stop the magic of demons, emphasizing its high significance and power. Before us is a harsh landscape, where monumental stones stick out from the ground like ancient guards. It is said that they were hidden throughout the continent, and one of them was hidden inside a mountain in the Black Forest, adding elements of mystery and ancient wisdom to the story. A cloaked figure is visible looking at the forest thicket. This moment reveals to us that after hiding the seal stone, it seemed to disappear without a trace, introducing mystery and uncertainty into the storyline. The next shot shows the two characters standing on the edge of a cliff, overlooking a lush forest. One of them asks about the desire to talk about history, suggesting a conversation about the events associated with the powerful seal stones, and offering a deeper dive into the mystical secrets of this world. In front of us stands a man with dark hair and piercing eyes, addressing a mysterious figure in a cloak. There is a question in his eyes, which he asks silently, but his gaze says everything for him. A shadow falls on the face of the cloaked figure, giving it even more mystery and uncertainty of its intentions. The bokstader stalak sturus dipona. Ikosoch, sewif, hours, drusaus, hours face gay, sayo. Face of a young man with pale skin and golden hair is filled with doubt. His lips barely move, but the words he speaks carry weight and judgment, leaving a heavy pause full of disapproval hanging in the air. The dark-haired man looks away, his eyes widening in realization as he appears shocked by the realization of his action. His facial expression reveals an internal conflict between what he has learned and what he feels, as if he has been confronted with an unexpected truth about himself. The next scene shows us a charged image, where fire and destruction merge into one, as if transmitting the energy of the god of war. turning the quicksand of time into an eternal divine flame. These words, like an echo of the past, open the curtain on long-standing secrets and spells that were forgotten but never lost. A current of energy envelops the fighter. In his hands is a sword shining with thunderous light. The question, "What's going on?" is in the air, but the answer is hidden in the power that he called upon, a power that should not leave the world of animals. He stands, shrouded in flames, a testament to his power, a power beyond the understanding of most, a power that only a few know about, a power with which he was born. Eyes meet, one full of determination, the other full of questions. The understanding does not come immediately, but it is clear. Ram's vision seemed to be something more than just a fight. The cloaked figure turns his back, looking thoughtfully into the distance. Hidden in his thoughts is something more than just the world in which he exists. Perhaps a world he is just beginning to learn about. A mysterious hooded figure, whose face is hidden in shadow, stands motionless. The mystery of her presence adds intrigue to what is happening. A man with red eyes approaches the figure, with an invitation to pray together, as if seeking comfort or understanding in a shared ritual. The hooded figure, with a slight smile, declines the offer, hinting at his doubts about his interlocutor's abilities and the invisible connection that may exist between them. She reflects thoughtfully on the power of prayer, and how much they can learn about each other through communication, even without resorting to divine mediation. Thevexterus schrijg stoutia. Ikeeks, winerdras, hadar te verniau brauth vij pofren, I die, arte jo wineister, celeterse. Every Drotan in black touches his head in puzzlement, his thoughts full of bewilderment. He is surprised by how much his interlocutor knows, but tries to hide it by talking about his betrayal to the god of war. A hooded figure with a critical eye talks about deals with the gods, emphasizing that they are only possible between equal parties. The man appears to be contemplating the situation, his face reflecting confusion. Perhaps he is discussing the consequences of his actions. The hooded figure asks the question again, suggesting that the conversation begin with a request for help, as if offering some form of assistance or opportunity for confession. A young man in brown robes folds his hands in prayer. His eyes are downcast, and his facial expression reflects concentration and anxiety. He seems to be turning to a higher power, seeking inner strength or solutions. Darkness envelops him. Only his eyes glow in complete darkness. His gaze is filled with determination and expectation. He is in a state of maximum concentration and readiness for action. The next image shows him floating in outer space, among the stars and planets. This is the embodiment of his inner world or journey of the spirit, exploration of the unknown depths of his own consciousness or more global mysteries. Finally, he is confronted by a huge dark figure with glowing red eyes. This creature inspires horror and fear, but the man stands before it, showing no signs of yielding or fear. A majestic figure rises in front of the young man, a deity with blue hair and elven ears, dressed in a long white robe with golden patterns, surrounded by a luminous halo and stars in the background. It seems to merge with the cosmos, and its voice is like an echo of the universe. The man looks up, his gaze full of amazement and bewilderment. He is stunned and at the same time fascinated by what he sees in front of him, and his inner world seems excited by this meeting. The scene changes to a battlefield under a sunset sky, where a man stands alone, his sword lowered into the ground, among scattered weapons and graves. It is a depiction of loneliness and reflection after the end of a battle, a sense of loss and perhaps victory, with a bitter aftertaste. The next shot shows him in dynamic motion, with energy coursing through his body, his red eyes glowing with strength and determination. He is full of energy and ready for action, despite the difficulties he faces. On a battlefield tinged with the crimson glow of sunset, an armored man clutches a glowing sword with an evil gaze. His body is enveloped in orange light, and his face is contorted with anger and painful effort, as if he is fighting an invisible enemy or inner demons. In contrast to the chaos of the battle, a divine being with delicate features and blue hair stands in front of the man, creating an atmosphere of calm and majesty. His gaze is wise and insightful, and his pose is full of dignity and nobility. The man tilts his head, puzzled, trying to understand what he is standing in front of. In his eyes, one can see a mixture of confusion and a desire for understanding. He is looking for answers to the incomprehensible questions asked of him by this mystical creature. The deity looks at him with slight disappointment and reproach in his voice, as if he expected more from this meeting. His facial expression is impenetrable, but at the same time reflects a deep connection with universal secrets. 3 messages about the absence of an interface appear in front of a man in outer space, as if he is trying to find contact with something that is inaccessible to him in this place and time. He stands against the backdrop of the stars, his gaze focused and at the same time lost. A deity with a high crown and a wise look folded his fingers into a magical sign, surrounded by stars and nebulae. His face expresses compassion, readiness to help a man in his difficulty. The recovery process begins as shown by a blue screen that appears in front of the man. Progress is displayed. System recovery at 11%. Sharing function restored. The man once again stands among the stars, his gaze filled with confidence, while the screen shows the restoration of stat functions and the beginning of the restoration of quests by 7%. There is renewed strength and determination in his position. A man with piercing eyes and blood on his face sees a message about the start of the main quest, involving the removal of the limited life system, indicating an important event or transition in his story. A woman with a surprised expression on her face and shock in her eyes realizes the impossible, perhaps related to a recent discovery or development of events that turns her world upside down. A light halo surrounds the man, absorbing his essence, connecting him to the divine power of mercenary, symbolizing his unique connection to this powerful source of power. An ominous red silhouette, with an angry expression on its face, as if the embodiment of anger and power, foreshadows new trials and a possible conflict that awaits the hero ahead. In the background of a magic circle, with celestial symbols and stars, a palm is shown shrouded in mystical light, symbolizing a spell or an attempt to communicate with divine powers. A powerful, majestic creature, shrouded in smoke and fire, with an evil expression on its face, perhaps an antagonist, or a key element in the mythology of this world, possessing great strength or power. The shadowy silhouette in front of the monumental figure, illuminated by divine blue, emphasizes the difference in power and the possible upcoming confrontation or interaction between these two forces. A man with a thoughtful and at the same time determined look stands in front of a huge figure, which may symbolize his search for answers or the desire to understand his place in this world or history. A tired warrior rests near a tree trunk. His body is tense, reflecting pain and fatigue, and his eyes are closed as if he is lost in thought or suffering. Sorrow and pain overcome him as he puts his hand to his forehead, as if trying to cope with a headache or overcome internal discomfort. 2 silhouettes appear in front of him, a woman and a child, looking at him with anxiety and compassion. The woman may be asking about his condition, but he responds with a smile, trying to hide his true condition. In conversation, the warrior asks a question that reflects the importance of the events taking place in this world and his role in them, indicating the depth and complexity of the world in which they all live. A woman with red hair and a deep gaze stands with her face turned away, her profile expressing determination and mystery. She seems determined to follow her path despite external pressure. She turns to the seated warrior, her face serious and her eyes full of intent. Apparently she is ready to face possible threats, despite her perceived vulnerability. The warrior, listening to her, squeezes his shoulder tightly, his expression a mixture of fatigue and gratitude. His eyes are closed, as if he accepts her words and support. When he opens his eyes, his gaze becomes heavy and full of determination. He will no longer be a former knight of the empire. His new path is the path of struggle and self-determination. A warrior with red hair and a face contorted with painful tension stands against a pale blue sky, his silhouette surrounded by a halo of light, like an answer to prayer. The woman with red hair looks straight ahead, her face reflecting puzzlement and bewilderment. In her eyes one can read the awareness that before her is a force far beyond human capabilities. The warrior bows his head, his grimace expressing a mixture of fatigue and despair. He feels weak and helpless despite his previous confidence and strength. A woman approaches a boy with pale hair, her gaze full of determination and protection. She is ready to share information even despite the fears and dissatisfaction of the red-haired warrior. Open palms, with magical symbols on the inside of each hand, look like a window to another world, where ancient rituals and spells come to life. The red-haired warrior addresses the child, his rugged appearance and surprise at the simplicity of the name Seal contrasting with his warlike image. The red-haired cloaked woman appears mysterious and knowledgeable, her steady gaze concealing knowledge of the ancient powers she wields. The armored warrior, bound by blue light and energy, exudes power and determination as he prepares for a battle that will decide the fate of worlds. Blue energy bends into the mysterious runes on the warrior's hand, like an air current that pierces space and time, connecting them to ancient magical forces. The red-haired man, looking at the glowing bubble magic mixed with blacksmithing skills, finds in it a subject for jokes, frivolity, mixing magic with everyday life. An encouraging and warm exchange between a strong warrior and a young girl, in which a hint of community, of common traits or fate, is dispelled by one word, no. The girl's disappointment with the small but seemingly magical bottle is a counterpoint to her expectations of greatness and miracle, showing that even in the world of magic there are little things and simple joys. The red-haired warrior reflects that the art of creating magical things is accessible only to those who have not only talent, but also diligence and the right attitude, and not to those who expect miracles from random bubbles. A pink-haired girl's irritation suddenly flares when she hears the comparison to a dog, and she strongly rebels against such treatment, defending her pride and dignity. The inconspicuous appearance of another figure on stage changes the course of the conversation, introducing a new mystery and a sense of harbinger of greater events, while the characters exchange glances full of questions. The sudden interruption of the discussion by the girl and her unexpected behavior surprise the warrior, which makes him think that even in serious circumstances there is a place for lightness and childish spontaneity. The man in the gray robe questions the decisions made by their group, especially regarding the use of divine power. His doubts are shared by a woman with pink hair, confirming that a decision has indeed been made. Two cloaked travelers stand against the backdrop of a forest, pondering the question of the human ability to touch divine power. There is mystery in the air, and their views are full of seriousness and hidden wisdom. The words flowing from them are thoughtful and full of hidden meaning. Among the assembled group of people, a man stands out with a confident posture, his gaze directed into the distance. He speaks of a person who has not only earthly strength, but also the ability for the divine. His words plunge listeners into thinking about the limits of the human and the superhuman. A close-up of the man's face, his eye adorned with a mark that seems to be the key to his extraordinary power. He offers to reveal secrets, hinting at the connection between the gods and man, whose fate is closely intertwined with celestial entities. In the semi-darkness, someone ironically talks about searching for traces of the deity who created humanity. His expression skillfully combines skepticism and insight, as if he knows more than he is willing to admit. Two warriors, one with bright hair, the other with a sly smile, joke, exchanging remarks full of self-confidence and audacity. Their friendly, mocking dialogue creates an atmosphere of friendly rivalry and adventures yet to be experienced. A red-haired warrior with a distinctive scar on his face addresses someone out of frame, asking a rhetorical question. There is a note of irritation in his voice, but at the same time curiosity. The answer comes from a young man who, throwing back his hood, talks about the falsity of the gods and the man who destroyed the seal. His tone is light and cheerful, as if he had found the answers he was looking for, and now he has to share this discovery. The conversation is cut short when attention turns to the ruins, shrouded in green mist. These debris may be evidence of a recent battle or disaster, leaving only questions and a mysterious decrease in the number of monsters. Silhouettes of a group of people appear against the background of a hazy landscape. One of them seems to be thinking about the future, speculating about the fate of the monsters and the time it will take for their disappearance to become noticeable. Their dialogue hints at profound changes in the world around them. The red-haired warrior confidently concludes that their task is not yet completed, since there are plenty of monsters left. His companion, with a slight degree of mockery, inquires about the reason for this decision, hinting at the lack of logic in their actions. The young man with the red eye talks about returning the favor, perhaps indicating some invisible debt to fate or obligation to others that gives his words weight and significance. Red Hair discusses his duties, indignantly asking if he should make a living by selling monster remains. His words express disappointment and bewilderment in the face of circumstances that contradict his expectations. The group is presented with soldiers lined up in a row, their appearance and posture demonstrating discipline and readiness for action. This could be the start of a new skirmish or challenge that the red-haired man and his companions will have to accept. Fei's situation suddenly changes its vector when the red-haired warrior, ready for battle, learns that there is no threat. Instead, there is a feeling of misunderstanding and confusion in the air, and they both realize that the situation is not as it seemed at first glance. The situation is heating up, but a cheerful character with an almost childish slyness in his eyes and a bottle in his hand brings relief. His relaxed manner and appearance indicate that there is no danger, and there is friendliness and an offer of peace. Now everything becomes clear. The soldiers express their gratitude by bringing gifts of food and drink. Instead of the expected battle, the prospect turned into a celebration, and misunderstanding gives way to fun. The invitation to join the celebration hangs in the air, creating an atmosphere of community and warmth. Such an invitation reveals a new side of the relationship between the characters, inviting them to share joy and company with each other. Evening comes, and the sky gradually disappears into blue. The fire burns brightly against the backdrop of the setting sun and the greenery of the forest, creating an atmosphere of comfort and warmth. It is a scene of calm and reflection after an eventful day. Then the atmosphere is filled with laughter and warmth. The red-haired warrior and his comrade, surrounded by other people, enjoy a feast. The smiles on their faces reflect the camaraderie and joy of the shared celebration. Meanwhile, a girl with pale hair refuses the offer of a drink, explaining it with a post. Her words and gaze express firmness and devotion to her principles, even in an atmosphere of general fun. And finally, amidst the fun and laughter, the lonely character sits at the table in silence. His isolated posture and the lack of food on the table may indicate thoughts or an inner world that he prefers not to reveal to others. The solitary character seems to find solitude pleasant, but his thoughts are interrupted by the approach of a certain person who asks a question that conveys friendly concern and slight ridicule. The newcomer, softly and with a smile, pierces the curtain of privacy, offering company and giving something that seems meaningful. This is a moment of strengthening the bond between two characters, an exchange of trust and intimacy. The face on the piece of paper is a wanted person. The owner of the sheet shares a story that may be related to his past or present. This reveal adds mystery and depth to his character. A wanted notice with specific numbers and a name exposes us not only to the criminal, but also to the cost of a mistake. This is a plot twist that could change the future course of their relationship and the development of the story. The eyes of the character who sees his wanted notice are full of shock and disbelief. The reality of his situation begins to sink in, and he realizes that his life is at risk. The reaction of others indicates surprise and bewilderment. The amount of the bounty on their head causes excitement, and they realize that their comrade is at the center of something much more serious than they imagined. The character with the announcement tries to reassure his friends by claiming that everything will end soon, and he just needs to resolve his debts. His words try to relieve the tension, but his facial expression betrays the internal struggle. The red-haired warrior asks a question that suggests his comrade's motives are tied to debt, and expresses doubt that such a high price on his head can be justified. His words reflect concern and a suspicion that there may be something more behind this situation. The blonde comrade makes fun of the red-haired one, discovering his unexpected compassion and willingness to stay with him. This is a moment of lightness amid the seriousness of the situation, when warm feelings are manifested in a joke. The scene switches to a merry feast, where the citizens, who were apparently rescued by the heroes, are enjoying food and celebration. This is a reflection of the joy and gratitude they feel and the immediate benefit from the heroes' actions. Darkness envelops the scene, and the serious faces of the observers speak of the greatness of the past battle, and that if not for the actions of the heroes, many could have died. This is a moment of reflection on the importance of their role and the price they may have paid. The red-haired warrior reflects on the heavy burden of decisions he has made, and how only their small group can provide safety and support to these people. His words and gaze are full of determination and understanding that their path is the only path to salvation. The blond man, with a slight smile and a hint of sarcasm in his voice, answers his companion, admitting that despite the misunderstanding, he is ready to follow him. The atmosphere relaxes, and the red-haired one gratefully notes the blonde-haired one's desire to join him, recognizing this as sufficient reason to continue their journey together. The character with red eyes looks directly at the viewer. His gaze is full of determination and calm. This is the expression of a person who has accepted his fate and is ready to face the future. A message appears on the screen about the completion of the quest and the start of a new main task. It's like a signal for a new chapter in their adventures, foreshadowing more difficult challenges and important discoveries. A new page of his story opens before the character with the first task, which looks like the beginning of a more difficult path. There is confusion and questioning in his eyes. He is looking for answers to the tasks assigned to him. The red-haired warrior, focused and serious, breaks the moment of silence with his question. There is not only curiosity in his voice, but also deep concern about what awaits them next. A man with red eyes turns to his companions with an unexpected question about Bakar, adding a new element of mystery to their conversation. His gaze expresses a sincere desire to understand and learn more about his situation. Shock and bewilderment are reflected on his face as he tries to grasp the meaning of the word Bakara, which may be the key to the next stage of their adventure or hides an important meaning to his own story. The situation becomes tense when the command to close the company is given. Everyone around is puzzled, and there is a questioning air in the air. The red-haired and the blonde discuss whether this order was addressed only to them, their conversation filled with bewilderment and anxiety. The citizens do not seem to notice any tension. They continue to celebrate, happy to have the opportunity to drink and eat. Their lightheartedness contrasts with the intense conversation of the characters. The red-haired one suddenly turns to the blonde-haired one, saying something in his ear, trying to calm him down and assure him of his support, despite the sudden tension in their conversation. The character with red eyes, still puzzled, tries to understand why the name causes such a reaction, and turns to his comrades for clarification. Tension rises as they begin to realize that something unusual is happening, causing general anxiety and bewilderment. Surprise and concern are reflected on the faces of those around him, indicating that the situation is becoming more and more tense. The man with red eyes begins to doubt his words, wondering if he said something wrong that could cause such a reaction from others. The red-haired man emphasizes the seriousness of the situation, trying to understand what is happening, and making sure that even Luce himself, apparently, is not aware of what is happening. Blonde begins the explanation with the basics, asking about the three gods that guard humanity, which suggests the beginning of an important lesson or story. The man with red eyes admits his ignorance by answering the question about the three gods in the negative, which emphasizes his detachment from this mythology or legend. The story moves on to one of these gods, Roma, the god of war. This presentation of a powerful and protective figure is perhaps key to understanding the task facing the characters. The story continues with the introduction of Mercia, the goddess of abundance, another majestic figure in the pantheon of gods guarding humanity. Next comes Charlotte, the god of order and humanity, providing a contrast with the fiery god of war and the generous goddess of abundance. The blonde-haired character explains that once upon a time, all three deities fought together against an enemy named by the red-eyed character. The war has caused enormous damage, and now the enemy of humanity is called the evil god. The man with red eyes realizes the importance of the task assigned to him, to find and possibly face the enemy of all mankind, which causes him shock and bewilderment. The characters continue talking about deities. The fair-haired man explains that it is not worth saying the name of the evil god, as it can be dangerous. He talks about the sad fate of scientists who mentioned this name in the past, and for which they paid. The red-eyed man notes with concern that he has already said this name, and nothing has happened to him, which causes bewilderment and interest in the blonde one. A group of monks appears, and the idea is again repeated that calling a god by his name is considered blasphemy, promising judgment for those who dare to break this prohibition. The explanation continues. If blasphemy is confirmed, the culprit will face a terrible execution, which emphasizes the seriousness of the taboo on uttering the name of God. The blonde character makes an important point about the consequences of speaking the wrong way about a deity, stating that even a casual conversation with the wrong person can lead to death. Red Hair convincingly asks his comrade if he understands the gravity of the situation, showing the depth of his understanding of the world in which they live. The red-eyed man admits that he can't give all the details, but he has reasons to seek out the evil god, hinting at the complex and possibly personal nature of his mission. The scene takes a new turn as tension fills the air, and one of the characters exclaims, perhaps in shock or pain, while the other screams back, denying any involvement in what happened. The red-haired one confidently declares that the words of the fair-haired comrade have no relation to the current moment, admitting that the decision was made by him independently. The red-haired character confidently declares that he made his own decision, not under the influence of the words of his comrade. He emphasizes his determination and independence in action. The next scene shows the character surrounded by armed figures, perhaps about to be captured or arrested. He shares a personal reflection on his existence that reveals the depth of his experiences and backstory. The man with red eyes opens an interface in front of him, which, as the inscription shows, is not available for use. He shares that, thanks to his relative, he was able to talk to the gods and now realizes that the gods intervened in his destiny. Red Hair asks if this means the man with red eyes can use divine power, to which he answers hesitantly, suggesting the possibility of such a connection. The man with red eyes then states that he wants to find out who the gods are and what they want, expressing his desire to understand the higher powers that seem to guide his life. The next scene shows his determination to figure out what he has to do next, depicting a moment of epiphany or the possible discovery of a new ability or course of action. The red-haired man, looking at his interlocutor, begins an assumption, assuming that he wants to express some significant thought. He is serious, and traces of worry and fatigue are visible on his face. The man with red eyes confirms his suspicions, pointing out that perhaps, depending on the circumstances, he is capable of fighting even a god. His expression is unreadable, and he seems focused on his thoughts. The third character, a blonde man, watches their dialogue with a slight smile, showing his interest in the conversation and perhaps anticipating the answer of the man with red eyes. He, in turn, notes that although it may sound confusing, the conclusion is quite simple. Time is running out too quickly. His expression became more determined and serious, reflecting an awareness of the urgency of the situation. We see a close-up of the profile of a man with red eyes. His gaze is filled with thoughts and unspoken words, which is emphasized by the ellipses in the dialogue cloud. The next shot reveals his interlocutor, a red-haired man with a slightly confused look who turns to the first with a phrase about requests and favors, completing the thought with the recognition that everyone lives by their own rules. The next shot shows a man with red eyes, surprised by the word Sethria, which is likely a new and unexpected direction or task for him. We are presented with a view of the kingdom of Setria, described as a place founded by dragons and humans, implying its long and powerful history. A young man with a determined look and dark hair asks a question to his companion. His words are filled with curiosity about the connection between the ancient kingdom and the evil god who, according to legend, took the form of a dragon. His interlocutor, a man with golden hair, answers with a slight smile and a wave of his finger at his temple. He talks about the weak belief in the three gods in the kingdom compared to the empire and suggests that this is where more information about this god can be found. Night falls, and in the distance the silhouettes of the kingdom can be seen on the horizon. The sky is strewn with stars, and the full moon lights the way, a reminder that the journey will be long and that they will set off at dawn. At dawn, a girl with blonde hair stands at the edge of the forest, looking into the distance. Her gaze is full of determination and expectation, and she is ready to follow the call of adventure that pulls her into unknown lands. A girl with blonde hair and a determined expression stands among the blue flames, clutching a red bracelet in her hand. The energy around her pulsates, heralding the beginning of something new and exciting. In front of her stands a hooded figure, shrouded in shadow, with bright red hair flowing down his back. She expresses surprise that the girl has started morning training and calls her Ein sister. In response, the blonde looks away, her face shrouded in disappointment or doubt, as if she is questioning whether she is on the right path. Next to her, the hooded figure continues to ask if she is sure this is the only way to become stronger. The silhouette of a man with a smirk and a gaze full of hidden knowledge questions whether the girl has a real reason to become stronger, suggesting that she has a deeper motivation for her actions. The blonde in gray clothes explains that her desire for power does not come from a desire to command others, but from a desire to be independent. She doesn't want anyone to have power over her. She dreams of wielding a sword with the same skill as great warriors, but for now she can only rely on her fists in battle. Her movements are energetic, but not precise enough. A man's hand appears before her, holding the shining sword that she has desired for so long. She experiences mixed feelings of surprise and joy at the unexpected gift. With admiration, she weighs the sword in her hands, feeling its weight and strength. Her eyes glow with joy and gratitude for the opportunity to experience true weapon mastery. The strokes stadige veri bi cora, diakos sigilas, borderir, kaukuri kristark evacuris. The girl gratefully accepts the sword, sparkling blue and powerful. Her face shines with joy, and she freezes in anticipation of her new opportunities. A woman with red hair, wearing a cloak, stands nearby. Her gaze is serious and penetrating. She looks at the sword and at the girl, as if weighing the situation. Suddenly, the sword in the girl's hands disappears with a loud sound, leaving her in shock and with her mouth open. There is fear and bewilderment in her eyes. She does not understand what happened. Two figures are visible in the background, one of whom has her hand on the other's shoulder. They look towards the girl, shrouded in fog and mystery. The red-haired warrior disgruntledly reminds the young apprentice to be careful when using energy, especially when it comes to sword fighting. The young man, feeling discomfort, seems already tired of these instructions. Suddenly, the tension in the air becomes palpable as the warrior raises his hand with lightning bolts shooting out, showing the power of the strength-based style. He warns that using this power prematurely can cause the weapon to malfunction. The dark-haired young man, confusedly realizing what happened, admits that he just used this very energy, which raises questions among his mentors. One of the mentors, a red-haired warrior, touches the young student's head with tenderness and care, wondering if she has just started learning this technique, pointing out her inexperience and possible risks. The red-haired warrior speaks with admiration of his student's talent, recognizing her genius, which is so rare. His focused gaze expresses pride and confidence in her abilities. The next shot shows him and the young man standing next to each other, and the warrior, with a slight smile, says that training the girl will be much more interesting than training with him, to which the young man, with a knowing grin, replies that this is for sure. A man in a robe, standing some distance away from them, notes that the food and views here leave much to be desired, expressing a desire to leave, which emphasizes his desire for comfort and better conditions. He carelessly spreads his arms to the sides, dismissing his current location as something dirty and unsuitable for his elegant nature, which angers the red-haired warrior, who reminds him that he is now part of their family. A man in a robe holds out a small object, declaring it a gift. In his hand is a card or ticket decorated with the image of a bird. He reminds that he is the owner of a trading company and presents a document certifying the buyer's initial position in his company, which can bring great benefits in the future. He also offers the stony-faced young man with a sword on his belt to take this document, emphasizing its importance. Inside the leather bag are light and valuable goods obtained from demonic monsters, and the man in the robe offers to consider this as severance pay, emphasizing the generosity of his gesture. A young man with red eyes and a sword on his belt looks gratefully towards Captain Gigor. Gratitude is visible in his gaze. He remembers the last 2 months as a time spent alone, when he didn't trust anyone, and how those days filled him with doubts. He squeezes his companion's hand tightly, his gesture conveying determination and gratitude for the support and companionship he has found. Turning to the girl and Captain Gigor, he admits that now he is not alone, but surrounded by people who have become like family to him. Captain Gigor looks at the young man leaving and tells him that they are always glad to see him, and he can return whenever he wishes. The young man moves away along the dusty road, while the captain and the girl watch him. The heaviness of farewell is felt in his steps. With a tinge of regret in his voice, the young man admits that the time to say goodbye has come sooner than he expected. The road takes him further and further from his companions, and the greenery of the forest covers his silhouette, leaving only memories of the days passed together. A mysterious figure in a cloak stands on a cliff, looking into the distance. She weighs her words about the imminent return of darkness and the opportunity to position her troops in preparation for the looming threat. Turning to the sealstone, hidden deep in the dark forest, the figure expresses doubt about its return, pointing out the importance of reliably guarding such a powerful artifact. In her eyes, one can see disappointment from the inaction of what happened. She realizes that events that could have had huge consequences have gone unnoticed. A man with a sword on his shoulder walks along the road, thoughtfully remembering the hype that surrounded him earlier and the unforeseen circumstances that he had to face. Figures in the shadows discuss a man with power comparable to that of a god, suggesting that he could be the main obstacle to their plans. The decision to follow him is strengthened in their conversation because this person has knowledge and skills that require special attention. One of them, with sarcasm in his voice, is surprised at the direction of flight of the mentioned person, who, according to him, is moving towards the center of Soteria. With irony in his voice and a carefree smile on his face, he expresses his bewilderment at the seriousness of the situation, as if doubting the weight of what is happening. The exalted figure on the throne, surrounded by an aura of power and mystery, notes that the people of Cetria have already begun to tire of her, suggesting weariness from the impending events and the possible problems they may bring. A mysterious woman with a penetrating gaze and a confident smile on her lips said thoughtfully, "Let him go." Her companion, majestic and wounded, silently looks into the distance. His face expresses deep fatigue from the burden of power. The view of the castle of the kingdom of Cetria reveals its power and grandeur. Walls, fortifications, and towers rise above the surrounding area like an impregnable fortress, ready to withstand any threat. Urgent order. Follow him, and stop sounds urgent and decisive as the castle guards rush into pursuit, their armor ringing with the tension and urgency of the moment. Surrounded by guards, the young man shouts in irritation, demanding to stop the persecution, his face distorted with anger and incomprehension as to why they violated the peace of his solitude and now want to capture him. The young man, the subject of the hunt, looks at a wanted poster with his own image, where the reward for his head is clearly indicated. Despite the certainty that his identity will remain unknown in the depths of Cetria, his face is tense and serious. The guards do not let up. Their determination to catch the fugitive is extreme. Their menacing faces express unshakable determination and strength. He is considering the possibility of using force to finally get rid of the pursuit. His eyes sparkle with anger, and thoughts of violence seem more and more attractive. But his companion, a formidable warrior with a wild look, categorically forbids him to resort to extremes, shouting, "No, idiot!" his voice full of desperate seriousness. The young man, with determination in his eyes, realizes that bloodshed is not necessary and decides to retreat, admitting that it is not worth the effort. To the piercing screams of, "Nay, prayer, stop!" he accelerates his run, leaving a dust whirlwind behind him while the guards inexorably continue to pursue him. Fear and chaos engulf the market square when a gigantic blue creature suddenly invades the space, causing traders and visitors to panic and run in different directions. With determination in his heart and a burden on his shoulders, he charges forward, cutting through the crowd in search of a path to freedom, pushing off the ground with such force that he appears to be flying. He looks over his shoulder, feeling an unexpected but familiar feeling, as if there was an unexpected turn in his path. Shouts are heard across the entire square. "Throw your things," commands one of the running men. His face is distorted with fear and bewilderment of what is happening. Monsters, as if emerging from the darkest corners of fantasy, appear at the very walls of the city, causing panic and chaos among the population. They move inexorably forward, spreading destruction with their huge bodies, their bestial faces distorted with an evil thirst for chaos, forcing everyone around them to flee in horror from their menacing presence. One of the monsters, filled with ferocity and fury, raises its menacing gaze, preparing for another attack. Madness shines from his deep-set eyes. A man dressed in simple clothes falls to the ground, his face distorted with fear. A plea for mercy is read in his eyes. He doesn't want to believe the terrible things that are happening. This sword, which was merely an instrument of defense, suddenly becomes an instrument of death in the hands of the defender, as he disdainfully cuts off the head of the beast in one decisive movement. A stony-faced man looks at the scene of the massacre, his gaze cold and calculating. If Cetria's troops have truly come to their senses, then it's time for them to engage in battle with the monsters. Suddenly, armed people appear in front of the hero, their faces expressing determination and readiness for battle. They unexpectedly encountered monsters in this place. One of the warriors, caught up in the excitement of battle, laughs as he looks at his uninvited guests. He is ready to fight them, as if that was his only goal. A man who has just been rescued, with relief and hope in his eyes, promises to generously reward his rescuers if they secure his property. The protagonist's gaze darkens with doubt when he notices the mercenaries. His gaze is filled with suspicion and distrust at this unexpected turn of events. The hero is puzzled by the absence of Cetria's army in the city. Their presence there seemed to him self-evident. One of the warriors calls for a retreat, noting that their enemy is worth a lot of money and poses a threat. The gravity of the situation increases when the hero questions the role of the local army and their absence at a critical moment. He boldly attacks the monster. His movements are decisive and fast. He shows his superiority in battle. The monster appears to have the ability to regenerate, recovering from being struck by lightning, surprising one of the witnesses. However, despite his apparent invulnerability, the monster begins to feel threatened when the hero gets in his way. Alarming cries for help are heard, and the hero, full of determination, prepares his retaliatory strike, promising that he will protect perfectly. The hero seems determined, ready for action. He pretends to ask for help, when in fact he is looking for a way to attract attention. The situation escalates when he drops the cargo, causing chaos. People are panicking, monsters are growling, and the hero deliberately attracts their attention, making it clear that he is wanted. He strongly rejects the idea of hiding, instead choosing to directly confront the enemy, being responsible for attracting monsters. The hero's girlfriend, clearly upset by his decision, insists that he not risk people's lives for the sake of his goals. But the hero is convinced that he does not need excuses to save people. He realizes that the situation is getting out of control, and realizes that the local army would have to fight here. The tension reaches its climax when a powerful creature, ready to attack, appears right in front of the man. His frightened gaze and desperate cries resonate in the air. The creature raises one of its huge paws, preparing to strike. The electrical energy emanating from it creates a feeling of imminent danger. Then something unexpected happens. The hero fights a monster, his sword piercing the air, shrouded in electricity. The force of the blow is so great that it seems as if it is cutting through space itself. At this moment of struggle, the monster, seemingly invincible, is defeated. Its gigantic body falls to the ground under the blows of the hero's sword. The monster, shrouded in sparkling lightning, tirelessly continues to attack despite previous defeats. His eyes glow with red flames, full of rage and unstoppable power. The hero, without wasting a second, accurately and decisively answers the challenge. With each powerful blow of his sword, electricity surges through the air, as if he were cutting through the very fabric of the storm. The force of the blows is so great that the monster is knocked down, and the energy of the blows creates a blinding light that momentarily turns daylight into night. At this time, the hero estimates how long it will take him to defeat the monster, wondering if this is not less time than the time spent on the previous fight in the dark forest. On a dusty and ruined street, among overturned carts and lifeless bodies, the silhouette of a stranger appears, disappearing in a cloud of dust. A smiling woman, with purple hair and glasses, introduces herself as Dana from the Horn Trading Company, emphasizing her role as a manager. The man is shocked to learn the name of the company. His gaze is full of bewilderment and doubt. Dana explains that according to the contract with the kingdom, their company must eliminate monsters, but she doesn't want to go into details, simply demanding that they pay her the due reward. A group of armed men decisively approaches the scene, demanding that the action stop, and declares their right to the monsters. One of them, with a sullen face and dissatisfied tone, claims that they almost defeated the monster, but someone else dealt the decisive blow, and now they have lost their reward. A warrior defeated in battle lies on the ground. His motionless body and wounded face testify to the cruelty of the fight. Dana turns to the man, suggesting that he follow protocol and test the monster for survivability, inviting him to strike the body with a sword. Armed men look at the defeated monster with determination in their eyes, preparing to test its survivability. The mercenaries' faces are tense and focused. They do not hide their bewilderment and dissatisfaction due to the recent event. One of them, with a practiced movement, swings his sword to test the monster for deadness or the ability to regenerate. The sword hits the monster's scales, sparks fly around, and for a moment the silence around seems to be permeated with tension. Two people stand in front of a defeated monster. One of them, a woman, expresses gratitude, perhaps for the successful completion of some task. Anger and fatigue mixed on the faces of the mercenaries. One of them is ready for a new attack. It seems he wants to prove something. The dive story fire. Ein dreid stories daar. Warwiker skousa koa doorsaint, kouing se gaui curring trou, takarings out. Dark-robed man waves away the magic-summoned sword with ease and distaste, as if he's fed up with the whole situation. The mercenary with the sword makes another powerful strike, trying to attract attention and perhaps establish his dominance in the current situation. The mercenaries, exhausted and irritated, propose to resolve the conflict through battle, confident in their victory and wanting to take everything. One of them calls out to his comrade, perhaps to retreat, but his partner insists on staying, although he appears confused. The bag on the ground surprises the mercenaries. This is not what they expected in this situation. Misunderstanding grows. Suddenly, one mercenary notices something unexpected and disturbing in the bag. His gaze is full of amazement. The purple-haired girl, who introduces herself as the company manager, admits that despite the failure in battle, they should still reward for their help. The man lying on the ground emphasizes that without the sacrifice of heroes, everyone would have died. One of the mercenaries smiles and notes the irony of the situation and thanks him for the rescue. The girl explains that their company values trust above all else, implying that supporting the heroes is part of their reputation. The bespectacled company manager agrees with the young man, who looks thoughtfully at the departing castle, realizing that they still have to help each other. The mercenary takes out a card, which depicts a man with luxuriant hair and a white beard, and reflects that it is a gift from an acquaintance. The surprised manager recognizes the sign of the industry leader on the map and asks with interest how she can help. The young man explains that he needs to get to Citria Castle, where there is a bounty on his head, and wonders if she can help in this matter. The manager, with surprise and disbelief in his voice, asks about the young man's plans to infiltrate the castle, feeling the excitement of the surprise of his plan. The young man, seriously and with determination in his eyes, dissuades her from such a thought, warning her about possible risks and dangers. The zone opens to a view of the grand castle of Cetria, which is said to be now in a state of decay and chaos. The majestic hall of the castle in the background, where a cloaked figure sits on a throne, and the defeated guards lie in front of her, indicating the rampant power and lawlessness within the walls of this fortress. A mysterious woman with a piercing gaze and a sly smile, awakening a sense of danger, touches her lips, as if about to reveal a secret or tempt those who dare to meet her face to face. A man with a desperate look, wounded and bleeding, begs for help, realizing that his last moments of life are slipping through his fingers. The gang, shrouded in robes and violence, brandishes his sword, inspiring fear and terror, while blood drips from his weapon, symbolizing the brutality of his rule and the destruction brought by his commands. The aged monarch, beaten and broken, with a heavy sigh realizes the betrayal that became his fatal one, while his precious crown, a symbol of lost power, hangs lifelessly on his head. The deserted streets of the city, lying in the shadow of a majestic but gloomy castle, shrouded in the fog of oblivion and despair, where the wind hovers among abandoned houses like the lamentations of a bygone era. Two men in tense conversation, their faces contorted with concern and determination, animatedly discussing the collapse of the economy, ready to bargain but intractable over their currency. The quarrel flares up. Money is flung into the air as a sign of contempt and despair as resentment and financial need collide, while coins, symbols of fallen wealth, fall silently to the ground. An enraged man, his face disfigured by anger and blood, finds that his funds are no longer valuable, that his world has collapsed under the weight of priceless gold. Guards dressed in red and gray uniforms, with helplessness in their eyes, stand against the background of streets, ruined and devastated. Their presence does not promise security. It is only a reminder of the chaos that has engulfed the city. The scene is filled with chaos. One of the guards looks to the side, where his comrade stands powerlessly over a body that has fallen on the paving stones, covered in blood. They are surrounded by the everyday reality of lawlessness, their gaze filled with the knowledge that their efforts are in vain. The castle, looming in the background, once a symbol of power and stability, is now surrounded by the fog of oblivion, like an ancient monument on the edge of a crumbling world, where every stone screams its fall. The guards approach the cart, in which a figure with purple hair sits. A simple question, what's in the cart, is in the air, heralding new intrigue in a world where even the smallest details can matter. The guard, smiling, gives the bag to his comrade, as if as a sign that all checks have been completed. Pass on, he says, and thereby opens the way forward. They strike zos riusvarer. Audiverkrux. My peruk sender overtigat forangs grego, kavrikshe kure, wall. We stau cricket Tates of the fortress rise, shrouded in fog, creating an atmosphere of anticipation, an anticipation of what lies on the other side. The silhouette of a carriage slowly passes under the arch, foreshadowing a new chapter in history. The cityscape reveals itself in all its hazy glory, the castle looming in the distance as a reminder of long-gone greatness. You see? You can solve problems if you have a little trust, the mysterious fellow traveler sitting in the shadow of the cart thoughtfully commented on the events. Thank you. I was able to pass only thanks to you, he said quietly, admitting his dependence on the help of his lilac-haired companion. Their destinies are now intertwined, and new challenges and adventures await them. The lilac-haired girl shrugs off gratitude with a smile, as if it were just her everyday duty. Come on, it's not worth it. It's nothing for someone who saved my life, she says, emphasizing her gratitude. The armored man sitting opposite him seems confused by her words, and only nods, acknowledging her gesture. Well, maybe so, he replies, as if unsure of his contribution. Three men glare at one seemingly ordinary passerby. Shh, what we heard, one begins, while the other covers his mouth with his hand, whispering, Don't worry, I won't tell you about it anywhere. Thindaiskaparaifurs tai kraas. Aurius. Funkri Geogen Spox, Daiku Purr, Ling Furingsray. Akinti not a man in armor peers warily at what is happening, wondering, where should I go to find out about the battle? And waits for an answer, hinting at his desire to take part in the upcoming events. The best choice would be a temple, one of the men suggests to him, pointing the way to a place where he can learn more. The man in armor touches his chin thoughtfully. I can't say the name Bakara here, so that's not an option. He muses out loud. His companion suggests an alternative, then maybe a library. Jiain. Before entering the building, he asks, puzzled, library. The girl explains to him, Do you know what this is? It's something like a large storage room with books. He nods in response, admitting his ignorance. Of course I know that. I just didn't think they were here. He weighs his next move, holding the package in his hands. Oh, and one last thing. These are materials from the monsters I killed in the Black Forest. He asks the question, Can they be exchanged for money? He asks, hinting at his intentions to convert the spoils into something more valuable. A man in armor stands against the backdrop of a stone building, his gaze thoughtful and attentive. I need them for one thing, he thinks, contemplating the next steps of his mysterious plan. His face is impenetrable. His gaze is cold and reasonable. Suddenly, he is surrounded by a group of roughly dressed men, armed to the teeth. The tension in the air is palpable, their intentions clear. Sigre, Shifrava. When mates, sir, Hausgrunneberda Yitrao. Yet Swain is not surprised by the sudden aggression. I didn't expect this, but... His thoughts are interrupted by readiness for action. He didn't come here to fight, but he's ready to defend his life. One of the attackers mocks him, doubting his sanity. But the armored man doesn't lose his composure. His eyes remain cold and focused. A warrior with a stern look displays a poster with the image of a wanted person, announcing a reward for his head. He exudes confidence and obvious contempt, holding in his hands the fate of the one depicted on him. The armored werewolf calmly addresses his opponent, hinting that if their intentions were serious, they would have attacked him already. His tone suggests confidence and readiness to fight. The warrior is silhouetted against a red background, creating the spectacle of being ready for battle. His posture says, If you want to fight, start. The men around, facing the cold glare of his weapon, feel the charge of tension transmitted through his warning. There is a sense of imminent conflict in the air. A dark figure enters a bright room, where the warrior is already waiting, preparing for the further journey. The silence in the air is broken only by a slight movement of his hand. The image on the paper represents a man whose head price is significant. The wanted announcement heralds a reward luring bounty hunters. A bald man with glasses reflects on the fact that the criminal is usually asked to be delivered alive. which makes his task more profitable. A man with glasses stands on a hill, watching the warrior from below. He looks like someone who has power or information that can change the course of events. A bald man with glasses recognizes the warrior as an old acquaintance who has not appeared in these parts for a long time. The smile on his face suggests history between them. The warrior seems unsurprised by the meeting, suggesting that the man's reason for visiting is due to duty. His gaze is serious and direct. The bald man opens the papers, explaining his presence as the need to stop the warrior's activities in Cetria. He represents the mercenary guild. Looking through the documents, the bald man clarifies the amount of debt in 8,000 imperial gold. The warrior intends to settle this issue in order to clear his name. The bald man refutes the warrior's assumption that he wants to catch him alive, clarifying that the interest on the debt is 6,580 gold. The warrior, with surprise in his voice, is indignant at the high percentage. The bespectacled man warns the warrior to be careful, as any additional expenses will be added to his debt. With a tension in his voice, the warrior asks about the laws limiting the interest rate, to which the man replies that the mercenary guild's interest is 30% per month. A malicious laugh is heard behind the warrior, and a man with a notice in his hands declares that if there is a reward on the warrior's head, then a man with a wedding ring in his nose assures the warrior that they are not going to fight right here, because the cost of his capture will only increase if he is released for a short time. The warrior, with disbelief in his eyes, calls the man a fool, and quickly leaves the room, saying, "See you soon, Levi." Left alone with the bald man, the warrior expresses doubt about his percentage, mentioning the parts of the monsters that he cannot use. The bald man asks if the warrior is going to pay with parts of the monsters, to which the warrior replies that he tried to sell them to the Horn Company, but the money did not grow together. The bald man expresses bewilderment when he learns that the warrior could not sell the materials from the monsters for more than 4,900 gold, although they cost 10,000 gold. The warrior indignantly asks how the bald man reduced the price by half. He explains that the kingdom of Cetria has defaulted on debts for its industry and mercenaries. The warrior is surprised to say that even in such a large city as Cetri, the main buyer of such materials is the horn industry, but even they do not have enough funds. The bald man replies that the question of price must be decided outside the kingdom, hinting at the need to take into account transportation costs and guarantees. Fever. Suas. Before us is a figure in black, with shiny glasses that reflect the light so that the eyes are not visible, creating an impression of mystery. His hands are folded in front of his face in a sign of meditation or conspiracy. The same figure is now visible from behind, standing at a table, with books and scrolls, presumably in the study. She wears a long cloak and has a sword on her back. The room is cozy and tidy, ready for the next task. The figure heads towards a small, cozy house, against the backdrop of a foggy cityscape that seems distant and detached. This house looks inviting, as if promising peace or adventure. The man in the cloak looks into the distance, his gaze thoughtful and focused. He considers his next steps, seemingly weighing the severity of the consequences of his decisions. Standing at the threshold of his house, a man in a raincoat turns around, as if saying goodbye to the world that he is leaving behind. He seems determined and ready to close a chapter of his life after completing the task. The window of the man's house appears empty, except for one small red dot, perhaps an alarm or a stranger's gaze watching his actions. A man in a raincoat stands in front of door number 201, his silhouette casting a heavy shadow on the wooden boards, creating the feeling of an impending event or confrontation. The sign with the room number suddenly falls off and falls to the floor, as if a harbinger of unforeseen problems or the beginning of troubles that have yet to be resolved. The sign with the room number flies into the air, accompanied by a powerful blow that breaks the silence of the corridor, revealing a sudden attack by an unknown enemy, decisively attacking the protagonist. The attacker, a strong woman with a fighting look and a scar on her face, retreats, but her eyes express confidence and firmness even in the face of unexpected resistance. The force of the blow is so great that they are both thrown back at the moment when fragments of the door fly in all directions from the collision of two warriors, each of whom is determined to win. The main character looks at the retreating enemy, his face cold and focused. He analyzes the situation, trying to understand the motives and skills of his unexpected opponent. A mysterious masked figure, threateningly brandishing a knife, declares the difference in strength between them and demands an end to resistance, hinting at the insurmountable difference in their power. The main character, calmly looking at the tip of the weapon, calmly asks the question whether the attacker is his employer or something like that, trying to unravel the true motives of the enemy. His gaze becomes more serious as he examines his attacker, suggesting that the mother and daughter in front of him may be fugitives seeking refuge or help. A statuesque girl with bright pink hair and a cloak stands in front of him, and her appearance expresses confidence and strength despite the potential threat posed by the main character. The pink-haired girl explodes with anger, indignantly asking who he just called daughter and shouting that she's just short. Her emotions are expressed through a strong visual effect that emphasizes her outrage and hurt. The next shot shows the top of a wooden house from which loud laughter can be heard, indicating that the situation is perceived as funny by someone inside the building. The pink-haired girl apologizes for her unexpected reaction, explaining that her goal was to test how useful the main character is as a mercenary. The main character, embarrassed and perplexed, admits that they finally sent him someone normal, commenting that this is a mercenary guild, which may have its own characteristics in choosing candidates. A man with glasses sits at a table in a spacious office, holding a sheet of paper in his hands. He reports that an application was left today, and as a result, a talented person like the main character was sent. He then realizes with amazement that he has been tricked again, concluding that the main character and the girl with pink hair have already met. The main character, turning away in embarrassment, notes that he was going to complete the task and get paid for it. In response, the man with glasses smiles, noting that the mercenary guild only understands the language of money, and reassures the protagonist, saying that there is no need to worry and that payment will be made after completing the task. A girl with pink hair and eyes, in a white dress with a red cloak, radiating confidence, promises to give as much as the interlocutor wishes, and introduces herself with the name Sirior Dohin Sestri. The man, in slight bewilderment, asks himself a question. Does she have the surname Sestria? Is she of royal blood? It is an honor for him to meet a representative of royal blood. The girl turns around sharply, her face filled with anger. She can't believe he turned his back on her while she was still talking. A woman with dark blue hair and a red eye patch appears, armed with a sword. She sternly says that the princess has not finished speaking yet. A man with a serious expression and dark hair, dressed in a gray cloak, exhales smoke thoughtfully. He reflects ironically that there is no point in creating problems. Turning to the pink-haired girl, he decides to listen to her. There is slight irritation and bewilderment on his face. Face to face, he asks what such a noble girl wants from him, highlighting the difference in their social status. A girl with a red cloak and a confident look asks him if he has heard about the mistress. She indignantly states that he needs to know about the evil queen who destroyed their country. Fabius Toris. Honor before us is a woman with a chilling gaze. Her hair is lilac, and her eyes are highlighted in red. She seems confident, but there is a hint of challenge in her voice. The young man smiles with some confusion, asking for help to get rid of the mistress as if it were a joke or a game. He seriously remarks that if it concerns the emperor's family, then he is not supposed to listen. He turns his back to the pink-haired girl, emphasizing the distance between their worlds. We are greeted by a majestic monument to a dragon and a girl, symbolizing the union between the human and dragon worlds. Cetria is a small but proud kingdom founded by these two powers. On stage, the majestic king, surrounded by the people respected and revered, celebrates the centenary of his kingdom, an example of equality and harmony between different sectors of society. The father of this kingdom, a king with a serious face and noble bearing, wants to create a country for his subjects where everyone would feel respected and valued. A king's birthday is a time when his people can pay sincere respect, like this woman presenting a bouquet of white flowers, a symbol of purity and respect. The king accepts the gift with gratitude and love, reciprocating the respect of his subjects. His gaze and gestures express tenderness and care for everyone who is part of his large royal family. The queen, possessing a beauty that fascinates even a monarch, stands nearby, her gaze soft and warm. The king, touching a flower petal with trepidation, feels its tenderness, reminiscent of a loved one whose love and care is felt even in a simple gesture. The queen's thoughts are directed towards something intimate and personal, perhaps a new status symbol that would be closer to nature and her own essence. And now Queen Josefina appears before the crowd, majestic, but with a soul open to people and the world, a symbol of harmony and wisdom, which fills the hearts of her people with hope and light. Family happiness, when the king and queen, surrounded by their people, shared joyful moments, seemed eternal. However, fate was unmerciful, and illness took the life of Queen Josephine, leaving behind only a pale memory of her former joy. In the shadow of the crown, devastated and left alone, the king loses the will to live, leaving the throne without his lord. And at this moment, the heir, who has lost his mother and is deprived of parental support, wonders about his past and future, remaining in thought about what role he will have to play in this story. There is bewilderment in the mercenary's tense gaze. A question flashes in his eyes, not expressed out loud, about the fate of the queen, whose death is shrouded in mystery. His companion, a warrior with a scar on her face, confirms his fears, hinting at a deeper story that is just beginning. Silence falls over the royal castle, where the queen's cloaked body lies alone on the floor. Death affected even the highest echelons of power, leaving behind only an echo of former greatness. The shadow falls on the girl's father, the king, who stands in front of the light, representing hope and the unknown future. He turned away from his people, grieving his loss and giving in to despair. The mercenary's last words hang in the air, as he looks straight into the eyes of the princess, whose family is shrouded in sadness and secrets. Their conversation is cut short, as is the premonition of the long journey that awaits them. The silhouette of the new queen is shrouded in shadow. Her gaze is cold and distant. She doesn't look like she's alive. It's not customary to return from the world of the dead. But there is something familiar about it that prevents us from completely rejecting the idea of a miracle. The king, standing in front of her, feels the weight of her gaze. She responds to her name, but her reaction is devoid of the former warmth. Her voice sounds like an echo of the past. The touch of her hand, her scent, all this excites the king's heart, filling his mind with illusions and memories of past happiness, which seems so distant. The king's obsession with his late wife blurs the line between reality and dream. His days and nights are filled only with thoughts of her, leaving the kingdom in oblivion. In the Hall of Thrones it became clear who now holds power. The queen, like a shadow, rises on the throne, and anyone who dares to stand across her disappears without a trace. Her dominion seems limitless. The king, mired in despair and obsession, is no longer able to rule the country. His mind is consumed by a single figure, the queen, hovering in his thoughts like a ghost. In this difficult atmosphere he appears, a man whose gaze speaks of intentions more serious than simple curiosity. He has questions that could change the course of history. The queen, standing on the bed, begins a story that may reveal the mysteries that reign in the kingdom. The beginning of the story promises to be as gloomy as the atmosphere in the room itself. The queen enters the discussion, demanding respect, but her voice sounds defiant. She is not used to someone looking down on her, and this makes her dissatisfied. The mercenary, despite her status, calmly asks the second question, demonstrating his bewilderment. Why does he need to help her? The queen tries to explain that the situation is more complicated than it seems at first glance. If she really is telling the truth, then she has good reason to turn to him. However, She falters when she admits that being on the Queen's side means more than just completing a mission. Her words hint at ulterior motives that she has yet to reveal. The mercenary reacts sharply to the Queen's assumptions about his motives, emphasizing that money is not always the main goal, especially when it comes to risking one's life. He continues by saying that he is not going to trade his life for self-respect, and that he doesn't care much whether she is good or evil. The mercenary remarks that it is more important to understand whether they can achieve victory together, instead of discussing moral aspects. He concludes by making it clear that if the Queen has no more arguments, he is ready to leave, which emphasizes his pragmatic and goal-oriented nature. A girl with pink hair and a red eye suddenly turns to someone, asking if he cares that the country is doomed to destruction. The reserved man in combat gear replies that he has no intention of intervening in politics. The girl, smitten by his indifference, insists that he should be better at choosing who he gets involved with. He coolly remarks that she may be dedicated to her cause, but must learn to choose her opponents, indicating her willingness to fight. She confidently asks if he is confident of victory if she draws the sword, emphasizing that this time she will not limit herself to simple disarming. A man in combat gear silently leaves through the broken door, leaving behind only the echo of his steps. He stands in front of the building, thoughtfully reflecting on the time wasted, realizing that there is no plan of action, no information about the enemy. With bitterness in his voice, he admits that the girl turned out to be an ordinary child with high ideals, and at the same time, he does not care at all about other people's affairs. Turning his gaze to the sky, he thinks ironically about the bald man, not hiding his irritation at how easily he provokes him. The fighter checks his current assignments, noting that there have been no changes to his goals. A task appears before him: find Bamhara, clearly indicating the next step of his path. With sarcasm, he considers the proposal to go to the library, as if surprised by its existence and significance. Their path leads to the majestic building of the Royal Library of Cetria, which will now become a new stage in their adventure. The fighter perceives the unexpected find with doubt. He discovers a sparkling magical seal lying on the path and wonders about its origin. Assuming that there is a magical barrier in front of him, he ponders the reasons for its appearance at the entrance to the library. Observing the environment, he is surprised by the lack of attention of others to this phenomenon and admits his lack of understanding of the mechanisms of this world. The warrior carefully touches the mysterious seal, instantly triggering a mechanism that emits energy. Phrase, Sanoshritoa, Tosazakupritaders, Wardaki Koa Kokaninfar, Shao Tundri. Confrontation with the unknown forces him to retreat as magical energy bursts upward, illuminating everything around him. Reflecting on how knowledge and techniques are protected and passed on in this world, he realizes that access to them is strictly controlled. The realization that a place like a library, containing such knowledge, would be well guarded, comes to him with a new urgency. In the background of a blurry world, a young man in a snow-white cloak with a heavy gaze perceives reality. His hand is clutching what appears to be a weapon or tool, ready for the inevitable. In front of him lies an ancient city, whose houses seem to have come out of a medieval chronicle. The narrow streets are empty, and in this silence, his figure seems even more lonely. The fog slowly dissipates, revealing the calm outlines of buildings. An elusive feeling of anticipation is in the air, and time seems to stand still, awaiting the outcome. A sudden realization hits him, and he turns around. There is surprise in his eyes. The world around him is filled with sounds and movement, but at this moment he is separated from them by his task. A young man with dark hair and a determined expression looks over his shoulder. He wears a gray military jacket with a hood and is equipped like a scout or adventurer with a sword strapped to his back. Snowflakes gently fall against the backdrop of ancient buildings, creating the feeling of a cold winter day. There is bewilderment in his thoughts. He is sure that he walked straight. The hero stands in front of a majestic magical seal on the ground, surrounded by ancient symbols and glowing blue light. He looks down, puzzled, at the crack in the floor that leads to this glowing pattern. The question mark in his thoughts emphasizes his confusion. How did he end up here? The character's red eyes gaze piercingly into the distance, trying to solve the mystery of his unexpected arrival. Thin snowflakes adorn his dark hair, adding even more mystery to the scene. He approached the door, with a bright blue light emanates from a vertical crack in space, framed by incomprehensible symbols. The figure of the hero emerges in contrast with this light, as if he is standing on the threshold of an unknown world. He is ready to take a step into the unknown, perhaps in search of answers or adventures that lie ahead. A young man stands on the threshold of a stately mansion, looking at the huge doors that slowly swing open, letting in the dim light of street lamps. A logo-like symbol hovers in front of him, emitting a cool blue glow. Having crossed the threshold, he feels a mysterious force pulling him inside. His gaze is secretive and cautious. Red eyes drill into the space in front of him, trying to unravel the intent of the unknown power that draws him deeper into the building. The house around it seems ancient and sophisticated, its facade decorated with carved balusters and columns, above which rise battlements of vague silhouettes, like castles hidden in the fog. Inside the mansion, he finds himself in the center of a huge round hall, surrounded by multi-tiered balconies, richly decorated with golden patterns. The silence here is absolute, and only his steps break it, echoing from the polished floor and walls. The young man, left alone with the library's splendor, looks irritated and perplexed. His words, lost in the vastness of the hall, seem empty in anticipation of an answer. His gaze is drawn to something he suddenly sees. The eyes are widened in surprise, and the air around seems to condense from the tension of anticipation. A silhouette appears on one of the upper balconies. The mysterious figure, with his back turned to him, is illuminated by the light breaking through the high windows. Her words fall from above, softly and dispassionately. Thikursrisher dikur kurint stauturker. Dauer srois, agados, far bok staubora svar perko. Her figure turns, revealing its pale, inscrutable face. His posture expresses confidence and power, and his words sound like a sentence hanging in the air of the hall. The young seeker stands lost in thoughts of the countless books that represent the true wealth of knowledge of this place. His hand involuntarily touches the sword, as if seeking support from an inanimate object. His question, thrown into the vastness of the hall, seems to be a challenge that does not require an answer, but rather a confirmation of his own suspicions about the secrets here. With the figure above, motionless and mysterious, he enters into a dialogue that is more like a game of minds, where words take on a special meaning and weight. Wiza. Between two beings, so different, but at the same time so attentive to each other, an invisible connection arises, a spark of understanding or perhaps recognition. He turns around sharply, his movement full of tension and anxiety. Something flashes in his hand, a glint of light on skin and metal. The words from the balcony sound like an invitation, but there is an overt threat in them, a promise of immediate action unless... The conversation continues over a cup of tea, as suggested. Time and space seem to have frozen. The interlocutors become partners in this strange tea party, full of hidden meanings. With a smile full of irony and sarcasm, he accepts the rules of the game, established in this hall of riddles and secrets. His gaze is clear and piercing, and his confidence seems unshakable. Fingers slide along the top of the hourglass, starting a game where time becomes another participant, urgent and inexorable. The first question echoes, filling the space, and the weight of sand in the clock seems inevitable as the answer. Words fly between them, as if waltzing in a dance of intellect and knowledge, where every remark is important and every silence speaks more than words. In his eyes there is determination and challenge, a request for a search that goes beyond the local walls, breaking the boundaries of everyday life and knowledge. The philosophy contained in the words enriches the atmosphere as the conversations continue, now touching on deeper and more abstract concepts of divinity and morality. Discussions about the gods and the essence of evil unfold before them like pages of ancient texts, eternally relevant for the search for truth. He listens, his gaze focused, and his thoughts seem as endless as sand flowing through the narrow neck of a watch. Reflections on truth and history, and how faith and human narrative intertwine, round out this tournament of wits. The search for a sacred object takes on clear contours. Its traces lead to the west, and the temple is hidden in the north, in the bowels of an empire that seems full of mysteries. Uncertainty reigns in the dialogue when they touch on the fate of a deity lost in battles for faith and power, a struggle where the very essence disappears. The story of the fall of a deity, of rebellion and defeat, becomes an epic legend, intertwined with the tragedy of loss and the consequences of war. A measured gaze, full of hidden knowledge, returns to the young warrior, demanding to reveal his essence and history, inviting him to look into the mirror of questions and answers. The young warrior, with dissatisfaction, emphasizes the gaps in the information received, demonstrating his desire to understand the full essence of the matter. The mysterious interlocutor remains unperturbed. His words reveal the duality of the concepts of truth and faith, leaving room for doubt and interpretation. Ritual seems to become the key to understanding the connection with the deity, hinting at the need for a physical object and certain actions to touch what lies beyond the visible. However, the secrets of the ritual remain outside the conversation, adding intrigue and deepening the mystery surrounding this meeting and the story that unfolds before them. The young warrior's questions become more persistent, his gaze piercing and full of suspicion, aimed at revealing secrets that his interlocutor may be hiding. The man's words are imbued with personal experience and knowledge that go beyond ordinary understanding, creating the impression that he not only knows about Bamhara, but also has a special relationship with her. The seriousness on his face suggests a deep understanding of the situation, and that he knows more than he's willing to reveal, which adds layers of intrigue to their conversation. Now that the roles have been reversed, the young warrior takes over the game, claiming the right to control the flow of the conversation and find out the truth hidden behind the words of his mysterious interlocutor. The sand and the clock ran out, symbolizing the end of their meeting. The time for answers and questions expired, leaving only the promise of future conversations without haste and restrictions. Hiding disappointment behind a mask of politeness, the mysterious interlocutor suggests setting up the next meeting more formally, foreshadowing additional disclosures. Outside, under the scorching light of day, a young warrior stands with a cup in his hand, a sign of a secret agreement or an unspoken promise, reflecting the ambiguity of their conversation. Confusion and doubt were reflected on his face because an unexpected gift raises new questions about the intentions and knowledge of the one who gave it. The young man, still pondering the unexpected gesture with the cup, is faced with a new challenge. A warrior in red and black armor stands in front of him, his gaze stern and imperious. This warrior, apparently, occupies not the last place in the hierarchy. His words are full of confidence and expectation of answers. To the young seeker's surprise, the warrior recognizes him as a man who has just left the library, as if his arrival was not accidental, but carefully planned. A joke thrown in passing does not find a response from the young warrior. His step is confident and ready for any tests that may come next. The guard states with determination that no one can enter the royal library without permission from the monarchy, demanding an explanation from the young man. The words about royal permission cause bewilderment in the young warrior and recall the words of the mysterious interlocutor about the need for an official visit. He now understands that permission must be obtained from the royal family for his presence in the library to be legal. And suddenly a figure appears that he recognizes, as if the embodiment of the answers he is looking for, or a new mystery to be solved. The young seeker tries to retreat diplomatically, But the guard resolutely declares that he has crossed the boundaries of what is permitted. The situation escalates. The guard recognizes his entry into foreign territory and is ready to use force to restrain him. The guard's sword, illuminated by the light of magic or technology, becomes a clear sign of serious intent, leaving no room for doubt. The young warrior, although seemingly depressed, is still ready to take on the challenge, his determination indicating a willingness to defend himself and his beliefs. The young seeker, before the conflict, expresses reluctance to make matters worse, warning of his ability to control power, which could pose a threat to the guardians. The guard, not taking this as a warning, decides to accept the challenge, seeing only arrogance in the young warrior's words. And then the tension reaches its climax. The young warrior activates his power, the guard's glowing sword reflects his power, and the clash begins. The guard commands his subordinates to attack, emphasizing the seriousness of the moment and the inflexibility of his decision to stop any resistance. In the depths of the night space, a man with an unwavering gaze and dark hair looks around at something that causes him admiration. His eyes sparkle in the darkness, and there is an expression of genuine pride on his face. The words floating in the air seem to reflect his thoughts. Look how good they are. A figure in combat gear, with a sword charged with power, rushes to attack. Her movement is so lightning fast and strong that everything around is filled with splashes and fragments, and the echo of the impact spreads around. Everything around is absorbed in the dynamic whirlwind of battle. Flashing shrapnel and splashes fill the scene with chaos, leaving the outcome of the collision uncertain. The man in the red cloak turns around, stunned, to find out who dared to intervene in the battle. His eyes are widened in surprise and bewilderment, and he begins to ask a question, as if sensing the presence of an unknown force. A woman with a firm and determined gaze, surrounded by flickering electrical discharges. She stands unshakably, with strength and authority in every feature. Her words reveal the order. The princess has given him permission to enter, so stop. This statement opens a new chapter in history, heralding a change in the balance of power. There is a group of people in serious combat outfits. The man in the foreground, turning around, says something to his companions, while his face expresses dissatisfaction or irritation. The tense atmosphere can be felt in the air. On the street where soft snow is falling, two people in raincoats stand face to face. The older one, with a beard, looks at his interlocutor with a look of determination. Their red cloaks contrast brightly with the snow-white background. Traces of a recent battle are visible on her face, abrasions, but this does not bother her. She seems to be challenging her invisible opponent. The persistence of her gaze speaks of inflexibility. Two figures are visible, walking side by side. They move away from the viewer, walking towards a crowded street shrouded in fog. Their cloaks flutter in the wind, and they seem ready to fight any difficulties that may come their way. A man in gray armor gratefully responds to the help, turning to his companion, whose image is hidden from us. His gaze is serious, and his hand firmly holds the hilt of the sword. His gaze is directed into the distance. A small smile begins to form on his face, and he seems to be looking forward to the upcoming conversation. A man looks up at the roof where a woman stands in a white and red robe, her hair the color of dawn. She looks inspired and seems like she knows something the man doesn't. Woman with outstretched arms laughs, filled with joy and confidence. Her face glows with triumph, and she feels satisfied and determined to seize the opportunity she has encountered. Standing on the roof is a girl in a suit with white hair and red accents, her gaze filled with determination. She utters a phrase that carries a promise of gratitude. Below, facing her, are two people, a man with a guitar case behind his back and a woman in a hood. They seem to be in thought. The next shot shows a close-up of the man, looking stunned and grateful at the same time. His words reflect deep appreciation and the importance of someone's decision to him, as if it were the key to something meaningful. Cut to a joyful girl with pink hair, smiling brightly and openly clapping her hands. Her delight and approval of the decision to collaborate fills the atmosphere with positivity. She greets her new hire with an air of friendliness and readiness for the upcoming collaboration. His gaze is calm, but there is a certain uncertainty or strangeness in his words, adding an element of mystery to his character. We see three characters in a tense atmosphere. In the center stands a girl with pink hair and red eyes, dressed in a white dress, her arms crossed over her chest, and she looks with contempt. She is surrounded by two men, one of whom sits with his back to us, in a suit and helmet. The second stands on the right, dressed in a red cape and blue armor. The tension between them is palpable. A picturesque evening landscape appears before us. The golden light of the setting sun envelops a wooden house with large windows, in one of which the warm light creates a cozy silhouette. The situation seems peaceful and calm, contrary to the previous tension. We see the girl with pink hair again, but now her look is anxious and questioning. It is located inside a room with gray walls, where there is also a man in a red cape. The air is permeated with omissions and understatement, which adds intrigue to the story. A man with dark hair is saying something important. His face is serious, and it seems that he is facing a choice or reflection that could affect the course of the entire story. The situation seems mysterious, and we are left waiting for developments. In a room with warm golden tones, rich in bookish coziness, a girl with pink hair and piercing red eyes stands in front of a dark-haired man. Her gaze is filled with discontent and skepticism. The girl's thoughts are occupied with the pass to the royal library. She is afraid of hearing something unwanted. The atmosphere becomes tense as she decisively raises a finger, calling attention to her next request. She doesn't want to be compared to the naive seekers of the legendary dragon. The plot deepens when she mentions rumors of a dragon living in the library. This revelation seems unexpected and strange, creating a sense of mystery around the place. The situation changes when the girl mockingly suggests that a man, a mercantile mercenary, will not find interest in such fantastic stories. Her grin reveals her mocking attitude towards his skepticism. The quickstrikes, Arif, Wipe, Sartervrigois, Fadosopherokshors, Kainstags Fowers, Iduri, Alwaysouts. No Ruiz, shrouded in the shadow of his hood, thoughtfully weighs the girl's words. He understands that her confidence can be deceiving. In his eyes, one can see the determination to finish what he started, despite the risks. The change of scenery reveals a view of the house in the silence of the evening, the windows of which glow in the twilight. This calm landscape is contrasted with the internal conflict of the hero, who has come to a simple but difficult realization. Returning to the conversation room provides new context. The man makes it clear that he is not going to risk his life in vain. His tone is stern and decisive. The man's eyes narrow as he analyzes the situation. He warns of the royal guard, a threat that hovers over them. His words paint a picture of a dangerous game of cat and mouse, where every move could cost them their heads. She stands next to him, head down in recognition of the difficulty of their situation. The understanding between them is painful and quiet, as if they both realize that they are on the verge of great changes. There's a hardness in her gaze as she turns to look out the window at the night sky. She knows that they do not have enough strength for another path. They are approaching the edge of the inevitable. He looks into the distance, his profile clearly silhouetted against the sunset. Words about fighting and repelling opponents emphasize readiness for action, but without unnecessary cruelty. The next shot shows his determination as he looks straight at her, eyes full of seriousness and challenge. He proposes to join forces to confront a common enemy. The question hangs in the air, awaiting an answer. The man resolutely rejects the offer of cooperation. His action is categorical and full of conviction in his answer. The girl, meanwhile, sticks to her convictions, citing the opinions of not only her own, but also her brothers. She seems to express a secret hope for support. Her gaze rises to the blue-haired man standing behind her. She turns to him. Her words seem to be farewell, but they hide the depth of untold thoughts. Tension rises as she looks into the man's eyes. Her words warn of the possibility of eavesdropping, indicating hidden danger that may lurk around them. The man admits she is right, confirming that safety is paramount in their difficult situation. His thoughts about his sister may express concern about whether she really shared her plans with her brother. The scene changes, and the house appears again, its windows glowing in the night. His doubts about the favorable outcome of their affairs are reflected in the shadowy outline of the building and in the quiet whisper of the wind. The girl seems tired of conversations and decisions, while she emphasizes the proximity of deadlines. Her words carry both the weight of responsibility and the ease of letting go, since she does not ask for protection, but only for confidence in safety. He stands up, his silhouette determined and ready for action. The calmness of his voice belies the tension of the moment, but he encourages her to rest, emphasizing the importance of taking care of herself before important matters. A blue-haired man stands in the doorway, with his arms crossed, silhouetted against the dim light. He observes the situation, assessing it quietly and carefully. He turns to the girl with an offer to rest, recognizing the severity of the past trials. His look is serious and insightful, and his words are both consolation and a call to take care of yourself. His gaze is directed into the distance, as if he is solving an invisible riddle. There is something that demands his attention, some understatement in his intentions. Thive krauters skauis trureus, heigerfre. Wang stanaiger horse, fame suste drikra hoin chichibi für sequains mer, lanning turi. Noin seems to disappear into the shadows of the night, leaving behind only a flicker of light in the window. This last image leaves a sense of unsolved mystery and impending events. A heavy black leg hangs over an old faucet, from which the last drops of water are dripping, as if counting the last moments of time. Soul Eater. These words sound like an ominous nickname, reflecting the dark nature of the situation. A blue-haired woman, with her back to the moody sky, addresses a hooded figure. Her words suggest some kind of connection with the mercenary manager, which reveals a hint of hidden information or betrayal. The hooded figure turns, revealing an astounding list of credits, suspicions that he could destroy an entire detachment of mercenaries, create an aura of danger and power around him. The man looks away. His expression speaks of mixed feelings, perhaps resentment or reflection. He is confident that the visit is not limited to simple concern for his well-being. The man looks straight. His gaze asks a question, simple but full of mistrust and expectation of an answer. The water running down his face adds to the impression of tension. A woman in armor stands in front of him, confidently holding a sword in her hand. Her words are laconic and direct. They do not bode well. The man remarks skeptically about the princess's intentions, his words hinting at her good intentions but also her lack of understanding of important details. The scene reveals a group of people under a flag with a dragon on it, a symbol of power and mystery. They stand in anticipation, ready for battle or ritual, in an atmosphere of anticipation of a great event. General Caesar's scarred face expresses deep experience and unshakable determination. He is not just a warrior, he is a symbol of an era that survived the Great War. The hooded man, like a ghost of the past, recalls the times of the Holy War. His words carry the weight of past events and personal rejection. A blue-haired woman, introducing herself as Emma from the Order of the Blue Dragon, issues a challenge. She demands proof of loyalty, questioning his affiliation and values. The man is shocked. One word, "you," comes out of him, as if he recognizes her as someone who will change the course of history. The tension between them increases. He is surprised by her aggressive actions, but she quickly responds by denying any connection to his previous actions. He understands that he won't be able to leave so easily. His image is silhouetted against the cold sky, like a harbinger of the coming battle. There is a challenge on his face. If she falls, she will lose. His words are simple and clear. They convey confidence and calm in the face of danger. She responds by urging him to begin, making it clear that they will fight without magic, only with swords, which makes the battle even more dangerous and personal. Emma moves forward sharply, her body aimed directly at her opponent. The tension of the moment is felt in every line of her movement. These swords clash loudly, and sparks fly in different directions. This moment is the climax of their fight, full of tension and speed. Words full of self-satisfaction come from the pink-haired observer. She notices the young warrior's abilities and seems to approve of his determination. She rejects the idea of a passionate sword conversation between the knights, reflecting her determination and perhaps hinting at her own intentions in this battle. They swords meet in a powerful blow, the sparks from which illuminate the battle. Emma wants to test the strength of a mercenary from the Northern Kingdom, confident in her abilities. Emma is focused and determined, her gaze filled with determination, and her sword movements precise and fast. The hooded man reflects on the strength of the best knight of this kingdom, comparing him with himself. In his words there is both surprise and perhaps admiration. He acknowledges her strength, emphasizing that she and the Order of the Blue Dragon are rivals worthy of respect and attention. Suddenly, the force of the mercenary's sword throws Emma back. His words about the weakness of her blow are in the air, filled with confidence in his superiority. The pink-haired girl is stunned by what is happening. Her expression is full of bewilderment and shock from the unexpected outcome of the fight. Amazement and confusion fill the atmosphere. The question, what happened, hangs unanswered, adding mystery to what is happening. Emma falls to the ground, shocked and injured. The figure of the mercenary rises above her, leaving the viewer wondering about the fate and consequences of their confrontation. The mercenary asks with obvious smugness if these are the best warriors Cetria has to offer, concluding that at this rate they won't be serious contenders. A mysterious woman with red eyes and pale skin emerges from the darkness, her gaze cold and piercing. A young man in a robe with a blue dragon emblem stands with his back turned, his figure shrouded in darkness and silence. The majestic scene in the hall, where General Caesar and the mysterious woman stand against the backdrop of fallen soldiers, creates an atmosphere of triumph and unshakable power. On a snowy street under a gloomy sky, a young man in a blue cloak looks up, his face contorted with anger and despair. Blood streams down his cheek, dripping onto the white snow. In his eyes one can read not only pain, but also bewilderment at the recklessness of the enemy who dared to attack him, the heir to the throne. In the distance, in a dimly lit hall, stands a warrior in heavy armor, with patterns reminiscent of ice patterns. He addresses the crowd in front of him, talking about evidence and accusations. There is firmness and determination in his eyes, and next to him is the silhouette of a woman with a pale face and a gloomy look. The same warrior, now in close-up, continues his speech. Traces of fatigue and stress are visible on his exhausted face. Doubt and regret flash in his eyes as he discusses the boundaries that even royalty should not cross. Again the scene with the young man, bleeding and angry, who, supported by a sword, rises from the snowy ground. His appearance speaks of an unyielding determination to resist injustice, and he is convinced that his path is the only right one, even if the whole world is against him. An angry young man with blood on his face looks straight into the eyes of his invisible opponent. He accuses him of betrayal and says that such an act is unworthy, even if it reminds him of his own mother. His words are full of contempt and pain, and anger seems to be the only support for his bleeding body. In the shadows, a woman with dark hair stands with a smirk on her lips, her eyes sparkling with confidence and cunning. She plays with her opponent with words, threatening and mocking, touching on his weaknesses and causing outright conflict. Her style of speech is sharp and poisonous, as if she is ready to deliver the decisive blow at any moment. Both opponents stand opposite each other, against the backdrop of a majestic hall with high windows and a stone floor. The air is filled with tension and unsolved mysteries of the past. Every word is balanced and full of accusations. Passions reach their climax when the young man accuses the woman of the fact that it was her cruel actions that led them to this tragic outcome. Finally, with painful sincerity in his eyes, the young warrior in blue turns to his invisible opponent, pleading that the situation is serious and that all his actions are for the sake of the kingdom. His eyes reflect not only anger, but also an unshakable determination to stand to the end for the sake of his ideals and people. A young warrior with a piercing gaze stops to rethink the situation. He asks a rhetorical question, as if he is looking for confirmation of his doubts in his heart. His face shows a mixture of pain and doubt as he tries to discern the truth behind his opponent's words. A woman with dark hair and fiery eyes responds defiantly, asserting her rightness and the cruelty of her actions. Her words are filled with confidence that all her actions were committed for the sake of justice, but in her eyes one can see cold calculation and perhaps personal gain. The scene gives way to a calm view of a dwelling, the roof of which cuts the blue sky. This peaceful landscape provides a stark contrast to previous events, forcing the viewer to question the meaning and consequences of what is happening. In a room with dimly penetrating light, a female warrior in armor stands, facing a person sitting with his back to her. She seems focused and serious, her words filled with concern and determination to get to the bottom of the situation that has affected them all. A warrior woman with a focused gaze shares her fears. She talks about the complexity of the situation, that the problem is much deeper, and that contact with important people has been lost. Her face is tense, concerned about the lack of answers from key figures. In front of us is another woman with pink hair and a bright red eye. She looks worried and indecisive, not ready to jump to conclusions. Her reaction suggests that she carefully weighs every word and every step. The same woman suggests moving to another place in order to ensure the confidentiality of the conversation. Her anxiety increases at the thought of a possible information leak. The situation is heating up, and she feels that something is wrong. An unexpected noise is heard, and the pink-haired woman looks up to find out its source. Her face expresses anxiety and readiness for action. She quickly goes to the window to see the cause of the sudden disturbance. The pink-haired woman looks around, clearly puzzled and frightened by what she sees. Her eyes are wide open with surprise and fear. Her look and reaction indicate that she is faced with something unexpected and alarming. She sees a crowd of people under the window, their faces distorted with anger and discontent. They look up, their gaze filled with demand and urgency. This vision foreshadows a storm that is already beginning at the very door. The bird's-eye view of the house shows it in complete isolation from the rest of the world, and the replica speaks of the deep crisis that has struck the country. The loss of important industries left the population in despair, and now even food became a luxury. A scene of cruelty unfolds on the street. People are fighting. A soldier stands with blood on his hand, exhausted after the battle. This chaos and violence is just the tip of the iceberg of problems that have accumulated in the country and which are now surfacing with terrifying force. A man with a beard and a tired face is standing on the street, his eyes burning with determination. He categorically refuses to accept fate without a fight, unwilling to accept the difficult situation in which his people find themselves. The same man, now in profile, looks from under his brows, saying that despair has driven people to the extreme, to become what they never wanted to be. He emphasizes that some paths are not for everyone, leaving out those he doesn't want to put in danger. A girl in a red cloak listens to his words with a serious and adult expression on her face. She seems resentful of being seen as a child, unable to face the dangers of the real world. But the dialogue continues, and the man, turning his head slightly towards the girl, mentions rumors about those who secretly oppose the cruel reality of their lives. His words reflect the complexity of the situation when even children become witnesses and participants in the struggle for justice. Both men stand face to face, their gazes full of hope and despair at the same time. One of them, with a piercing gaze, expresses doubt about the rumors, hoping that they will not turn out to be true, because this would mean dire consequences for everyone. The girl in the red cloak turns away, her profile expressing deep thoughtfulness. She thinks about the time that may still be worth waiting, and about what will change if the mistress disappears. Her words sound distrust of the changes that may come. Her eyes look straight into the distance, and she claims that even in the absence of the mistress, the royal family still cannot be trusted. This statement highlights the mistrust and caution felt by many in this uncertain world. A man standing in front of the crowd. His face reflects the bitter reality. He understands that their rulers are only concerned with maintaining power and that the lives of ordinary people mean little to them. It is the desperate realization that their fates are being ignored in this power struggle. A man with a beard, clenched fists, and with tension throughout his body, proclaims his refusal to accept injustice. His determination to endure no more pain and humiliation is clearly visible on his face. He is ready to take radical action to change his fate. A girl with a wide eye, full of horror and bewilderment, cannot understand why what is happening seems so hopeless and unfair. Her internal monologue expresses confusion and the search for answers to the questions that torment her. She is in dialogue with another woman who is standing behind her. Her words sound like a suggestion to step back and rethink the situation in order to avoid making even bigger mistakes. There is caution and strategic calculation in her eyes. The girl in the red cloak, meanwhile, with seriousness and determination in her voice, declares that she wants to understand the true desires of people, even if it requires confrontation and bloodshed. Her face reflects her readiness to fight for truth and justice. A woman in a red cloak with determination in her eyes speaks of the need for help. Turning to someone named Emma, her facial expression is serious. She is ready for action. Before us is a castle with high towers and strong walls, which stands majestically under the skies. The castle gates are guarded, and through them one can see the palace of Cetria, which may hold the key to current events. The red-armored guards stand in front of the gathered crowd, their leader explaining that simply having people here will not solve the problem they are facing. He looks confident and adamant. In response to his words, the man with a beard resolutely rejects the proposed rules, his words and facial expression expressing contempt and a willingness to go against the established order despite the possible consequences. A man with a beard calls out to the guards, his face reflecting the suffering of the people, who, according to him, will die of hunger if they are not heard. The woman in the red cloak carefully observes what is happening. Her gaze is serious and insightful. One of the guards from the threshold of the castle calls for order, saying that the royal authorities will not react to a simple meeting of citizens. His tone suggests that solving the problem requires more than just showing dissatisfaction. Among the guards, a man appears in a blue cloak with a distinctive sign on his chest, introducing himself as the deputy head of the Knights, Maxwell. His appearance brings new dynamics to the situation. He looks confident and ready for dialogue. The woman in the red cloak recognizes him as Caesar's apprentice, and her words indicate that she is aware of his role and may know more than she is letting on. Her attitude may mean that she sees him as a potential ally or the key to resolving a conflict. The woman in the red cloak, with clear respect in her voice, speaks of Maxwell, noting his talent and the education he received abroad in the Trojan Empire. Maxwell, standing in front of the crowd, stands out for his youth and status as the youngest knight to hold such a high position. His calmness and confidence may indicate his competence and potential for leadership. The woman continues to reflect on the rumors surrounding Maxwell, acknowledging his ambition but not considering him a threat or source of trouble. Her tone emphasizes cautious optimism about his character. Suddenly a scream is heard, interrupting his thoughts. The woman and the man next to her turn around to find out the cause of the commotion. Their facial expressions are tense and attentive, ready for any surprises that may follow. A drop of blood slowly sliding along the edge of a sword foreshadows tragedy. A voice from the crowd expresses despair and fear of the famine that threatens if the king continues to ignore their plight. A scene of violence unfolds before our eyes. The body of a guard lies on the ground, surrounded by blood, and the shadow of a man in a blue cloak, who asks why so many people were brought to kill one guard. A man from the crowd with a menacing look reminds that people like them often come to the palace, presumably with requests and complaints that go unanswered. Maxwell, sword in hand and blood on the blade, coolly notes that the king has long ceased to maintain contact with the people, which has led to the current state of affairs in Cetria. His words and facial expression indicate disappointment in the king's actions. A man with a beard, addressing Maxwell, declares the superiority of the royal family over the law, which, in his opinion, is the cause of the suffering of the people. He seems sincere and desperate in his accusation. Maxwell, with his back to the crowd, gives a final warning, telling everyone to disperse or they will be arrested. His action speaks of his determination to maintain order and the authority of the royal power. One of the guards tries to calm the tension by turning to Maxwell and offering to find a solution without bloodshed, his words and facial expression expressing concern and a desire to avoid violence. In response to the guard's threats, the bearded man becomes outraged at Maxwell's actions, accusing him of being excessive as a royal knight should not point a weapon at civilians. His words express indignation and shock at the violence he saw. Before us is Maxwell, his figure sharply cut out against the background of a blood-red splash. The tension of the scene is heightened by his unwavering resilience as chaos reigns around him. The story reaches its climax. Maxwell, standing in front of the bearded man, coolly states that failure to obey the king's orders is sufficient reason for execution. His expression is unwavering. He addresses the crowd, emphasizing that he has given ample time for reflection and suggests that those who remain intend to confront him with hostility. In the next scene, Maxwell gives the order to arrest everyone who does not leave, with the ruthless addition, "Kill if you have to." His eyes and smile express confidence in his power and willingness to use force. The woman in the red cloak, shocked by the events unfolding before her, exclaims and calls for a stop, her face reflecting the sudden realization of the gravity of the situation. The next shot shows her in motion, perhaps trying to intervene or prevent further violence. Her gesture and facial expression speak of the determination and urgency of her intentions. The crowd around her is excited, and the name Emma can be heard among the mixed shouts. The name appears to have special meaning to her, perhaps indicating a personal connection or the person's importance in current events. In the next shot, we see a woman in a red cloak with pain and horror on her face, her hand extended in a gesture full of despair. She seems to be caught in the middle of a sudden and violent conflict. A dark figure in a black cloak suddenly raises his hand upward, screaming desperately. An unexpected burst of drama is captured in the curved gesture and dynamic lines that surround her. The red background and white skin of the hand create a contrast full of tension and foreboding. The girl in the red hood expresses shock and horror, her eyes wide and her hand pressed to her lips. The words, "Oh heavy tears," come out of her in a quiet whisper, which intensifies the feeling of her despair and helplessness in the face of an unknown threat. A man with a wound on his face and fear in his eyes looks up. It seems that he has just realized that something unimaginable is happening. A shadowy figure in the background fog adds to the mystery, keeping the viewer guessing about the upcoming developments. A girl in a red hood suddenly jumps up, and below her, a man is seen collapsing to the ground. Blood splashes around, creating an explosion of emotion and violence. A desperate cry of "Eek!" echoes in the air, capping the moment with an explosion of action. The weary breathing of the girl in red reeks of fear and fatigue as she rests against the snowy ground. The color has disappeared from her face, and only her trembling lips utter a heavy "Ha!" Tears run down the girl's cheeks, her eyes widened in shock. The word "Nino" comes out of her mouth as she looks at something out of frame that causes fear and denial within her. The falling of bodies, bloody and lifeless, creates a trajectory towards a lone figure in red, standing against a backdrop of white snow. "This is not what I wanted," she whispers, as if trying to deny reality or justify what is happening. The girl's gaze is full of bewilderment and fear when a dark figure reaches out to her. "But how?" she asks, as if not believing what is happening and looking for answers to unspoken questions. A mysterious man in black, with a sword on his back, addresses a girl in red, his profile cut out against the blue of the night. His words are lost, but the question in his gaze is clear. The man turns, revealing a face full of determination. "El Levi, when did you—" the girl begins, but he interrupts her, quietly stating that he has been following her from the very beginning. The man's back is turned to the blizzard wind. His words seem balanced and stern. "Get up. We need to get out of here first," he says, hinting at a deeper plan than just escaping. He stands firmly in front of the girl, talking about the need to stop this. "And how?" she asks, touching his hand, looking for support and answers in his unyielding gaze. A man with determination in his eyes speaks of the need for action. His gaze reflects uncompromisingness. The comment about the girl taking action without a plan highlights the differences in their personalities. "Thu descriver tokus dikre. Farlef eit wedo xari vausentfraus, dogar tlarwe, dor aufer." "So, I worry you." Lil looks at him, her face filled with determination despite the traces of tears. She proposes radical measures but immediately rejects them, emphasizing the importance of maintaining humanity even in the most difficult circumstances. Turning his back, the man makes a fateful statement that she doesn't like a lot of things, but has no choice how to change it. He offers to follow him, confidently declaring that he has a plan. The girl in red, having lost sight of him, calls out with alarm. Her eyes are wide with horror and confusion as she scans her surroundings for her missing companion. A red hood lies on the ground, and next to it is a man's hand, raised in silent question. "This?" The girl cannot believe what she sees. The tension is growing. The girl in the red hood finds the strength to command. "Everyone stand. Soldiers, drop your weapons." Her voice is sharp and authoritative. She is determined to take control of the situation. A soldier in a black cloak with a frozen expression on his face reacts sharply to the order. His surprised gaze froze on the figure reflected in his sword. A man stands on the roof with a sword on his back. His pose is full of challenge and readiness for action. A crowd gathers below. People ask in bewilderment, "What's the matter? Who is it?" No one knows what will happen next. A man in dark armor stands confidently, holding the girl in front of him like a shield. His words, "Pull your finger," and "the heads of the bears will roll along the road," sound like an inexorable warning, and the girl, apparently, is a hostage in his plans. A girl with pink hair and eyes full of anger and horror looks at someone outside the frame. Her face is contorted with despair and a question mark, which emphasizes her complete misunderstanding and horror of the current situation. The soldier looks up with a stunned look, where a man is standing on the roof with a girl hostage. The bewilderment and demand in his voice reflect the excitement and lack of understanding of how this could happen. A man in dark armor makes a sudden movement, raising his fist, drops of blood scattering in the air. "What?" His words seem like a decisive warning, an action caused by desperation or threat. The girl's face, covered in blood, is depicted with horror in her eyes. She seems shocked and defenseless in the face of the violence taking place. The soldiers are shocked by what is happening. One of them exclaims in horror, realizing that the princess is wounded. The tension in the crowd is growing. Horror and surprise are reflected on their faces. A girl in a red hood, with a strong and determined look, condemns the actions of the man in front of her. Her words reflect bewilderment and indignation at his unpredictable and possibly insane intentions. The soldier, with an adamant expression, orders those around him not to move or panic. His command sounds like a command for discipline in the face of chaos. Tension among the soldiers reaches a peak. One of them shouts that the enemy is no longer attacking. The next moment, he orders everyone to run, revealing that the battlefield has suddenly changed. The soldiers retreat in a hurry, rushing away from unexpected danger. They appear overcome with panic and urgency, highlighting the critical situation they find themselves in. The man looks down with a confident and calm look, claiming to have solved the problem. His introduction of himself as Maxwell of the Blue Dragon Knights emphasizes his authority. The man seems surprised or even confused. His facial expressions and monosyllabic response, "Huh?" reflect bewilderment or distrust of what is happening. He expresses doubt about the girl's decisions by asking a rhetorical question about protecting honor and dignity, which indicates his own ideas about honor and loyalty. The girl in the red hood screams desperately. Her words and facial expression are full of horror. and indignation. She denounces the man's actions as an insult to the royal family, promising to return with retribution. Thieberg skifrede derikwaal fureux, geistesbevriwas, alsof oridags vairo soyor. Soldier watches as something flies into the sky, possibly a weapon or other object, judging by its trajectory and the trail in the air it leaves behind. The armored man holding the girl confronts her with a pointed question about how she plans to act convincingly as a hostage, admitting that he inflicted the wound on himself to create a more convincing scene. He expresses remorse or a request for forgiveness. His hand appears wounded, emphasizing the seriousness of his actions. The man with red hair is clearly upset and berates the situation they are all in, his face contorted with anger and despair. A man with red hair, turning his back to the viewer, looks up where something is hovering in the air, flying from the roof. His surprised gaze follows this object until it disappears from sight. Then the soldier's gaze shifts to a girl in a red hood, surrounded by ominous figures. Her expression is full of concern and responsibility, because she was a hostage whose safety was at risk. The next shot shows the malevolent smile of a man in a dark cloak. He looks confident, as if he is devising a plan that can resolve the current tense situation. Finally, a man with red hair enragedly orders the arrest. His angry face shows that he doesn't tolerate any excuses for failing to protect the princess, and his decision is irrevocable. Suddenly the girl is the center of attention, her face expressing determination and horror, at the same time as she looks at the sword pointed at her. She hears accusations against her from a man with red hair, who sits on his haunches. His posture speaks of power and authority, and he does not want to listen to her explanations. The man's eyes are full of hostility and determination when he deprives her of her position as the princess's bodyguard. His decision seems final, leaving no room for objection. The girl, in response to despair, tries to justify herself. Her gaze is full of concern. She challenges his right to give such orders, questioning his authority and challenging his authority. The silhouette of a man with a red light for one eye makes a powerful statement. He appears unwavering and authoritative, his dark figure standing out against the light sky. Then a girl is seen walking, surrounded by soldiers. She looks broken and defenseless. Her hands are tied, and the atmosphere around her is dark and tense. Two men discuss the situation, their faces expressing concern and bewilderment. They wonder about the girl's whereabouts, doubting her ability to survive such chaos. The girl's face is in horror and amazement. She is surrounded by dark figures with glowing red eyes that appear to pose a threat. In her gaze one can read fear and lack of understanding of what is happening around. The man, shocked by what he learned, slaps the girl in the face, as if confirming her status, which he just heard. His actions are abrupt and unexpected. The gastristikes osra ader. Mikas osawes, so is a gufrabo go stir, a gearwa. Looks at her attacker with panic in her eyes. Her face expresses fear and bewilderment at what is happening. She cannot believe the reality of her situation. Tensions rise when one of the men angrily points out the cause of his comrade's death, blaming the royal family. The next shot shows a man addressing the crowd, making a statement about the betrayal of the royal family and declaring his intention to avenge the bitterness and suffering of the people. His face is distorted with passion and indignation. A girl with wide eyes, full of fear, looks up. Her gaze is directed at something out of sight, and she screams in despair, demanding to stop and explain what is happening. The man with the red eye, his fist raised, screams, determined to prove his point, revealing his similarity to those who stand before him, equally in human blood. A sudden change of scene shows a man falling to the ground with a wound on his arm, his face expressing pain and surprise. The dramatic fall highlights the unexpected turn of events. The crowd around the girl excitedly discusses what happened, expressing shock and bewilderment. One of the men angrily asks if this is the man who brought her into this dangerous situation, as she seems to be losing hope of understanding the situation. A man with a confident look, standing against the backdrop of a falling body, says something important. His actions and words indicate that he believes his actions are justified. He then turns to the girl with pink hair, who looks scared and confused. Her posture expresses uncertainty and fear of his words and actions. Suddenly the situation escalates, and the man receives a blow that interrupts his speech. There is a tense atmosphere around him, and it seems that he has become the target of an attack. The person throwing the punch expresses shock and bewilderment with their gaze and words. His reaction shows that what is happening has exceeded his expectations, and he is puzzled by the consequences of his action. The hard-eyed man speaks of his reluctance to be thanked for saving a life, but his tone suggests that the cost of this salvation was high. He emphasizes his words with a decisive movement, creating the impression of steadfastness and readiness to go to the end. Another man, clearly outraged, urges him to stop, his voice clear of desperation to prevent further violence. He experiences conflict within himself as he struggles with difficult choices, and his doubts and internal struggles become apparent in his words and facial expressions. The girl with pink hair cries out with hope. Her eyes filled with tears and despair, she begs for mercy. The man shown in profile gives a short but meaningful answer, his expression stern and unyielding. Her gaze is directed upward, full of shock and confusion. She cannot believe what is happening around her. Above is a scene where a man lies on the ground, surrounded by a crowd. His words indicate an internal contradiction, a struggle between duty and his own convictions. The scene changes, and the character notes his thoughts about the situation, presumably related to the actions or decisions he made. The voice addresses the princess, asking a rhetorical question that evokes a sense of her helplessness and imprisonment. The character at the door makes a statement about the need to pay for the continuation of the task, which may indicate some kind of condition or deal set before him. He then asks to be left alone, demonstrating the need for thought and personal space to process what is happening. The character leaves a message, hinting that he can be found if the need arises, and continues down the corridor, shrouded in shadow and concentration. The princess's loneliness becomes palpable as she sits curled up on the floor, looking out at the gloomy sky outside. Aware that events have taken an unexpected turn, she mulls it over, lost in thought about the split between her expectations and reality, which is reflected in her mournful expression. The scene then changes to the king, standing in front of a crowd, his words and tone suggesting that he is seeking to reclaim the past and feels that the people support him in this desire. The king's eyes reflect not just disappointment, but deep anger and hatred. It seems to obscure the views of him and his entourage, introducing discord into the atmosphere. The princess is gripped by fear. Her inner world is shaken as she wonders at what point everything went wrong and begins to doubt herself. She examines her hands, perhaps searching for strength or answers to the questions that plague her soul. Thoughts of loved ones are spinning in her head, and she feels desperately alone, as if the whole world has turned its back on her. The young man, with a touch of self-irony in his thoughts, realizes that the princess's kindness is of no use in a cruel world where those who are too soft by nature do not survive. His companion's gaze reflects concern and doubt. She wonders where Emma, a girl who, despite her weakness, has a certain inner strength, could have gone. The young man wonders whether it is even worth considering such nonsense, meaning his concern for the princess, which he believes distracts him from his true goals. He reminds himself that his main mission is to complete the quest and deal with the dam system, while he thinks about finding a library that might help him in his tasks. Leaving behind the turmoil and questions of loyalty, the young warrior confidently walks through the streets, immersed in his thoughts about indifference and detachment from other people's enmities and problems. He resolutely rejects the idea of changing sides in the conflict, maintaining the steadfastness of his convictions and true goal. His past evokes memories of struggle and loneliness, of time spent in a hospital bed, battling terminal illness and isolation from those around him. The difficult moments of his passing life remind him of a deep personal emptiness, that the end came completely alone, without close people nearby. Before us is a man who longingly remembers his childhood, when he himself was a child for Giporot, and offers to look at the world positively, despite current difficulties. The next shot shows him in profile, the silhouette of another person visible in the distance, creating a sense of anticipation or impending meeting. The man remembers the past, the day of the uprising, when he sent a detachment to suppress the riot. His question indicates doubt that what is happening is an accident or the result of the actions of a certain person. We see Maxwell with a sword in his hand, talking about the need to freshen up, perhaps referring to the need to step back and rethink the situation. His expression is calm, but determined. A man with reddish hair and closed eyes appears confident and relaxed while holding a sword in his right hand. He is dressed in a dark cloak and appears to be inside some kind of building with large windows. The outline of a familiar tower is visible in the room. The air is filled with anticipation. Another character appears, a man with dark hair and sharp facial features. His eyes fixate on the other person, and he looks more serious and focused. He is also dressed in dark clothing, which creates a contrast with a cold light that envelops the stage. He raised his right hand up, giving some kind of sign. His environment is a snowy street lined with old town-style houses, and silhouettes of people armed with swords are visible, ready to follow his orders. A man with black hair and a distinct characteristic skin color, wearing a fur cloak with a hood. He has a pronounced, smug smile on his face and one closed eye, giving him the appearance of a cunning and dangerous man. His words convey confidence and a direct indication of his intention. A hunt began on the streets of the city. There is tension in the air, as guards in helmets and armor conduct a search. They are located along a narrow alley where the shadows of buildings merge with the twilight light. They have a strict order at their disposal, not to let a single intruder through. Suddenly, amid the gloomy shades of the evening, a furious voice is heard. One of the guards, distinguished by red hair and fury in his eyes, shares his observation about the instability of the royal guard due to problems in their composition. He is like a spark in the night, ready to flare up at the slightest gust of wind. The darkness thickens around another face, a man with dark, piercing eyes and a gloomy gaze. His words convey the weight of unspoken words and the weight of the inevitable result of conflicts, in which, as he says, people often die. The story reaches its peak when two worlds collide, cold prudence and hot-tempered passion. The guardian in reddish waves meets his opponent with energy that surges around him. He brings a storm, but his figure is hidden from us. Only the silhouette of the enemy is visible in the darkness. A storm erupts in the sky above the city, and sounds of destruction are heard. Rocks and rubble fly into the air like small birds seeking shelter from the coming storm. The energy of the collision of two forces creates a whirlwind that tears apart strong walls, and every fragment becomes a witness to this battle. In the center of the cataclysm stands the figure of a warrior, whose sword pierces the sky like lightning. The force of his blow is so great that the air around him seems to be distorted, and space trembles in response to his challenge. His gaze is focused, and his movements are precise and decisive. Determination and strength are read in each of them. The mysterious opponent in black, with energy pulsing around his arm, deflects the attack. His face is hidden in shadow, but the fire of determination is lit in his eyes. He doesn't just defend himself, he demonstrates skill that is worthy of his opponent's attention. The red-haired guard does not hide his satisfaction. His grin expresses confidence and contempt for his opponent. He perceives this battle as a game, a restructuring of future strategy, like a chess game, where every move leads to inevitable victory. The contempt in the eyes of the warrior in black suggests that he does not see the enemy as worthy of his time. Electrical energy pulsates around him like a charge ready to be released, and his quiet calm becomes a harbinger of destructive power.